Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it in fact we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. You might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
Appreciate y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. It's LeBron. Hey, Johnny, make sure. Hey, I had you up here. Hey, Johnny, hit that request again to join. I don't know what happened. It didn't let me add you real quick. I had to switch screens. Go James Kingdom. Make sure you send that request to join again so I can get you back up here. Salute to everybody that's pulling up, man. We got a good show for you guys. Here we got Go James Kingdom up here, man. We're gonna be doing this live stream just for the people that's in here. Make sure y'all share the live. Make sure y'all are sharing the live. Make sure y'all smashing that like button. We trying to get to what's the goal for the taps today? I would say we're trying to get to 5, 10. I don't know how many taps what's typical on TikTok, man, but make sure y'all tapping that screen, man, spamming that up. Share the live, please. Make sure you also following both me and Go James Kingdom, man. You know, we're going to be cooking for you guys. Got a good show for you guys today. Appreciate you for sharing that hoops history, man. We got a good show. Go James Kingdom, man. You with us, man? What's good? Hey, Johnny, you with us, man? You with us, man? I can't hear you.
That's what I'm trying to see. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now, man. You sound good.
You hear me now? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had tried to put on some headphones. I guess I don't need no headphones, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, like I say, I'm struggling streaming right now on TikTok as well. I'm trying to figure out all these features, man. I'm going to figure it out as we go. Salute to everybody pulling up, man. And it was a couple people. It was actually one of the guys, man. What is his name? I forgot his name. One of the guys said he was going to pull up. I guess one of the guys that Willie from YouTube said, you know, I guess he said this was one of his head honchos that attacked LeBron James. He was going to send them through, man. So I'm waiting for him to pull up. I forgot his name. It was a dude with gold teeth that looked crazy. I think his profile name was like Ghost or something. But he was just on there just looking crazy. I wish I could play the video, man.
I think I know who you're talking about. They find a new Zesty Jeffrey every so often to regurgitate the same nonsense. And like he's saying nothing more profound as anything new. They don't say anything new at all. So there's another dude here. You'll hear him say, just say you hate basketball. Coming from the same person that probably don't even watch the games.
I made you a mod. Did you get it? Or did it send you a notification?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
They gave me the notification, so I'm good to go there.
Okay, the only thing it doesn't let me do when I got multiple people up here is change my scenes. That is different right there. I did not know that, so it's good to know that now.
What did they say?
Well, for me in my studio, in the TikTok studio,
Mm-hmm.
I can't change my scenes with people on the stage. So hold on 1 second. I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna bring you right back up here, Johnny. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
There we go. Now we can bring A Johnny back up because now we got the topic of the show on the screen, right? The topic of the show on the screen, and A Johnny is going to be one of the perfect people to talk about with this. The obsession with LeBron James, man. The obsession with LeBron James and hoops history. I see you in there. I'm gonna let you up in 1 second. Hoops history. I'm gonna let you up in 1 second. Stay right there. Hey Johnny, you with us?
I'm back. Yes, indeed, I'm back.
Perfect. But we got the topic on the screen, man. The topic of the day, y'all, and this is a topic that everybody in the chat, man. Everybody in the chat, I want y'all to get y'all thoughts together, get y'all facts together. Keep tapping them likes, man. Make sure y'all sharing the screen if you new, following both me and Go James Kingdom here. Not just on TikTok, also follow us on YouTube if you don't follow us both already. But I did a TikTok video about Jordan fans. And the theme of it was, and you can talk on this probably a lot better than me, hey Johnny, is the theme of it was it seems like when every basketball conversation that we have, whether it's just about LeBron, whether it's about Kobe, whether it's about today's game, it could literally be about anything. But it always seems that Jordan fans like to infiltrate the conversation and somehow make it about LeBron James. And I was just looking at it. I was just looking at King Rose chat on YouTube, right? And even when I look through my chat, like they'll be talking about, they don't even know how to answer questions about LeBron. Like when Jordan fans run into a question that they can't answer, I'm gonna tell you what they do. They'll say, like for example, if you say Jordan played in the weak East, and as opposed to really talking about the teams of the East in that era or in that time frame, they'll say, well, LeBron played in the weak East too. Well, what does that got to do with anything? right? Magic played in the weak West, right? There's a whole bunch of players that might have played in a conference that might have been down at a particular time. If we're talking about one particular player's conference, let's just talk about that particular player's conference. And hoop history. Go ahead and hit that link. We got we got people coming in, but go James Kingdom, talk to him, man. What you got on this, man?
Well, I've always said this, and you've heard me say this before, Lamont, that any basketball discourse on social media is the GOAT debate in general. So they try to mask it as something else, but at the end of the day, they just want to have the GOAT debate. So you got to remember, Jordan has to be perfect in the GOAT debate. So you can't address any of his flaws. Meanwhile, the individuals who are on Jordan's side of the argument tell us that within the GOAT debate, we must discuss a player's flaws. But as soon as we address Jordan's flaws or we critique anything in Jordan's side of the board, it becomes now we're the hateful ones. We don't know basketball, all this other stuff. Because again, that's how the GOAT debate is basically predicated on. So you, even if you're not even having the GOAT debate, let's just say you just want to discuss the East of the 90s, they will take it as you're discussing the GOAT debate and it'll be an issue. Because to them, everything is the GOAT debate. And any basketball discourse, the GOAT debate. That's why I said until we fix the GOAT debate and rectify it for real, we're always going to have issues in basketball discourses, no matter what we're talking about.
I almost don't even think. I don't even think it's always about the GOAT debate. I think it's that. Hold on, we got a couple people in here. I'm gonna go ahead and let them up too. Let's see what they got to say, and hopefully, if it get too crazy, I'm just gonna start bringing people up one at a time because we got a ton of people. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna bring people up one at a time to see what they got. Hold on, we got Reggie that's pulling up here. Salute to Reggie, man. And I'm not familiar with a lot of the people on TikTok. We hear you, Reggie. Reggie, what's good, man? What's going on with these Jordan fans? Why are they so obsessed with LeBron James? Like, why don't they care about Kareem? You know, they never talk about Wilt. They never talk about the other people in the top 10. They only obsessed with LeBron James. Is it because they fear that LeBron James is getting too close?
Well, the reason why I am obsessed with LeBron James, because I am a Michael Jordan fan, and Michael Jordan is way better than LeBron, we can say. I can say Kareem got carried by Magic all throughout the 80s. Is that true or not?
Nah,
I wouldn't say carried. No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that language.
Okay. You said not, right, Goat Jam?
I said not. Just like Lamont said.
He,
That's not basketball
That's not
terminology.
basketball talk.
okay, that's not basketball terminology. That's fine. Who who won more Finals MVPs in the 80s, Kareem or Magic?
Magic.
Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Magic is over Kareem just because of that.
So
Boom.
you go. So you
That's
go by
that's why
finals.
I kicked out Kareem out that GOAT debate. Boom,
So
out
so
of there.
so you go by finals MVPs.
That's not why I go by. Because his first year that Magic came in, he brought them to the finals. The two other years when Kareem was out without Magic, out the
Okay,
first round.
Reg,
Yep.
before you, because I don't want you to go down a road of talking about things that don't matter. If you're going to talk about finals and finals MVPs, that's your own personal criteria for what you think makes a GOAT. I don't. Your criteria is your criteria. I respect you if you have criteria. I don't care where you rank players. That
Okay,
is
I do
neither here
have
nor there.
criteria.
My thing is, in these conversations, why do Jordan fans only seem to fear LeBron? Because the only thing they talk about is what they do is they always correlate something negative to LeBron. LeBron lost this game. LeBron did this. LeBron did that, and this is why he can't be. Why is there this extreme fear of LeBron, but they don't care about all the other players? Because if they have this fear of LeBron and they don't think LeBron is close to Jordan, then why aren't they talking about the Kareems? They don't talk about the Wilts. They don't talk about whoever they have at number 2. I don't see this fear. Why do they fear LeBron so much?
I go what you're saying. It's more around this generation, watching LeBron more. That's why. Because LeBron's like this generation's Michael Jordan, basically. Because, people were probably comparing, I don't know if you guys were, back then, but who was LeBron or Michael Jordan compared to back then? Nobody. Was he?
He was. He was compared to guys like David Thompson, Elgin Baylor, Dr. J.
Yeah, Dr. J.
Yeah,
Did
George
people
Gervin.
have Dr. J over Michael Jordan at the time?
Yes, of course. Dr. J was considered one of the GOATs of basketball.
So yeah, so Dr. J fans had a big fear of Michael Jordan, did they not?
No, they didn't.
What?
No, they didn't. Why would they fear Jordan?
What?
Why would they
I
fear
mean,
Jordan?
why? Because Michael Jordan won 3 in a row, three-peat at the time. Did he
No,
not?
Dr. J fans understand that the true GOAT or the true person that they had to aim for was Wilt Chamberlain or Kareem, and they accepted that Kareem and Wilt were better than Dr. J. But you said who was Jordan compared to, as far as comparison, as far as play style and being the type of player? Those are
Yes.
perimeter
And we
players.
said Dr. J, right? So you're saying Dr. J fans didn't fear Michael Jordan fans. Or
No, of
didn't
course
fear
not.
Michael Jordan catching up to Dr. J.
No, of course not.
What?
Is
How?
do we know? I wasn't around for most of the 80s. I wasn't born until the late 80s, so I don't know if there was like Dr. J like fans, like there's fans of players now, and what their thoughts were. I'm not sure. Like
Dr. J saved basketball. That's how much.
no, I know who Dr. J is, obviously, but like, was the fandom like of the NBA like it is now, where each player
course
has
not.
their own like
of course not.
basically following.
No. Back then, only true basketball fans paid attention to basketball. It wasn't there was no casuals watching basketball back
Yeah.
then.
No, it was not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was really true basketball fans. Basketball savants back then. It had to be.
Yeah.
Hold
That's
on,
why
finish.
they didn't fear Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan fans are casuals, so they never feared those guys.
What was your point? Where were you going with that hoop history?
No, I don't like you said it, like were Dr. J fans threatened by MJ or whatever. I'm not like I don't like there was no like social media. There was no like now with social media and the internet and all that, and like how much exposure the players get. There's like pockets of like fans for individual players. Like there's a Curry group, a LeBron group, a Russell Westbrook group. I don't know that existed to the level it does back then. So I don't know if there was the same amount of discourse going around for Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan was getting GOAT comparisons like into the late 80s. People were talking about it because of how unguardable he was, right? And how incredible he was. And then once he three-peated, I think it was pretty much solidified at that point. Now, like to the LeBron Jordan thing, I have LeBron as the GOAT, and I think you can make an argument without having to tear any other player down. Like everybody's got to go at LeBron, or if you're a Kobe fan, or if like I think Kobe fans do it the most because there's like no argument for Kobe to be over LeBron at all, like none. And so they're the ones that go at Kobe the most. I think the argument you make for LeBron over Jordan is their peaks are close. They're similar. Even if you say Jordan peaked higher, that's fine. But LeBron James has the longest prime in the history of the NBA. And he was the best player in the NBA longer than anybody else has ever been the best player in the NBA. And he has the greatest longevity we've ever seen. He's the only player to have all NBA level play for 20 years.
And he's still going today.
And in terms of the championships, LeBron James at that level, at the finals level post 2011. 2011's a black mark on his resume. There's no doubt about it. But like every single year after that, he gave you championship winning level play. The only reasons he lost those other finals is because he wasn't really given
Getting a car insurance quote online is one of the
he wasn't really given an opportunity to win. So he's performing at the same level Jordan is. If you put LeBron's last 3 finals losses versus Jordan's last 3 finals wins, if you put those numbers up, LeBron's actually outperforming him. So he's performing at that level, and so why should we knock LeBron James for the team dynamics?
Necessarily true.
Hey,
I think it's 100% true.
We got to let people
not
finish.
true.
Hold on one second, Ricky.
Go ahead.
We even if you don't believe it, like I mean,
It's not about belief. There's people lying.
I know. I get you.
No,
I
it's
get
not-
you.
it's not- it's
Hold
not
on
a
one
lie.
second.
I mean,
Hold on one second. Hoop history. Look, y'all, man.
Welcome to TikTok, Lamont.
No. Well, I mean, I don't care what typically goes on TikTok. Because I'm screen recording this, we got to keep the audio clean. I don't care if you agree or disagree. People got to
Yeah, we
finish
can't
their
do no
thoughts
cussing on here, y'all.
before
We
you
gotta be
chime
careful what
in.
we say.
I got you,
Hey,
Action
Lamont.
Jackson. Hold on, doesn't
Lamont,
matter.
just-
Hold on, yeah, one second, y'all. Hold on one second. And when I mute you for a reason because I'm talking. Look, keep the audio clean. Don't just interject and chime in just to be interjecting and chiming in. We can, if you disagree, I'm gonna give you full opportunity to get your thoughts, because I'm not gonna allow people to jump in and cut your thoughts off when you talking. Keep the audio clean. I want to. Only way we can cook y'all if you wrong is if we hear your talking points. You will always have an escape. You will always have an out to say, oh, they overtalked me. Oh, they muted me. If we just let people go rampant over here. So again, I can only cook you if I know what the hell you're talking about. So, Hoop Hipster, go ahead and sum it up, and then I'm gonna let Ricky and Rez respond. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, in terms of what Ricky said, it's, the numbers are the numbers. I think he performed great in those Warriors series that he lost. I think it was completely out of his control. I think he actually played well in the Spurs series that they lost to. It wasn't his fault that Dwayne Wade had 15 points per game on like 40% splits, or Bosch was averaging 11 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing I want to say, Lamont, is you were on my podcast, I believe on Tuesday, the Hoopstorians podcast.
Yeah.
Was that you? I
Yes,
appreciate that. I thought it was a good chat.
Appreciate it, man. Yes, sir. It was a good conversation there. And I didn't realize that was you. We got Ricky's Reds. You disagree? What you disagree with? Hold on, he's
muted.
Let me unmute him. There you
You
go,
going
Ricky.
down.
Go ahead, Ricky.
The biggest thing is the rule changes. So efficiency is overrated and overstated in this past 10, 15 years because of it. So to say that he played at a higher level last three, is kind of disingenuous because it was an entirely different game. Same as football. Football isn't the same that it was 20, 30 years ago. It's just been changed significantly. So in regards to an earlier comment by, what's the name, GOAT, whoever, Dr. J didn't save anything. Magic and Larry Bird saved the NBA. So you got to take into consideration that the only game that is really, even the NHL, that has changed. It's not the same game. The only game that's really stayed the same is baseball. All the other sports in America have significantly changed their rules to make the game easier.
Baseball,
So
what you talk about? Baseball has changed. They speed the game up a little
Action,
bit.
you got to let him finish.
they're trying to speed the game up. It's not that they've changed the game. So they haven't made rule changes to the actual game play. So that's different. So when you actually allow for an extra step, like the 2009 gather rule change, they literally allowed for an extra step for the NBA player. They allow you to put the hand under the ball now. So it's entirely like Giannis. People like LeBron made a comment. Giannis scored 200-300 points, and I know he was exaggerating, but Giannis couldn't dribble the ball back then. He could. It would be impossible for him to dribble the ball back then. He'd get called for carry every time he put the ball down. So he can't shoot. I mean, so I don't know where LeBron pulled that out of his ass, but like there's a lot of things that you have to take into consideration. Imagine not being able to touch Jordan in this era. Imagine Shaq, Orlando Shaq in this era. You couldn't physically try to push him out the paint or armbar.
Now, Ricky, not meaning to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to go to the NBA Finals just because it's the most recent live action basketball that we saw. And I watched the OKC Thunder team that was one of the most handsy physical defenses that I've seen, along with some others in this year, like the Detroit, Houston Rockets were very handsy, physical. When you say that,
And what happened to scoring?
let me finish what I'm saying. When you say that you can be untouched in today's game, what basketball have you been watching as of recently where you can just be untouched? Because the basketball I've watched this past season,
Untouched.
and the basketball that I've watched the last couple years, even going all the way back to 2000, I don't see basketball where guys can just be untouched. I don't know where that narrative comes from. What do you mean by untouched?
Untouched means that the rules have changed where you can't get physical with people like you used to. So the finals this year was one of the first times in years, in well over a decade, that they allowed the players to play physical. but it's still not the same as it was 25 years ago.
That's false.
So
No,
where
it's
does
not
where does
false.
the
It's
saying
it's
where does the saying
literally
where does the saying come from that playoff basketball is different? So, for example, a few years ago, when the Utah Jazz were number one in the West, there were a lot of people that doubted the Utah Jazz could make a run to the finals because they said, "Oh, this team is driven primarily by offense. They're not primarily led by defense." And so, it's always
but
been
it was
a mantra. It's always been a mantra all throughout NBA history, all throughout the 2000s, all throughout the 2010s. And if you look at the teams that make the finals, the final four teams left in the NBA, these are typically the best defensive teams. Why is it? Why, if the game has changed and has went away from physicality and defense, then why typically do in most cases the best defensive teams always make it to the end? The Boston Celtics we saw last year, the great defensive teams. OKC was the best defensive team all year. We saw what they did. All the best defensive teams typically are the teams making a run still.
the best defensive teams are the best offensive teams in
No,
this era.
No,
In this era, yes.
No. What I'm
Yes,
saying is
yes.
those are just the best teams in general. The best teams in general
That's what
on
I'm
a year to
saying.
year basis are always good on both sides of the ball. What I'm saying
So
is
that's why
where
the
is
Phoenix
when
that's
I
why
think
the Phoenix
people-
Suns
I
never
think
made it.
people try to knock this era of basketball by using the
Exactly.
fake narrative that this
It's
era
not a
of
fake
basketball
narrative. Look at
has
open
no.
up the-
Hold on 1 second.
It's fake.
It's a fake narrative that this era of basketball has no physicality because and then when we talk about the OKC Thunder, you
being
cannot always
comparable
hold on
to
1
back
second,
then.
Ricky. Hold on 1 second. No, first of all, me and Ajani, we both did this, and there were a lot of people on FYF Sports on YouTube when we did this experiment. We played in the 1999 playoff game between the Bulls and the Pistons, and I only played it with the soul.
99?
Hold on 1 second.
89.
89. I only played this game in 89. I'm only looking, and we went through 3 games. I was only looking for where is all. I want to see the physicality that they're talking about. Were they beating Jordan up? Were they throwing him to the ground? Were they doing all this crazy stuff to him that
They
forced
weren't
Jordan?
doing that?
So, hold on. When we watched 3 games, we saw one hard foul, and the hard foul wasn't even on Jordan. It was on Dave Corsine from John Sally. 3
You
games,
being
one hard foul.
disingenuous. You being disingenuous.
Go James Kingdom. Am I lying?
No, listen again. The
But he's
NBA
not gonna-
The NBA calls
he's
less
not-
fouls. Rick, you got a chance to speak. You listen. The NBA calls less fouls in today's NBA than they did
because
back
there's
in-
less fouls.
No, why would there be less fouls?
Because you're not because of the rules. You can't.
I thought the rules applied. I thought the rule applies for more fouls because you're saying
Okay,
you can't do this, you can't do that. So shouldn't players be getting called
because
for more
they
fouls?
don't. So here we go. So
No,
go
it's
back
not here
to
we go.
03.
Hold on.
Go
I'm
back
not
to-
done, sir.
go
Sir,
back-
I'm not
go-
done, sir. I'm not done, sir.
You're
We
not
heard
done,
you
sir.
soliloquy.
Yeah.
We heard what you said, sir. We heard what you said. Relax. See, this
Okay.
is what happens. We had several
Nah,
other
this ain't
people.
what happens.
We had several other people speak that were not Zesty Jeffries, and they were able to have a conversation. Listen here. You already called me out by telling me that I lied about Dr. J, which you don't know basketball. Like I said, Dr. J saved the NBA and saved
No, he didn't.
basketball in general because the NBA was being sued for 5 years straight by the league. They were under the radar, like completely in the red. And the ABA had Dr. J, which saved the ABA for 4 or 5 more years. Everybody wanted to watch Dr. J. When the NBA and the ABA merged, that saved basketball, professional
No, it
basketball in America. If that did
No, it
not
didn't.
happen, the NBA would have faltered, and so would the ABA. At the end of the day, it was because of Dr. J. His
No, it
move to
wasn't.
accept the merger with the NBA allowed the basketball to exist, which allowed Bird and Magic to come later on, which eventually we know they grew the league to a larger stance.
He
But
didn't
back to
accept
this-
nothing,
back to
though.
this-
That's being
back to this-
disingenuous as
back
well.
to this rules about Giannis and all these other things. Again, the NBA has always changed rules throughout the years. The way they allowed players
Not
to
like
dribble in-
this.
Again, the way the players were allowed to dribble in the 90s, they were not allowed to dribble like that in the 70s. The way Shaq was able to be physical in the 90s, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar couldn't be physical in the 70s. So again, the rules
That's not
changed.
true.
That
is
is
true.
also true, sir. That is
That's not
listen,
true.
That's true.
That is
That
also
is true.
that is
That is
true,
100%
sir.
true.
These are
That's
all
not
the
true.
facts. Again, all of
That's
these
why he
facts,
created the
again,
skyhook.
all of these facts that we state here between
That's
Goat
not
James
true. He had the
Kingdom
skyhook
and
in college.
FYF, all the facts that we state between Goat James Kingdom and FYF are available on both of our channels, not just somebody's TikTok live that they had today. So we are telling you factual information.
That's
What
not
we're-
factual.
Hold
Yes,
on.
it is, sir. Rick
Hold
Barry.
on.
Rick
Go
Barry
James. Can I
complained
ask
about
Ricky
Allen
one question?
Iverson's crossover. Allen Iverson's crossover was considered illegal, and
It
they didn't
was. It
want him
was
to get
called at
accepted with it.
first.
Again, exactly at first because they were not allowing players to do that kind of stuff. You couldn't dribble behind your back and do all those things like
Hold
Bob
on,
Cousy
hold on
was
one
not
second,
able
Dribble
y'all.
to do.
behind your back.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on,
Yes,
Ricky.
because you
I
cannot
got
cuff the ball.
Wow.
There was rules. There was rules that you had to keep your hand above the ball at all times. Then they said, well, you could put it on the side. Then they said, well, you can, like you said,
That's
you can.
not true.
Yes, it is true,
Yes, it
sir.
is.
That's why
Dude.
yes, those are all true, sir. I
That's
have
not
footage
true.
and evidence
It's
to prove
true.
all of that. So,
You
like
couldn't
I said,
dribble behind
these
your
are the type of
back
guys,
in the
we can go
70s
into
and
the next
80s.
Yes.
guy if you want.
Yes.
We can go
You
to the next
couldn't.
guy,
You
Lamont.
could
correct.
not. You couldn't
We can't
dribble
accept
behind
facts.
your
We can't have
back.
Yes.
Ricky,
conversations.
I was
We can't
agreeing with
accept
you,
facts,
but
sir.
man, you being in denial.
Ricky, would
Li-
you accept the fact that there was 4 offensive rules helped in the 90s alone? Would you accept that fact?
Which ones are they?
Okay, the first rule was flagrant foul rules. That was added in 91. That
It
was
was
a
in
rule.
80 and 81. The flagrant foul was added.
I said 1991, sir, was when flagrant
In
fouls was added.
80 and 81, the flagrant foul rule was added. In 90,
Sir,
91, they
sir,
gave you free throw in possession.
again, sir, listen.
What? No. You listen. 80 and
Again,
81, the flagrant foul was added.
the
Not
flagrant foul,
90,
again,
91.
before 1991, you can foul someone hard and they only got 2 free throws. After
What
1991,
did
you
they
got
implement the
okay, so
flagrant?
that is
Did
a
they
rule
implement
change.
the
Is that a
flagrant?
rule? Is that a rule change? Yes or no,
You
sir?
said they added the flagrant
That
foul
is adding the
in
flagrant
90,
foul rule.
91.
Okay,
No,
listen,
the flagrant foul was added in
Ricky,
80,
did they
81.
change the rules for flagrant fouls in 1991? Yes or no?
They didn't change why they called it or how they called it.
Sir.
They gave you possession.
Sir,
That's a
free
change,
throw.
man. That's a change.
change of the
It's a
rule.
change.
Here's the
That's not a
second rule.
gameplay
Here's the second rule. Here's the second rule. They changed when you fouled somebody for a 3-pointer. Now you got the 3 free throws instead of 2 before. That was in 1993, sir.
Is that a gameplay
The third
rule?
rule. That's another. Listen, I'm gonna give you 4. You gotta let me get to 4. The third rule change in the 90s was shortening the 3-point line. That happened in the 1995 season. Then the next rule, the final rule that helped the offense in the 1990s was the restricted area paint, which where they added the restricted area, which told the defense
year?
whether or not you were playing charge or
Hold on,
not. So
hold on,
those
we got-
were 4 rules.
hold on, y'all.
in the
That
was
90s to
96.
help the
Hey,
Can
real
y'all hold
quick.
on 1 second? Can y'all hold on 1 second? We got Ghost here. Ghost, send a request to join because I know you said you didn't have much time. I see Ghost in the chat, so go send a request to join because I guess Ghost wanted to have a conversation with Gold James King
Hey.
about this. But I think right now, hold on, y'all. I think we've strayed far away from the conversation. And you know, just to end that conversation, I think when people say that the fouls were called a certain way in the playoffs, that's not true because OKC last year, they were physical all year. They were a great defense all year. You know, Boston last year, we've seen the Miami Heat teams with Jimmy Butler and how they led with defense and they got to the NBA Finals. We've seen a plethora of great defensive teams. We've seen a plethora of teams that don't chuck up a lot of threes. I just think there's a narrative that people like to attach to this era that just simply, if you actually know the game of basketball, if you understand what physicality is, if you understand that the type of physicality that people like Ricky is talking about, it's no longer effective because players are too good. For example, when you have a guy like Kyrie Irving,
it's not
hold
allowed.
on 1 second, Ricky, hold on 1 second. A hand checks are still allowed to a certain degree today.
No,
because
those are not hand checks.
Ricky, can you please hold on while I'm talking? Like I said, do that on another channel. I just don't want to boot you because you sound somewhat intelligible. I don't know how intelligible you are. You kind of sound intelligent. What I'm saying is right here. Refs will tell you in game. How do I know this? Because I coach. They will say, look, you can put the one hand on the guy, but as soon as I see 2, I'm going to call the foul. Refs will allow you to hand check. The refs tell the coaches this all the time. And so when you talk about Kyrie Irving, the reason why you cannot hand check a Kyrie Irving is because players that are face-up guards, if you show them your foot positioning, if you show them where your weight is going, and you stand that hand and that hand check, all it does with an elite ball handler is it just gives them ABC instructions on how to cross you and have you on Sports Center highlights looking crazy. You have to back up. You have to be able to defend. You have to be able to play. You have to be mobile because hand checking today will just have you on the ground looking crazy. Because
That's
these
not
guards,
true.
these guards today are not going to be back to the basket, looking over their shoulder, looking about where to pass. If you go up with that hand check, they're going to face you up. they're gonna, if you put that hand out there, all you're doing is showing them where your high foot is. They're gonna attack that high leg and they're gonna drop you to the ground. That's just how good these players are today.
That's not
and
true.
I know, but Ricky, when was the last time you picked up a basketball and went to a gym and played against D1 players?
I used to smoke D1 players.
When what?
I used
Hold
to
on,
play the pro league. It's been a while 'cause I'm older.
Ricky. Why can't y'all answer basic questions? I asked you, when was the last time you picked up a basketball, walked into a gym, and played against D1 players? I don't care what you did in 1992. I want to know, have you walked into a gym as of recently and tried this vicious hand check versus elite players of today? And I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to go walk into a gym. I literally want you to go walk into a gym. I want you to go, if you think a handshake still works, I want you to go use that hand check against some of the just good high school, college guards, and I want you to come back and tell me how that went for you with a hand check. Your ankle's probably going to be messed up. You're going to have ankle braces on. You're going to be using icy hot and all types of stuff. It don't work, man. You get embarrassed when you stick your hand out there showing people.
I gave him 4 rules.
So it doesn't work.
Let's just keep moving, Lamont. You gave him 4 rules that changed in the 90s. Let's keep moving.
So those weren't gameplay rules.
Okay, we got it, Ricky. Let's move on to the main topic of the show. Ricky, you didn't give us your thoughts on the main topic of the show. Why do Michael Jordan fans obsess over LeBron James and no other player?
Nobody's obsessed with LeBron James. LeBron, look, but I want to take it back. So if LeBron says something, if LeBron says something and during an interview, do you guys take his word for it? So he just had an interview not too long ago where he said that the league needs to start allowing players to play defense the way they do in the playoffs recently so they can get used to it. Okay. Do you agree or disagree with LeBron?
What does that have to do with the conversation?
Yeah.
Lamont, can I answer the question? Because I already know where he's going with this.
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, what LeBron James was talking about was, again, if you're going to go from regular season foul calling to playoff season foul calling, let us get adjusted to it. Let us play a couple of weeks with the way you're going to call it in the playoffs. But as everybody knows, that NBA playoffs are always physical because for one, you're the better teams in the league for one. Secondly, everybody's playing harder, so it's tougher for the referees to actually officiate a game because the players are not playing the same as well. The play style is different as well. Remember, you got same matchups.
There wasn't a problem with that years ago. Why is there a problem with the refs now?
Nobody said that. Listen, you gotta let me finish here. There is no problem with it now. LeBron didn't say there's a problem with it now. LeBron James is
You just said that. You just said that the refs can't do it.
I said that I'm telling you what he is saying.
No, you said that
you gotta allow him to finish what he's saying.
Yes,
so
you didn't even let me say what I had to say. What I told you was what LeBron was thinking. Just because LeBron thinks that doesn't mean that's what I think. But what I'm telling you is that happens every year in basketball. The playoffs are always more physical than the regular season. And I'm giving you the reasons why, and you're not letting me give you the reasons why. Whether it's 2025 basketball or 2005 basketball or 1985 basketball or 1965 basketball, when you go from the regular season to the playoffs, the intensity increases. It makes it more difficult to judge that. But the difference is today, the officiating has to see things that are faster than ever before. These are the best athletes that we've ever seen in our lives, the most skilled athletes we've ever seen in our lives. So it's not easy to referee a game, especially in the playoffs, when you're talking about the intensity being up, you're talking about the crowd intensity, you're talking about players playing great basketball.
The crowd intensity.
In the league. So what you have is a different set of officiating because, again, not only are the players adjusting to the intensity and the difference of plays making, also the referees are. So eventually, as the series goes along, you see better refereeing going on. You see a lot of different things. But it's not that LeBron James was complaining. He was just saying it would be nice if the NBA referees...
I didn't say he was complaining.
To do this about a couple of weeks before we get into the playoffs, just to get us quickly adjusted, because now we have to adjust during the playoffs. Again, LeBron James is old school. He's been playing for a very long time. It's a fast-paced NBA, and the NBA is going to keep moving, whether LeBron James accepts it or not. Nobody cares what LeBron James thinks but you, Zesty Jeffries. That's why Lamont made this live, to say, why are you obsessed with LeBron? You want to argue about what LeBron's talking about. Nobody cares what LeBron's talking about.
Who said that I said that he complained or that I'm arguing?
No one cares what LeBron James says. You brought up what he says. No one here cares about what LeBron James says.
You got a name and a picture of him. You care.
No, not about what he says. I care what he does on the basketball court.
I
That's
asked
what
a
I care about.
question.
I don't
I didn't
care
say
about
if
what
you
he said.
cared.
And we
I asked
answered
a
your question.
No, but Ricky,
We
I
answered
think.
your question.
Hold on, just so we
Nothing
can.
about what LeBron James says matter on the FYF or Goat James Kingdom Live ever.
And Ricky,
Ever.
I think the point that we're trying to get across is like it seems like Jordan fans care so much about LeBron that you even want to indulge a conversation about the things that he says off the court. So, for example, when LeBron James talks about, when LeBron James talked about that, I didn't, when LeBron James said it, I didn't think it was a topic to where I said, damn, I need to really talk about this on the live. But it seems
did
like,
want to say something.
but I do believe that people, I think, Ricky, I believe that you guys want to talk about it because you want to talk about it in a sense to maybe point towards something negative towards today's game or negative towards LeBron. I don't think you guys want to have an honest conversation about it.
Okay, let's have an
interesting topic.
Well,
no,
let
I
me
don't
just
want to
make
talk
one.
about
Let me
it.
just
But I think
let me just
But let me ask you a
put a
question.
timeline.
Let me ask you a
let me
question.
just-
What were your thoughts on? What were your thoughts on? What Ime Udoka said about rule changes this summer?
What did he say?
Oh, you don't know?
I didn't listen to Udoka.
Okay, what are your thoughts about what Victor Wembanyama said about defense this summer?
What did he say? I'm
Okay,
not listening
you
to
didn't
these
know
guys,
about
just
Victor.
like
Okay.
you just.
Then, hold on. Okay, Lassie, what are your thoughts about what Jason Tatum said about defense after his injury?
What did he say?
Okay, so you don't know what anybody other player said about defense other than LeBron James.
Who are they
Go to
posting
Visions
throughout
Live with
social
that
media?
nonsense.
So,
Hey, Rick, go to Visions Live and tell them we are live on over here destroying every Zesty Jeffrey because we about to move on to the next guy. Let's let YBG
No,
up.
what did he say? What did he say?
Let's
What
let
was the
YBG
question?
so
up,
what
man,
what
'cause
he
we're
what
done
he
with you,
say?
sir. We're done with you, sir. Let's continue on to a real
No, I
conversation.
didn't hear the question. What was the question?
You don't have a question no more. We're gonna go to YBG. Peace and blessings. Thank you for joining us right here. We got Lamont. This is the FYF Sports Debate TikTok Live. It's a takeover, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna allow no more Zesty Jeffrey takeover for silliness. We're gonna talk basketball. We're here to talk about your obsession with LeBron James. Ricky just admitted he's obsessed with LeBron. So YBG, what's good, brother? It's your
I
turn.
just admitted I'm obsessed with LeBron. Y'all some facts.
You admit it by default.
Whoa.
See, he trying to get you. He trying to get you. What's it called, Lamont?
Hey,
He's
that'll
trying to
get
you. What's
you.
it called?
Yeah,
See, look,
that'll
Lamont,
get you
he
banned.
knows by saying something like that, it can get your live canceled. That's what
Yeah,
that's how
man.
they misbehave.
I agree with Ricky.
Okay, if you
Yeah,
agree
but
with Ricky, talk to us.
Come on now. You guys know it's less physical than these years. You guys know
What
that
makes it
today.
less physical?
Explain less physicality.
The most accurate defensive rating? The defensive rating's way higher now?
How does
The game
defensive
has
rating tell
changed.
you more is more physical?
Defensive rating is the most accurate defensive
But
category ever. So
that only
what are we
tells you the
talking
offense
about?
is getting
Hold on,
better.
Doesn't
hold on
tell
one
you-
second, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all. Reg, how does defensive rating tell you who's more physical and who's not?
Because it's the most accurate stat in the defense in the NBA, is it not?
Okay, that's a defensive metric. Where's the physicality defensive measurement?
What do you mean?
Okay, for example, when hand checks were allowed in the 90s, did the NBA keep a stat for what player hand checked the most in the league? Since hand checking
no.
was physicality. So how do you measure physicality on defense? And then how do you
That's
measure how
the
effective
only
it is?
that's the only accurate way. Defensive rating. That's
Defensive
the only
rating. Okay, so explain to me how defensive rating correlates to physicality.
because it was harder back then. That's why the defensive rating was lower back then.
What made it harder? What was harder?
No, it wasn't, because the '80s defensive rating was high. Why was defensive rating
Or
high?
higher, I'm sorry.
Yeah, why was it so high though? Why was
It
there
wasn't high. What are you talking about?
The '80s allowed the most points in the NBA history per possessions.
No, it didn't.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
did.
did.
You're making up stuff.
Yes, it
No,
did.
we're not.
Why was the
That's
pace?
the fact, sir. Go look it up.
Why
Yes,
was
it
the
did.
pace in the 80s
Now
higher
today's
than the
NBA
pace in the
just caught
90s?
up with the '80s, but the '80s was the highest for until today's NBA, till the 2020s.
You can't use defensive rating.
The best defensive rated era is the '70s.
Yeah, but I'm still
No, it's
curious.
not. It's the 90s.
I still want
It's the
Reggie
90s.
to.
No, it's
I still.
the '70s. The 2000s
It's the
was better than
90s.
the '90s. The 2000s when y'all supposedly said they cancel hand checking is the
Look up the best defensive rating era.
Hold on,
What are we
Yes,
y'all.
talking
the
This
about?
is
2000s
we're
is right
going
behind the
down.
70s.
This is how we go down the road of conversations we're not even arguing.
Yeah.
Reg, Rich, Rich, I'm going to tell you. See, there was an answer to your question. The most obvious answer to your question was this, and I tell people this all the time. Every great defense in every era of basketball has a really good defensive rating because all good defenses that ever existed in NBA basketball lead with physicality. There's no defense ever in NBA history that's been a number one defense in the league, and we can't point to that defense and say they're not a physical team. If you look at the OKC Thunder this year, physical defense, super physical defense. When the Warriors were at their peak and they were one of the best defensive teams in the league, led by Draymond Green. So much so that people complained about Draymond Green's physicality. The best defenses lead with physicality. This is from today's era to way back then. The worst defenses in the league typically don't have a lot of physicality. So when you talk about the Clippers of the 90s, when you talk about the Celtics of the 90s, why were they trash defensively? Every great defense is physical. You cannot be a great defense ever in history without being a physical defense. So if today's defenses aren't physical, tell me. So would you then say that the top 10 defensive teams of just this past season weren't physical defensive teams?
Which were who? OKC, Cleveland. Cleveland weren't physical.
Explain how Cleveland. So you're saying Evan Mobley and it wasn't leading a physical defense? Guy. He's not a physical. So what is physical defense to you? Hacking?
Oh Lord.
I'm not saying like hard following. It's like physical. That's what you're trying to say.
So what is physicality? So what is physicality on defense?
Again, you guys are going to say I'm wrong, but I look at the defensive rating and say that's physical defense.
No, when I'm not talking about analytics. I'm talking about this right here. So, for example, what I consider to be physical.
I see.
Hold on, Slime. Hold on. What I'm saying, physicality on defense are things like this: chucking the cutters. When cutters are going through the lane, you never want to let a cutter cut through the lane without any punishment. So I still see teams like OKC, especially Lou Dort, did it a lot. Even SGA was doing it a lot. When guys cut through the lane, what do you got to do? Chuck the cutter. Don't let them cut through the lane for free. So what I'm saying is, I'm talking about physical defense. People that chuck cutters. When you talk about when you hedge up on ball screens, when you see a center hedge up on a ball screen, like we saw Hardenstein doing a ton, right? When we see Hardenstein, when he's a physical, when he's pushing that guard back the other way, right? We can look through all teams in the league, right? Levels of physicality, but great defense is not like you guys think that hard fouling is the physicality, the hard foul.
Facts.
That's not good defense. If you coming to me talking about you got to hack somebody, I'm about to sit your ass on the bench. You're not about to be running around hacking, thinking you're gonna be out there part of my good defense. You messing it up.
The reason why they hacked, real quick, sports. The reason why they hacked back then is because it was the lack of face-to-face defense. They didn't have face-to-face, so literally they'll let their man come past them and then hack them because they couldn't stay in front of them.
In basketball, the only reason why you hack is because you can't guard your man.
Real quick, sports. I do want to say this. I heard Goat James call out another live, and I want y'all to understand that they fear me over there, bro. I continue to get muted and continue to get kicked when I present the facts. So now that I'm in a LeBron James live, I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all cook. But the facts that I got that's ready to go is undeniable facts. So let's get it.
Hold on, facts about what specifically? Go ahead and cook.
So most recently, I honestly didn't even know. Personally, I didn't even go into metrics when we talked about. Let me know if my connection poor, but I didn't even go into metrics when I talked about the GOATs. I got LeBron as one. So just recently, I figured out what VORP is, right? And so there's a lot of different Jordan lives who will use metrics as the reason why they put Michael Jordan first, but they using things like PER and stuff in that case. But then when I go pull up what VORP is and I look up the definition and what it is used for in the NBA, the teams in the NBA use VORP to select MVPs. So if the teams in the NBA are using a certain metric to select their MVP for the season, then why are we not using the same metric to crown the GOAT?
That's a good
I
point right
mean,
there.
I just got a point because you're to the original like question is why are people so obsessed with LeBron, or why do they have to feel the need to tear LeBron down, like people who think Jordan's the GOAT or whatever. I think honestly it's nostalgia, like, saying that this era was tougher or this era was better. I think people remember basketball when they were younger as a better basketball because it was probably a better time in their life. Like in the 90s, I was a kid, right? And so the 90s were a great time for me, and I think a great time for a lot of people. And so they remember Michael Jordan. It was an important part of their childhood, and they can't divorce that from their childhood. They can't divorce that from the better part of their life, and they can't accept it. And so they find this need to be, I think, really vitriolic around LeBron James because they feel like it threatens a part of their identity.
But they didn't even see Jordan play in the 90s. A lot of those dudes didn't even watch Jordan play. I'm 44, and I can tell you honestly, I can't. Nobody's gonna listen to somebody who was 12 years old tell you how OKC is the greatest team they ever saw play. So when the Bulls are winning a championship when I'm 12 years old in '92, nobody gonna be listening to me about how Jordan's great if you know basketball. So at the end of the day, a lot of y'all didn't even see Jordan play. Most of them are really Kobe fans that are using Jordan to keep Kobe alive. So that's the really and they're
I believe it was CNBC. They wasn't even airing national games.
No, they didn't listen.
basketball.
The NBA really didn't go national until NBC, which was in '91. That '91 finals was the first time everybody in America got a chance to see a real NBA basketball game. But prior to that, it was just the Celtics and the Lakers. That's all people were trying to see. That you got a chance to see something different, and everybody got a chance to see it. Like NBC was the #1 rated national syndicated channel around that time. They had the Cosby Show. They had Cheers. They had all the top rated shows throughout the '90s. They had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We had a whole live talking about what was available for you to watch on TV.
Hey, real quick. So we do got some Jordan fans up here, correct?
Yes.
Everybody up here is a Jordan fan. I'm a Jordan
Jordan
fan.
fan.
I like Michael Jordan.
So quick question, right? And we're gonna dive right into it. What is VORP?
VORP is your box plus minus plus your minutes.
Value over replacement.
Yeah, I know, but it's basically your box plus minus,
Yep.
including your minutes.
That is correct.
So it's basically it's like
Okay.
there's win shares and then there's your win shares per 48. So they basically break your win shares down by per 48 minutes, but they basically just take your box plus minus and include your minutes. So it includes your true impact on the floor. That it counts your minutes.
Okay. So when we're talking about GOAT, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't Michael Jordan fans bring this up?
Because they can't count.
They don't care What?
Well,
for it.
the easy answer is, I mean, obviously, if you're pushing for a guy to be the GOAT, you're only going to use stuff that favors him. So of course, they're gonna devalue things that they don't that Jordan doesn't rank #1 in. They're going to tell you why it doesn't mean as much, and what they're going to do is they're going to tell you why PER is much better, right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to, and it's just the weirdest thing. Or what I even saw happen with Go James Kingdom in the debate is this: as opposed to just taking the analytic as is, I've literally see them apply analytics to the analytics. So they'll say your VORP per 48 or your some weird, like they'll literally break the analytics down into another new number just to find a new number that maybe puts Jordan above. And it's just, these analytics are, to me, I don't know if analytics were truly meant to compare players across eras. I think the only one that really works across eras is VORP, but I don't really dive into. Johnny's one. He's the one that really dove into the analytics. I don't think he uses them, but he's dove into the analytics a little bit more than me. And I don't think analytics are meant to be used in Go conversations.
I don't really care about the advanced analytics. Only Jeffrey started bringing that up. If you can't read the regular stats, I don't care what you say about analytics.
Stockton's #3 in VORP, but like I don't get what VORP has to do with
Exactly.
Michael Jordan bringing it up.
Those stats don't matter.
They had to change VORP because Russell Westbrook was #1 in VORP for like his MVP season, I think, or
facts.
the
That's
highest
true.
VORP.
They changed. Yeah, they changed it. They changed it because Westbrook surpassed Michael Jordan, and they changed it to help Jordan stay on top.
Oh man.
But now Joker passed him. Now we're gonna see what they do with that. Let's see how long they hold on to it.
No, the top person of VORP is LeBron and Jordan.
No, we're talking about box plus minus. But that's what I'm saying. When because remember
No.
your score is determined by your box plus minus. So once they recalculated the box plus minus calculation, it automatically changed the VORP. LeBron's numbers would have been way better if they didn't change it than what it is now. To be honest with you, that's another thing as well.
It's actually impressive that Michael Jordan's pretty much top 2 for VORP and BPM. I'm going to be honest, because
Hey,
it's a
Lamont.
different era.
Hey,
He doesn't pass that much.
Hey, Lamont, they over here asking me to go join Visions Live. They want me to go over there. When listen, y'all, I've been telling Vision for months. Give me a date and a time like Lamont did. Lamont said, "Yo, hey John, are you available Saturday night for a TikTok live?" I told him yes, and here I am. All Vision has to do is give me a date and a time. I don't do random lives because y'all want to sit on TikTok live. And like Lamont said, this is recorded. So at the end of the day, everything we're doing is real content creation.
Here's the thing right here. The Vision guy was on FYF Sports yesterday when Go James Kingdom was live. Go James Kingdom was live for over 3 hours. And he had ample time and opportunity to click that link and have any conversations that he wanted to. And now what he wants to do is he wants to wait till Go James Kingdom is on another live, on this live, Go James Kingdom and FYF on TikTok. And while we're in the middle of a show over here talking about a completely different subject, now he wants to invite him to leave this show to go over there. Bro, the one thing I don't like about, as far as content creators go, I don't really care for content creators that are scared to pull up, but they always ask you to go to their platform. It don't matter why. The thing is, he's had ample opportunity to pull up to FYF Sports. We've invited him. When I even pulled up to his show, I didn't hesitate. I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't say I needed a perfect time. But the problem is we'll pull up to them, but they will never pull up to us. So again,
real quick,
it's people like Vision. Again, I'm not really trying to entertain you if you're always begging for me to go to your channel. I'm not trying to.
And the reason why we understand the reason why is because exactly what I thank you that I found a good LeBron live is because when LeBron people go over there, they get muted, they get talked over. You got 4 or 5 people that's in your live who's Jordan fans. All they want to do is talk over you as soon as you say something that doesn't in line with what they're thinking. And so then all you want to do is just talk over. And then when we actually get to the points and the facts, you want to sit here and use, I don't use that point, or I don't use that metric. It'd be like, so you only going to use the metric and go off of what you believe. But when someone else brings something, we don't even want to look at it.
Yeah, he'll cherry pick stats. He cherry pick like real stats. But I'm gonna go with what y'all was talking about. Why they so obsessed? Can y'all hear me? Because I ain't really.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Slim.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's LeBron live. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, so I think they obsessed because they have never in their life like witnessed somebody like LeBron.
Facts.
And they don't.
Nigga, what?
They never seen that as great as LeBron. That's facts. Keep going, Slim.
Thank you, Plato. I'm saying the same thing.
I ain't seen nobody ever in our lifetime. I don't know if none of us old enough to see Bill Russell now, but a dude go to 8 straight NBA finals. And when they say like he hopped teams, that make it even more impressive that you got to build again and keep doing it.
Oh, does it?
You got to keep building to keep doing it. That's what make it more impressive. Like if you sit around and wait for anybody to do anything in life for you, it's probably not gonna get done. So why not go do it yourself? Why not do it yourself? All right, I know I'm the face of this league.
He didn't do it. He was
All right,
there.
I know.
Hold on. For the person that said switching teams isn't as hard, the analogy I'm gonna give you. If somebody has a little background noise, if you can mute your mic, sounds like you're in a car or something.
Probably me.
Yeah, but but you could just mute up But no, my analogy would be, and I'm gonna ask you this: when we saw Coach Calipari at the University of Kentucky, every single year, he reloaded his team with 5 stars. Reload. Why did those great teams that usually were ranked number 1, number 2 in the country, why did he struggle to win national championships?
Because those teams didn't have chemistry.
And so what happens is when you have to tear something down and rebuild it all over again, it's hard, no matter how much talent you have, because his teams were loaded with talent. I'm talking about 5 stars like Devin Booker. He's coming off the bench. So no matter how much talent you have, if you don't have the chemistry, it makes it so the fact that I think that when you look at it that way, and when you look at what LeBron James has done on winning championships on 3 different teams, 3 different systems, 3 different coaches, right? That's what makes it impressive because we know no matter how much talent you have, basketball has shown us that if you don't have the chemistry, if you're not able to build that chemistry up quickly, you're not really winning nothing. You're not going to have any type of success. And I just don't see, like, you can knock LeBron for a lot of things. I don't know why you just can't give him credit for that because that in of itself is impressive to me.
Can I offer a different perspective?
What? Well, yeah.
Yeah. I do think it's impressive to go to different teams and, continue to go to the finals. That's impressive, but I think we need to offer context. And in the analogy you gave, I wouldn't really say that's the same thing for a handful of reasons. One, the NCAA tournament is not 7 game series. It's single game elimination. So one simple mistake, you're out of there. That's the first thing. Another thing is, even though he's getting 5 stars recruits every year, how often are those people coming to his team the best player in college basketball? Not often. LeBron was the best player year in, year out. So that's kind of different than someone who's recruiting 5 stars who are coming to play together, and none of them are actually the best player in college basketball. That's the first thing. And then another thing, when LeBron's doing that, for instance, in Miami the first time, when he's going to the finals 4 straight times, I don't want to harp on this, but the Eastern Conference was already viewed as somewhat weak, at least compared to the West. And then you team up with 2 other players that are in your conference that are on somewhat playoff contending teams.
No.
Miami had been to the
Let
playoffs
him
in
finish, y'all.
2009.
Toronto.
Miami had been to the playoffs in 2009. So had Toronto. They had both been to. Chris Bosh and D Wade had
Hold on,
both
hold
been.
on. Before we get too far removed from it, Plateau, let's just go back to what you said. You said Coach Calipari didn't have the best player in college basketball. So I'm just going to go through a couple different years, all right? When he had John Wall and
Every
DeMarcus
single
Cousins.
year he did.
Hold on. When he had John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins, wasn't John Wall looked at as the best player in the country?
I'd have to go back and look at
Okay,
that.
yes,
I
he
don't watch a
was.
lot of college
Hold on.
basketball.
Yes, he was. Hold on. Next year, hold on. When he had Anthony Davis, wasn't Anthony Davis looked at as the best player in the country?
Anthony
Yes.
Davis probably was.
Okay.
Yes,
When he had
definitely was.
hold on.
Yes.
When he had Carl Anthony Towns, wasn't Carl Anthony Towns looked at as the best player in the country?
Yeah.
When he had De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk, wasn't De'Aaron Fox arguably looked at as the best player in the country next to
No.
Lonzo Ball?
No.
Who was the best player in the country that year?
It wasn't De'Aaron Fox. Who
Who
went
was
number
it?
one overall? Who went number one overall that
Markel
year?
Fultz.
Okay,
No, we
all
ain't
right.
gonna do that. I'm a
There you
James
go.
guy myself.
There you
I know
go.
all the Kentucky teams.
There
De'Aaron
you go.
Fox, after he torched Lonzo Ball,
It
he
looked
was
at like the
at
best player in the
totally
country.
different.
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
Now,
he was
Hold
totally
on,
different.
hold on.
What did De'Aaron Fox
Plato.
go?
Let's not go down the rabbit hole of De'Aaron Fox. We all know
Okay.
everybody that was watching basketball that year knows it was between De'Aaron Fox and Lonzo Ball. And after De'Aaron Fox gave Lonzo Ball the blues, De'Aaron Fox was looked at as the best player in college basketball. Let's go to the
Why
next
didn't he go number one then?
one. Hold on. Let's go to the next one.
Every best player goes number one.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, but go ahead.
When Coach Calipari had
That
Tyler
does.
Hero. Hold on. I mean, look, y'all. Did Coach
No, Tyler
Calipari?
Hero was never viewed as the best player in college basketball.
It,
Please
it,
don't do
it
this.
depends. It
Don't do
depends
that.
what
No,
it
he
fits
was
the
not.
team. It doesn't
Hold
matter
on.
if you're the best in the league.
Hold on, y'all. Look, what we do know is that there were a multitude of times that Coach Calipari was able to re-up and restart, hit that run with a new group of 5 stars, and he had the player that was looked at as the best player in the country. Yet, even though he almost every year was able to get the best player in the country, how many national championships did he walk away with? It was the one with Anthony Davis. So it's hard. So without chemistry, what that shows you is that irregardless of what y'all to call super teams or all this great talent, it's hard to win if you don't when you don't have that chemistry. And the one thing that LeBron has been able to do is, even though he's went to different teams, he's been able to build that chemistry back up to where that team can win a championship. And it actually becomes a little bit harder in a 7-game series to me.
None
No,
of those teams
no,
before LeBron
no,
joined him did
it doesn't.
anything.
Because
either.
the lower seeded team in a 7-game series has a far better chance of beating you than in a 7-game series.
Wait. No. It's easier in a single game elimination. That's why
That's
there's always upsets. And which league is there more upsets in, college basketball or the NBA?
yeah. But why do those teams
There
get
you
upset?
go. There you go.
Okay,
Because it's single game elimination. Because
what I'm
it's
saying.
single game
Hold on.
elimination. That's
What
why.
I'm telling you is this right here. It was harder for Coach Calipari when when his teams lost. They typically lost to teams that had what? Better chemistry. Because they would lose to a
AKA
team.
the Dallas
They
Mavericks.
would lose to a team. They would lose to a team full of seniors. Lose to a team full of
Uh-huh.
guys that have been together. They would always run into
Sure.
a team with just better chemistry. That's what we're talking about right there. So I just think
Okay.
that you got. Well, I think. Look, you can criticize. Like, let's just be honest about certain things when it comes to the game of basketball with LeBron James. Switching teams and having the success that he's had on various teams, it's extremely hard to do. If you're being honest, only people that are being
Hmm.
dishonest and lying will try to pretend that that's not impressive. It's
Okay.
impressive. It's much
No,
easier. It's much easier to stay on one team with the same system, with the same coach, and win because you always will have elite chemistry, right? Especially when there are not a ton of roster changes around you.
Isn't that why Jordan quit Lamont? Isn't that why he quit? Because he said he wanted to rebuild. He didn't need a new coach.
So,
He didn't want to rebuild. He didn't
so,
want to go through it again.
Can't
so
play without
Lamont.
Not
Phil
true.
Jackson.
No, hold on. Wait. So,
Not
so
true.
Lamont, how many
That's a
finals has
fact.
LeBron lost because the other team had better chemistry?
2 times, sir.
2011.
Oh,
No,
2000,
2011 they
The,
lost
the
to the
Spurs,
Warriors.
Spurs,
2007.
Spurs,
See, now, okay, now listen. I was trying to be
and the Dallas
ingenuous with y'all.
Mavericks.
Okay, yeah, the fact I was
Dallas
trying to be
Mavericks didn't have
ingenuous
chemistry.
with y'all. Hold on,
No,
How
hold
didn't
on,
they?
hold on. Time out, time out. Hold on, Blake.
Their
Hold on,
four
Blake.
start.
Hold on, Blake.
hold on,
Brother.
hold
Just give
on,
me
y'all.
just
Hold
give me a
on,
second
y'all.
here.
Look,
The
look,
four
look, look,
Dallas
look,
starters
look.
didn't
were
have
better than
chemistry.
3
What are
Y'all
you
are
I
talking
asked a,
falling.
about?
Bro, could y'all
I asked
calm
a
down?
question. Hold
Okay,
on.
hold
I
on.
asked a
Y'all are
question. Hold
falling.
on.
No, Plato. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all are falling into the trick
I
of
haven't even said
being.
anything.
You are falling into. Oh, I'm gonna explain what you're doing because it
I
happens
haven't even
all
done
over
anything.
TikTok. You said, did LeBron James lose in the finals because of chemistry, or how many times did he lose to teams with better chemistry? Again, what you're doing is you are narrowing LeBron James' career just down to the NBA finals. And then what and now you're trying to find ways to try to target potential losses in NBA finals. What we're talking about, for example, in '07. Do you think that to get the team that he had in '07 to the NBA finals, it did not to take supreme leadership and chemistry to do what he did with that '07 team? Correct? Yes or no?
Say it again.
When we
I
just
like how
look at
y'all
what
just avoided my question, but
hold on,
go
hold
ahead.
on.
Go ahead.
When we look at
I'll answer your question
when
zero.
we
Go ahead.
when
I
we
like
look
how y'all
at
just avoided
when we
mine, but go
no
ahead. I'm
when we
listening.
look at no because it's when we
I'll
look at
answer the question
Hey,
zero
hey,
times
it's your live.
when we
It's
look
your
at
live,
can
brother.
y'all
zero.
Go ahead. It's your
when we
live.
look
Go
at
ahead, brother.
when we look at LeBron James in 2007, that run
Hmm.
that he made with that team, do you believe that team only makes that run because they had elite leadership from their best player and coaching, and also elite team chemistry?
I'll take it one step further. I don't think it's coaching or chemistry. I think they went that far because they had LeBron, Raymond James. I think they went that far because they had LeBron James. Straight up.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Yes, I'm
I heard what you
attributing.
said.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm attributing some of the leadership and I'm attributing some of the chemistry to LeBron. I know we know that LeBron was the common denominator. He was the overarching factor. But what I'm saying is, what we've seen in the past, like with the Lakers in 2004, they had the most talent by far, and it wasn't even close. But they lost because the Detroit Pistons were what? A better team, more chemistry, more locked in, more focused. And
I think
that's a
they lost
seven
because
game
Kobe went
series.
rogue. I think they lost
That's
because Kobe went
called
rogue.
chemistry.
No, that's not chemistry. One single player went rogue. A single
That's
player went rogue.
that's lacking
Chemi-
chemistry.
no,
Did you
not
even
really.
watch the
Chemistry, no, not really.
2004
Chemistry is
final?
how well y'all play together. We can know
Plato,
how to play
Plato,
together well, and I can still
Plato,
get your
Plato,
attitude and not want to
stop,
play with you.
stop, stop,
That's not
stop,
chemistry. That's not
stop.
Plato's
chemistry. But
right.
anyway,
No,
anyway,
Lamont,
no,
Plato's
but
right.
Hey,
anyway,
Lamont,
that's a
Lamont,
Plato's
no,
lie.
but
right.
anyway.
welcome to TikTok,
Detroit Pistons
Lamont.
had a
Welcome to
better
TikTok,
It's not
Lamont.
a big
overall
deal.
Welcome
No,
team
to
it's
than the
just
TikTok.
a
Lakers
difference of
did.
The
perspective. It's just a
Stop
Pistons
different
are
lying.
known for
Plato's
their
right.
perspective.
chemistry.
Plato's
Take
right.
that perspective divisions live. It don't work over here in
Hold on,
FYF,
hold on,
bro.
hold on. So hold on. Go, James. If me, like for example, me and you on a basketball team with three other people, right?
Yeah.
But y'all just pick me up off the random because y'all need a fifth player. Y'all about to play a championship game. And I just walk into that game and I'm chucking up a million shots. I don't know none of y'all. Y'all don't know me. What is that called? That's called a lack of what?
Chemistry.
No matter how you slice it, Kobe chucking up shots, there was the leadership faltered and the chemistry faltered. The chemistry was all out of whack. Kobe chucking up shots, Shaq trying to get the ball because he dominating his one-on-one matchup. He can't get the ball as much. Everything going haywire. He beefing with Karl Malone because Karl Malone, X, Y, and Z. Everything's out of whack and out of haywire. Your chemistry is in the garbage can. I don't care how it got that way. It's in the garbage can. And the best team lost because of chemistry. That's what happens, man. Come on, man. And
All right, fair enough.
come on, man.
Fair enough.
But
Okay, so
also on the flip side of that, you can also lose with good chemistry. You can also
of
lose
course.
but good chemistry is what carries you, right? And it's
Mhm.
gonna carry you. Like for example, those Miami Heat teams, like A. Johnny talks about, that got to the finals with Jimmy Butler. What did those teams have over a lot of those other teams?
Okay.
They had elite
Okay.
chemistry. They didn't have elite talent.
Lamont, I'm gonna be honest with you. You told me not to harp on the finals, and now you're bringing up nothing but
No,
the
I'm talking
finals.
about. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the finals.
you
I'm not talking about the finals. I'm talking about.
Why am I getting muted?
I'm just talking because I muted you. I'm talking about the run.
Why I'm getting you?
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about the run. Jimmy Butler and those Miami Heat teams, you only can even make that run if you have chemistry. You cannot make like for example, LeBron in 2007. That run don't even happen if they don't have chemistry. Y'all act like the playoff starts in the finals. How do you get there? Y'all act like teams just teleport to the finals and this is where we just start judging players. It's the journey there that matters too. And then you can't dismiss the journey because you want to go with the casual take that it was a weak East. Well, that means you got to now evaluate every player's conference. Every single player that we talk about, we can't talk about them until we evaluate if they played in a weak or strong conference. But we don't do that because that's
Definitely
not real
not weaker than
basketball
the East
talk.
and definitely not weaker than the East in the '80s with a 30-win team making the playoffs.
I
The
mean,
journey still
geez.
matters. The journey definitely matters. The end result matters as
Facts.
well. Wouldn't you agree?
And
Yeah.
The end
results.
result. Okay, cool. As long as we can level there.
But the
Well,
end result,
it's nice to
but
be in
the end
agreement with y'all.
result, but the end result does not diminish a player. The end
No,
result doesn't take away from a player's
definitely not.
greatness.
It definitely does not take away from someone's greatness. It definitely does not. But if we're comparing you to someone
No,
who
we
got the
compare
job
everything.
done more,
We
yeah,
no.
sure.
Okay,
We compare everything. Oh,
okay.
am I allowed
So
to talk? Am I allowed to
hold
talk
on.
or
No,
no?
because
All right,
the
go ahead. That's
stupidity.
not. You
I
got.
mean, it's not about you keep saying the end result. Your career is the end
That's the
result.
first time
Hold
I've
on,
said
no,
it.
no, hold on. When we talk about these players, because when we're talking about GOAT conversation, we're talking the end result is your career. Everything that you did in your career is the end result. You guys pretend that the end result is how many times you won the championship. That's not the end result. That's a
I didn't
very
say that.
small portion of a player's career. So in this, if we're
I didn't
talking,
say that.
if we're having a conversation about who won the most championships, that's not necessarily a conversation. We can go to the record books and look and see. Well,
Yeah,
Bill
I didn't
Russell,
say that,
Sam
Lamont. But you keep
Jones.
cutting me
Hold on,
off. So go
hold
ahead.
on 1 second. So again, when you just said the end result, you were alluding
saying
only
he got
to
it
the
done.
finals. So
All I
when I
said was
when
that the end result mattered. That's all I
no
said.
the end, okay, so is the end, when the
That's
end
all I
result
asked.
the end result that you're
done.
alluding to, are you alluding to the end result of a player, the totality of their career, or just the finals? Which one were you
All I
referring to?
asked was, does the end result matter? And yes, I'm talking about
What is the
championship.
end
I
result to
never,
you?
yeah, brother. I'm trying to give you
Okay,
an
so you
answer.
said it's about
Yeah,
championships. So
yeah,
why you
yeah.
What
say
is
you
the
No,
didn't
end
say it's
no,
result?
about
yeah. Well,
championships?
hey.
Okay,
Guys,
so what is the end
for,
result?
for yeah, for a response, you have to listen respectfully.
What is the end result to you?
When the end goal is a championship. I didn't say that's all that matters. All I said is, does the end result
My
matter?
guy.
I did not say it's all that matters. I
Okay,
asked you, does
okay.
it
So
matter? That's all I asked. I don't know
Play.
why y'all getting so defensive.
Hold on. In the goat, in
Calm down. It's okay. It's just basketball, bro.
for example, if we're talking about the goat conversation, if the end result is to you, as you said, winning championships,
Yeah,
who is your goat?
Michael Jordan.
That's
But he
not
didn't.
what he's
But he
saying.
didn't win the most championships.
I didn't say winning championships was all that matters. That's why y'all
You
have a
said that's the
listening
end
issue.
result.
He's saying the end result
Right.
of the playoff
That's the
series,
end
man.
result.
What are
Like
we
Jesus
talking about?
Christ. Like
That's the
Jesus
end.
Christ,
See,
man.
Lamont,
The
Just,
end result is that LeBron had 26
hey,
turnovers
Lamont,
in the
Lamont,
I
I
finals.
got a
smell
chance to have a conversation with
contradiction.
you, Lamont, but you're so busy trying to argue with me.
Like,
Hold
that's
on.
not what
Again,
he's saying.
yes,
I'm really trying
he
to have a
said the end
conversation with you, Lamont,
result.
but you're so busy trying to argue.
He said the end
I
result
smell
is
contradiction.
championships. He said
Sad,
the
man.
end result is championships. So with the end results being championships, there's nothing else after that. That's the end. That's the final straw. So if the final straw is the results of championships, then it's not Michael Jordan.
That's not what I said, Go.
He's
I
That
saying
is
the
did
exactly
what
route
what
to
you
the
said.
Go.
championship.
All I did was ask you, does the end result matter? I didn't say it's all that matters.
Again,
I
he
didn't
said the
didn't
end.
tell you
Yeah,
that.
okay,
I did
Plato,
not tell you that, Go. I didn't tell you that.
Plato. Let me answer the question. Yes, the end results matter, but the end results we're
Okay,
talking
cool.
about.
Thank you. That's all
Okay,
I need to
listen.
know.
Okay, listen. See, you said listen. Is the totality of your career. That's the end result. The totality of your career. You said the end result was winning championships. We have two different definitions of end results. By your definition, Jordan isn't the GOAT.
Go. Me and Lamont were talking about playoff runs in particular.
No. Hold on.
Oh my God.
That
Now
is the
you're gonna sit up
playoff
here
Why
and
do we
lie to me.
gotta
Now you're gonna sit up here and lie to me, Lamont.
Yo, you try to
play?
switch the
Hold on.
conversation up,
See,
Lamont.
hold
Y'all
on.
got it, bro. Y'all got it. Y'all
I know
got
we
it.
got it. Hold on. See, this is what they do. They will try
Not
to
that he
lie.
running.
They will try to lie in your face. And then they will try to pretend like we the ones that didn't. Hold on. First of all, I've had enough. I've been doing this since 2020 in these debates. I knew what you were saying. I knew what you were alluding to. You were alluding to championships being the end result. And what I'm saying is, we're not talking. There's no such thing as the go to the finals, right? Typically when we're talking about Jordan and LeBron, what is the conversation that we're having? It's typically the GOAT conversation. And the GOAT conversation is not a totality of what you did in the finals or how many championships you won. Because if it was about how many championships you won, then Bill Russell should be your GOAT. But because the totality of your career is what puts you in the GOAT conversation, you cannot use that as a sole reason to say Jordan is the GOAT because he does not have the most championships. That's the problem. That's all I'm saying. When you said first of all, Plato, when you asked us if championships matter, I would assume that everybody on this panel is smart enough to know that championships play a role in your career.
And that's all I was asking.
They don't have to, but that's how we know. That's how we know your question was about where a player falls in the GOAT conversation, and you weren't just talking about the playoffs, because we all know that how many championships you have matters, but it's a small portion of what matters. It's not the whole. It's not the whole pie.
You're right. I think it's half of what matters. I think it's half. I think there's two parts. I think there's championships, and I think there's being the best player in the league. I don't think there's anything else.
So hold on.
It's not a little portion. It's not a little portion.
So Plato, let me ask you this. So if it's about championships and being the best player in the league, then how is Bill Russell not your GOAT?
Because Bill Russell was never the best player in the league. Maybe only
what?
If that.
I think
This man is fucking nuts, bro.
Tell me when Bill Russell was ever better
It
than
was
Will
always
Chamberlain.
close.
Tell me when Bill Russell was ever better
What
than Will
the
Chamberlain.
fuck?
Thank
Tell me when
you.
Bill
Thank
Russell was ever
you.
better than Will Chamberlain. Tell me when Bill Russell was ever better than Will Chamberlain.
Hold on. Plato.
Exactly. If we're not talking about playoffs, when was he better?
Plato, hold on.
Answer the question.
Plato, I'm about to answer your question.
Don't run, Lamont.
Hold on, I'm answering your question because I've done extensive research on this. For a guy to get 5 MVPs, all voted by his peers, not by media, not by by his peers. For a guy to, when he steps into the league, before he got to that team, no championships. The championships started with him, and the championships ended as soon as he left. Also, when you listen to what other coaches like John Condola of the Lakers, this man said, and even when you listen to what other players said at that time, John Condola said in the Los Angeles Times, he says, we don't fear the Celtics when they don't have Bill Russell. He was feared. Like when you look at what the players and when you look at what the coaches were saying about Bill Russell at that time, what you guys have done is you have the Jordan complex where you fell in love with Wilt's scoring and you believe that Wilt's scoring makes him a better player. But Wilt even himself said that Bill Russell was probably the best offensive player on that team. And he didn't need to score a bucket to see that because he facilitated the offense. He was one of the first bigs ever in NBA history to start pushing the ball on the break. Some of the things that he did with blocking shots, changing those rules was historical. Y'all just looking at one side of the ball thinking Wilt was better because he scored better. But when you talk about playoffs and how much that translated to the playoffs, whose skill set translated better to the playoffs and winning basketball, Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain? Because the last time I checked, a lot of the things that Wilt Chamberlain did great in the regular season didn't necessarily translate so well when the playoffs hit and he had to go up against. And you can't say it wasn't about talent because Wilt played with a ton of Hall of Famers too.
Wilt only got 2 rings.
Yeah, with the Lakers, not Warriors. Not Warriors.
Five MVPs in a condensed amount of time, and you're telling me he wasn't the best player?
Lamont, but let's do this.
Go
ahead, go James. Go ahead, go James.
Hold on, Plato.
Y'all don't want nobody to respond. Go ahead.
Lamont's picking and choosing.
Plato, hold on. This is not your live. You can go to somebody else's live with your nonsense. Chill real quick. Listen, Lamont, let's just entertain this Wilt Chamberlain.
Y'all know better than bitches, bro. Go ahead.
Let's entertain that Wilt Chamberlain is better than Bill Russell. Are we sitting here listening to Zesty Jeffrey tell us stats matter more than winning and accolades, Lamont? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Okay, so then that would make LeBron the GOAT. Then that would make LeBron the GOAT. That would make LeBron the GOAT.
Jesus Christ. All right.
No. If we go, hold on.
Wait. Plato. I'm gonna give you a better scenario on why Bill Russell was better than Wilt Chamberlain.
Hold on. Hey, no. Go, James. He said his formula was 50% championships and 50% being the best player.
Being the best player. Yes.
So if 50% is championships, we know that goes to Bill Russell. If we go with being the best player, well, Bill Russell has 5 MVPs.
Yes.
So that means, Bill, by your own criteria, Bill Russell's better than Wilt.
Okay. Is it okay if I respond now?
Go ahead.
Damn.
Go ahead.
I know it's y'all live, but damn. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. You're bringing up 5 MVPs. On 3 of those MVPs, he was second team All NBA behind guess who? Wilt Chamberlain. So clearly you didn't do enough research. You didn't even answer the question. I asked you when were the years that Bill Russell was better than Wilt Chamberlain, and I also asked you how many championships does Bill Russell have as the best player in the world. You did not answer either of them.
I can answer it right now, Lamont. I will answer right now, Lamont. Plato, I will answer right now, Plato. I will answer right now, Plato.
Okay, hold on. His question is finished. Answer the question.
Right now, Plato.
Answer the question.
I will answer it right now, Plato. Stop unmuting yourself before we kick you. You asked the question. You have to let us answer.
Nah, y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it.
No, okay, look, he didn't let us answer. Here goes the answer. Between 1959 and 1965, Bill Russell won 5 league MVPs and won 7 NBA championships, sir. Between that span, he was better than Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain didn't become the best player in the NBA till 1966. So by between 1959, and I could even give him to 1958, from 1958 to 1965, Bill Russell won 5 league MVPs and I believe 7 championships, sir. You can come back up here and finish talking your points right now. So between 1958 and 1965, Bill Russell was better than Wilt Chamberlain. You want to bring up stats? Please let me hear you bring up stats for why Wilt Chamberlain is better than Bill Russell during that span, sir. Please bring it to me. I would love to hear this.
But go, James. This is where their logic gets convoluted because now they have to go the LeBron James route of explaining why Wilt Chamberlain's stats are more impactful than Bill Russell's overall impact in championships. So now they have to contradict
He's back.
their own.
He's back. Here we go. He's
they
back.
have to contradict their own logic.
Okay. First of all, stop using other Jordan fans' logic and trying to apply it to me. Okay.
Okay. Answer the question. We gave you the answer.
Try to apply it to me. Okay.
Well, he gave you the
Okay. You're using Bill Russell's team success to say that he's better than Wilt. So you're actually doing what Jordan fans do. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
You literally know. We're using your criteria. You said 50% of your criteria was championships, which is team success. This is your criteria.
And MVPs is the individual
and the
success.
other half,
and MVPs was individual success.
And the
MVPs were the individual success.
I got you, go. And the other half is being the best player in the league Wow, yo,
Five
Okay,
wait. So,
so
MVPs, sir.
yo, go,
Five
yo,
MVPs, sir.
I thought I was gonna be able to respond. Jesus
okay, so
Christ, bro.
hold on,
I
hold
said
on.
Y'all ain't
five
know better. Y'all ain't
MVPs,
know better
sir.
than Vision. Y'all doing the same thing y'all accuse Vision
Hold on,
of.
hold on,
No, you
Plato.
ain't
Hold
no
on,
reason that
hold on, 1 second. Hold
but
on,
you're
hold on,
lying,
go James.
Plato.
So Plato, let me ask you a
Sad,
question.
bro. Go ahead,
Plato,
bro.
hold on, Plato. The question is this: if the two criteria that you have is being the best player, let's just go with your logic. And you said Wilt is the best player, but Bill
Yes,
Russell has the championships. That means we're at a 50-50 tie. What's the tiebreaker?
their production, their production,
So
which Wilt
stats.
is blowing him. So yes, and Michael
Okay.
and LeBron both
Okay.
have the combination
Hold
of
on. Hold on.
both.
Hold on. Hold on.
So
Hold
you
on.
can't
Okay.
say
Hold
they're
on. Hold on. Hold
possible.
on. Okay. So
You
when
can't
we
say they're
take, hold on
possible.
1 second. So when we take it back to, you said you had LeBron
Kids
James.
muting
Please
me.
hold on 1 second, because you don't know how to shut up. And I need to be
Exactly.
clean.
Nigga, I say
So
one sentence and you.
please hold on. So the next question is
Exactly.
this.
They can't shut up.
Hold on. The next question is this.
A bitch
If
made.
if if we're if we're talking about championships, so we're talking about Jordan and LeBron. If we give Jordan the championships, right, and we give LeBron James, well, obviously
Best
LeBron has been
player.
the best. LeBron has been the best
Lamont,
player. Hold on.
He
Plato,
has, he
hold on.
has all NBA
you're
first
getting
team
it wrong,
13
Hold
times,
Lamont.
on,
NBA record.
hold on. If LeBron's
That's
been the
not my
best player,
logic, Lamont. You're getting it
look,
wrong. I'm
please
trying to
hold
help you.
on
You're
one
getting it
second.
wrong. That's
Please
not.
1 second. So
All right,
I
bro.
know, because this is what happens when you have flawed criteria. So
Exactly.
championships
You
is
haven't got
easy.
my criteria right. It's
Okay.
championships as the best player in the league. I'm gonna say it again. Championships as the best player in the league. That's
Okay, Lamont.
it.
Can I
God
answer Lamont?
damn.
Can I get this,
You
please?
niggas
Lamont,
are
can I please get
slow.
this? Can I please get this, Lamont? Can I please get this?
Shit.
Lamont, can I please get this? Okay,
Bro,
listen.
they
So
they
by his
change this
by
stuff
his
on the
Bro, all
fly.
criteria,
you have to do,
Lamont,
all you
listen.
have to do is
By his
listen, Lamont, but you're
criteria,
so busy trying to.
Okay, go ahead, go
by his
James.
criteria,
Lamont.
Go
by
ahead, go
his
James.
criteria, by his criteria, you can't be considered the best player by having more MVPs if you don't have the All NBA first team selections. So Jordan has the championships over LeBron, but LeBron has the All NBA first team selections over Jordan. So what is the tiebreaker now, Plato?
Production.
LeBron James, and that means LeBron James is better than Jordan.
It's
You
his
see
own
that?
criteria.
His own
That's why I
criteria
say
doesn't
it's
make Jordan the
stupid.
GOAT. Now he's gonna switch it up and say now he's gonna switch up and say best player is not that. Watch him. Watch this.
This
If y'all
criteria.
would just listen to what I'm saying, y'all could
We
get it
heard you,
right.
sir.
Go. Please calm down, brother.
We heard what you said, Plato. We heard what you said.
Okay,
Okay,
go. Go.
what's your criteria again?
The
Help us out.
criteria is championships as the best player in the league. So all you have to do is ask yourself, how
Okay,
many
what's the rest
champions?
of it? What's the rest of it?
Brother, there is no rest of it.
So
That's what, bro,
the
Lamont. That's why you have to listen. Lamont, please just allow me to talk, bro. You tell me to stop interrupting you, but all you do is interrupt me. That's all you do. Allow
Well,
your
because we
guest to
heard
talk,
you
bro.
say this already. We heard you say this.
Actually,
We
not because
heard
he
you
keeps getting
say
it wrong,
it's
and so do
the
you,
best
bro.
player.
So
So
I'm not.
define the best player, Plato. Define the
hold on.
best
Go
player.
James. Hold on, go James. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all why Plato
I can't say
just
anything,
lied.
bro. Jesus Christ.
Hold on, Plato. I know it's trash. I'm gonna show y'all why he just lied. Now I want y'all to just think back when I asked him the question. I said, if championships go to Bill Russell, and I said, we'll give you best player, and that goes to Wilt. I said, what's the tiebreaker? So when I told him that, he agreed that Wilt was the best player. He agreed that Bill Russell had the championships, and he said his tiebreaker was production. That tells us right there are three elements. Now all of us saying it's no longer championships, it's no longer best player, it's being the best player on the championship team. You completely changed it
Not what
on
I
the
said.
fly.
Not what I said. Not what I said. I, brother, Lamont, I said championships as the best player in the league, not on your team. You have a problem listening.
Okay.
I
All right.
Panel, did I
All right.
not say championships as the best player in the league?
You
Is
just
that not
No, you
changed
when
it.
did I
didn't.
say championship is the best player on the team?
You
Okay,
just
When did I say
changed
that?
it.
Plato. Okay, wait, Lamont. Okay, Lamont. You said that, Plato. Now define the best player in the league. How are you the best player in the league if it's not MVP?
Production and impact on the game. You have to
Okay, so
watch.
wait a minute. Okay, so then that defeats what Lamont asked you earlier because Lamont said, okay, so by
I don't know what
championships.
Lamont was talking about because he
Hold on,
didn't
wait.
even let
Listen,
me talk.
Plato, listen.
Go ahead, bro.
By
Go ahead.
championships, it's Bill Russell. So by best player, it's stats and production. So that would mean Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell are tied. What is the tiebreaker now? Because you just put stats and production into what makes you the best player. So that can't be your tiebreaker. So what's the tiebreaker now that stats and production makes you the best player?
Are you asking what's the tiebreaker for the best player in the league?
Okay, your criteria is half championships, half best player in the league.
No. That's not what it is. See, no, that's not what it is. It's not half championships and half best player in the league. It's championships as the best player in the league. It's they're together. Championships as the best player in the league.
Who has more
championships?
Okay. So by that
please
standard,
let me finish. Go, please.
That's
brother,
still
please.
Bill Russell then.
Go,
it's
please.
still Bill Russell, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's still Bill Russell.
Please, I'm begging you. Please just let me finish this time.
Okay,
please.
go ahead.
All you have to do is ask yourself what player in NBA history has the most championships while being the best player in the league. The
Bill
answer
Russell.
is Michael
Bill
Jordan.
Russell.
No, it's Bill Russell,
It's
sir.
not Bill Russell. It's not.
It is Bill Russell, sir.
Okay,
It is.
you know what? Agree to disagree. If you're gonna, you know what? Fair enough. If it's Bill Russell, then LeBron's at 3. Cool.
No, why? So see, look, this is the part. You see, LeBron, the obsession with LeBron. Where did LeBron's name get brought into this? I don't know where it came in.
LeBron's been in this. What the fuck?
When? We've been talking about.
Nigga, he's on the prop.
Please stop cussing, Plato. Stop cussing, please.
See, look, they do that on purpose, Lamont. As soon as you cuss, you can't come back on because you know what happens on TikTok when they cuss. They know this, Lamont. That's why he's getting upset. He's getting cooked. So now, listen, Lamont. He basically wants to bring LeBron into this. So now he's willing to say Bill Russell's his GOAT for the sake of LeBron not being the GOAT. You hear this, ladies and gentlemen? So he doesn't really care if Jordan's the GOAT. He doesn't have a criteria that can make Jordan the GOAT.
What's up, Lamont?
It's not LeBron James, it's a problem. So that's why we here on, again, if this is a GOAT James Kingdom FYF takeover TikTok, y'all are in trouble.
And just so he's referenced, I'm on NBA.com, and you guys can go look this up yourself. And it literally has a category right here. It says titles is the best player in the NBA, which is crazy that it actually has this. And it says, in 1959, it has Bill Russell as the best player in the league with a title. 1960, Bill Russell. 1961, MVP and title, Bill Russell. 1962, it has Bill Russell as the best player in the league and the title. 1963, it has Bill Russell as the best player in the league and the title. 1965, it has Bill Russell as the best player in the league and the title. So, I mean, it gives him at least 6 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6.
And Lamont, he has 5. And Lamont, between, again, like I said, between 1959, right, and 1965, he has 7 NBA championships, 3 rebounding championships, 5 league MVPs, and is the only player in NBA history to win 3 league MVPs in a row while winning 3 championships in a row within that same span and together. The only player.
Hold on. Let me go to, we got some other people up here. I know we took too much time with Plato, so we got some other people in here. I want to get y'all thoughts. We got King Money Fly, man. Salute to King Money Fly pulling up as well. King Money Fly.
What about me, man? Come on,
man. Hold on 1 second, Abel. King Money Fly is a content creator, so I gotta get to him because I know he's probably gonna be going live a little later. And I'm coming right to you next, Abel. King Money Fly, what's good?
What's good, man? I ain't doing that. And you actually go to the next person for a second. Give me a moment. I'll come back.
I got you. Abel, what's good, man? We got Mahari.
What's up, Lamar?
Sports podcast.
What's up, man? What's up, man? How you doing, bro? How's the TikTok experience going? Having fun?
Man, I mean, bro, we just dealing with a lot of know-it-alls, man. We got people up here telling us. We got people up here telling us.
What's up, Lamar?
Hey, Mahar, we had an old dude. We had an old dude up here talking about he can go to the gym right now and hand check and go dominate some of these young guys.
Was it Willie Sarnam? Was it Willie Sarnam that basically was talking all that? Was it Willie Sarnam?
No, that wasn't Willie. It was some other
just
guy.
talking, bro.
Okay, some other dude. Okay, because I suspected Willie would be talking that stuff. He's a crybaby.
They said they're going to go up there and hand check Kyrie Irving. He said he's going to defend Kyrie Irving with a hand check. He said that'll slow him down.
Man, please.
That's my ass.
Man, please.
Man, I've been watching you for 3 years.
Hold on, who said that? Who's that?
My name's Jordan.
Oh, Jordan Washington. What's good, man? Hey, I appreciate you. I'm assuming you must have been following me on YouTube then, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, I've been watching you since 2021, man. And I'm also a fan of Go James. I like how he cooked Ticket TV. I can't stand him either. He a joke.
Listen, Ticket TV is the easiest.
They said we got Chilltown in here. I got to send Chilltown the link, man. We got to. I mean, we got to get Chilltown in here.
He can hit it as soon as Chilltown hit the request. Somebody gonna get knocked off for sure.
Hey, Lamont, though. Hey, Lamont. Let me. I can sacrifice my spot if you want to let the next person join in. If you want to.
Go ahead and cook. If Chilltown comes in the backstage, I'm gonna let him in. We got Plato in here. Hold on, Plato. It's a full panel right now. We're gonna get you back up, Plato.
Now, listen, first of all, listen, if you guys come up here and you guys know how TikTok is, they do not allow certain languages, certain words. If we catch you guys trying to be disrespectful enough to get this live shut down, you will not be coming up. You will. That's just real. We're gonna let people speak. FYF will let you speak, but you're gonna have to be respectful. This ain't Visions Lives. This ain't all those other lives with this DJK City Girl groupie posses. We talk basketball over here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna let everybody talk. That's real. It's a takeover from TikTok. That's really it. It's over for all of y'all. Zesty Jeffries. It's really a wrap for y'all.
Hey, go James. Can I say something about the prep real quick?
Who's trying to speak? I can't.
Hold on. We didn't let Abel cook. Abel, I know Mahari was trying to finish up his thoughts real quick.
Well, what's this discussion at hand here about?
The obsession with LeBron James. Why are they so obsessed with LeBron James?
Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. It's because the thing is, LeBron has something that Michael Jordan never had in his career. He has longevity. He has the ultimate peak, and more importantly, too, his impact of winning speaks for itself. I mean, it's, at this point right now, we're already in year 22 of LeBron's career. Michael retired at year 15. He retired twice. I mean, can people just accept the fact that LeBron has already surpassed Jordan, but unfortunately people just can't let it go. So that's all. I'm gonna keep it short and brief. It's as simple as this.
Hey,
LeBron has won championships in various systems, while Michael Jordan has only won with one Pacific system and one sidekick. That's a fact.
It's facts, bro.
Yeah, it's a fact. And a lot of these people, like Willie Sarnans, who cries like a baby every day, talking about the same garbage every day, can't talk basketball for himself because he always wants to cry about everything. And he's an old man that doesn't know basketball. That's all I got to say.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say something. Hold on one second. Let me just plan real quick. So for the people that do, real quick, y'all, for the people that do know me, right? Because I be in all these Jordan fans' lives. I have everything ready to go. And when I say everything, I mean everything. So please, when y'all come up, regardless if I'm in the chat or if I'm on the panel, when y'all come up, you better be ready to go.
The biggest thing for me though, Sam, is, and I'm gonna go to Jordan Washington next, is I hate when people. The biggest thing I hate is the narratives, and not just the narratives to LeBron, just the narratives to this era of basketball altogether. Like, and the biggest narrative that I hate is that this era doesn't play defense. We got Chilltown in here. I got to get Chilltown in here. Hold on. We got Abel. Mahari. Go James. Can you drop Abel so we can get Chilltown up here? My bad. But my biggest thing is, like, I love current basketball, and I hate when people try to tell us that this era of basketball defense, nobody plays defense, and they don't play as hard, and they don't have the it factor and all this weird stuff. And I said, no, I haven't seen. I see defense. I see better. I see the most elite defenses we've ever seen. The most complex defensive schemes. It gets because players are better. Like, when you got a guy like Kyrie Irving, do y'all think it's easy to scheme against a guy like Kyrie? Like, when you got a guy like SGA, you really think it's easy to? You think the coach is telling Lou Dort in practice, make sure your hand check, or when you make sure the hand check these other, just make sure the hand check. No, these schemes got to be like when they were scheming against Nikola Jokic. You really think they were just saying,
Anthony Davis guard him up.
Caruso, hand check, Jokic. No, the schemes, some of the things I saw Caruso doing were elite, right? Some of the stunts, jumping in the gaps, killing passing lanes. I mean, some of the things, and then it's just y'all have a lot of misconceptions about what defense is today and what good defense is. And I believe that a lot of y'all believe that great defense is just hacking, because I still see great defense today. Chilltown. Man, he pulled up the FYF Sports, man. I got to give him the floor, man. Chilltown was good.
Town, what up, though, man? Shout out.
Hello, Chilltown.
Jay know this like more than anybody. I was a zesty in 2013. I was a zesty in 2013. Oh, I 100% was a zesty in 2013. After James had won the league MVP for the fourth time in 5 years, had won the NBA championship for the second time in a row, I wouldn't even had a conversation about him and Jordan. I wouldn't even listen to anything that nobody had to say. I was like, he ain't better than him. But then after what he did in 2015, when he took that crew to the NBA championship, and I had to consistently listen to people tell me that the Eastern Conference was weak, and I'm thinking to myself, do you guys have any idea how difficult it is to get to the NBA championship one time?
No.
Just once. Let's just take in terms of severity of conferences off the table, how difficult it is to get to the NBA championship. And when I saw him get to the NBA championship with that 15 team, I was thinking, you know what? I got to start paying more attention to this dude than I am. Maybe because I was, again, like Jay said, I was a zesty. 2016, when he did what he did, I was like, oh shit, is this dude really better than Jay? Is this dude really better? I wasn't on board yet, but I'm starting to think to myself, is this dude really better than Jay?
Yeah, then 2020 came. Then 2020 came.
No. We ain't even there yet, Jay. No, we ain't even there yet. After 2016
17 was like that.
After 16, I'm like, is this dude better than Jay? No, I'm not sure yet. When he did what he did in 18, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm actually sitting at the table with you, Lamont, and you selling me this car now. Now we having a real conversation. Before I just was looking on the lot, like, nah. But after what he did in 18, I was like, wait a minute, I might have to reconsider what I'm thinking. Because I can't just sit on the championships. Because you're not gonna sell me that Jordan going to the NBA champion, not Jordan, I'm sorry, James winning the NBA championship 4 times and losing to the Boston Celtics in 2017 in the East Finals makes a difference. You're not going to sell me that him losing to the Orlando Magic in 2009 makes a difference, yet he wins the NBA championship in 2011. No, it doesn't. When I saw what he did in 2019, Jay, when he took that Laker team, which was 10th in the West the year before, on Christmas, they 2.5 games out of a nightmare Western Conference. They 2.5 games out the first spot. I'm like, oh shit, I think he might be better than Jay. I think he might be better than Jay. And I said that to my lady at the time, and her jaw dropped because I was a zesty, Jay.
I know
I
you
100% was there. I was thinking to myself, he might be better than Jay. And then what he did in 2020 solidified it for me, because I'm telling y'all right now, I said before the season started, because they had announced that they was moving him to the lead guard spot. And I said, if he plays the lead guard, if he lead the league in assists, he's winning the league MVP and the Lakers winning the NBA championship. And if it wasn't for COVID, he was on his way to doing that. They was on their way to winning 60-plus games. I thought he was going to win the league MVP that year. And after that, I was convinced. I was like, yo, this dude better than Jay. And I've been on it ever since.
Hey, Shot-Town, not to cut you off.
I've been
Remember at the end of that year, James took he took some weeks off and was stating that he wasn't trying to go for the MVP if his team wasn't winning.
He should have won the league MVP in 2018. I'm gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, matter of fact, he should have won Defensive Player of the Year 2012 and 13.
I'm gonna die on that hill. What he did in 18, and I'm sick of people telling me, you know, well, he the one who orchestrated it. He ain't orchestrated getting 7 new guys in the summertime and then the roster getting flipped at the trade deadline and getting 12 new guys. Lamont, line up the greatest players in the game in a 6-month span. They get their roster flipped. They get 12 new players in 6 months. Are they taking that team to the NBA championship?
We were just talking about that, Chilltown.
We were just talking about that, Chilltown.
There was somebody up here basically saying that chemistry. I don't know if he was trying to say
no,
it
they
wasn't
didn't want to.
as
They
impressive.
didn't want to recognize. They didn't want to recognize how it's difficult for LeBron James to not only win the NBA championship on several different teams, several different rosters, 7 different systems, and all this other stuff, but also just like you said, making the finals and being successful in all those situations. He tried to make it seem like that meant nothing, and we were trying to say it's actually tougher to win championships on several teams than to actually just stay with one system, one team, one coach. That's actually easier. So that you're actually helping us understand and prove that point.
When I saw that, I was thinking to myself, first of all, I ain't had him going far in the playoffs that year, because I vividly remember hearing him say the same thing that I actually thought, because I thought they sucked at that time. He was like, we shouldn't be on TV anymore. That's how bad they were at one point. and he actually dragged that team to a 4th place finish. Not that they had bad players, but I don't think people understand how difficult it is when you got 12 new guys throughout the course of a season and to create that chemistry with them and for that crew to gel that quickly and for you to take that team to the NBA championship. And when I saw, and I still stand on this, Jay, when I saw DeMar DeRozan get thrown out of a playoff game, I was like, he ain't want nothing to do with He ain't want nothing to do with James. He ain't want nothing to do with him. Nothing.
Hey, I have a question.
I said that all the time, though.
It was really to Plato, but
Question for you too, Shot Time. But go ahead, Burn.
all right, it was like for Plato before he left. Like, what makes Jordan just confidently the best in the world?
The championships.
In
That's it.
97
No, it wasn't the championships because we
That's it. That's all I had to listen to. The
I'm
championships.
talking about
That was it.
in 97 and 98. Like, what makes him just so much better than Shaq in those years, or even Hakeem? Because
well, see, that's the thing, and me and Jay had this conversation. In 1993, we jumped the gun. What I mean when I say we jumped the gun, we called him the GOAT, and we didn't value nearly as much as we should have back then. And we should have valued more. But what we got wrapped up in was the fact that they won the NBA championship 3 times in a row. Completely forgetting that Jabbar won it 6 times. 6.
Damn.
Forgetting the fact that Bill Russell had won the NBA championship 5 times, 8 times in a row. Well, he was in a weaker league, and it was only 11 teams. Yeah, I got to see the tougher competition more.
Mm-hmm.
So during that time, sprinkled in with Mitch Richmond and Joe Dumars at that time, sprinkled in that are guys like I forgot the guy that played for the Nets. Not Dwayne Shinch's the big guy, but 2 guards who were less than, right? Sprinkled in. When you playing in a league with Bill Russell with 11 teams, I got to see Olajuwon every night or every other night. I got to see the tougher competition even more. Now remember too, Jay, this is very important to mention. Everybody talks about Bill Russell had a bomb squad. Just so you know, Elgin Baylor did not play for the Lakers. I mean, he did not play for the Celtics. Neither did Oscar Robertson. Neither did Willis Reed, right? Neither did Chamberlain. Neither did Jerry West. I mean, I could go down the line of all the
Nate
guys.
Thurman, Hal Greer.
None of them dudes played for the Celtics. None of them did.
Yep.
None of them dudes played, and we were consistently, and I said this to you before, Jay, and I stand on this. You guys talk to me all the time about Jordan, and I still stand on this, that Jordan is the best scorer in the NBA. Okay, so if I'm the best scorer in NBA history, something that has to matter if I'm the best defensive player in the NBA history. There's people who think Bill Russell is the best defensive player in the NBA history. So if that's true, the teams that the Celtics was winning with, those teams was at the bottom of the league
on
offensively, which means we was doing it off the strength of me defensively. So that has to matter. If you're going to tell me that Jordan was the best offensive player or he was the best scorer in NBA history, if I got the best defensive player in NBA history, arguably, and we win NBA championships off that, don't tell me that he can't be in the GOAT conversation when you say shit like 6-0. When I won the NBA championship on the best defensive teams in league history, and we won it 8 times in a row. You can't tell me that.
That's a fact.
Hey, host though.
Hey, and can I give a shout out real quick? I just got to give a shout out real quick because King Money 5 became one of the first subs of the channel, man. Some of y'all, as you may see, that we just got our ability to, to have subs and sub-only live streams. And I want to give a shout out to King Money Fly, man, for becoming a member of
yeah.
Sports, man.
Hold on, man.
Appreciate you.
W King.
Hold on. We're gonna make sure all subbers get up on the live. It's true. We always make sure y'all get up here as well. So
is that dude really in the chat? He said, "Tell Chilltown to try Willie." I seen Willie on Vote James Kingdom. I'm good, Joe.
Why did you respond to him? No, first of all, he's supposed
straight.
to be on Visions Live. He was saying that we were cowards, that we won't go on Visions Live, and he was out of here because
I was just on Vision Live a couple of days ago. Literally,
I know that.
Last
now
night
he's over here
last
talking
night,
this
huh?
nonsense. Like, again, it's
Didn't
a
he
wrap
run
for
from you
y'all.
last night, though?
Hey, host.
Yo, what's good?
What happened? What I do last night?
I said, didn't he run from you last night?
No.
I thought he was supposed to pull up Friday.
No, he don't show up. They don't show up. I go live every Friday and none of them show up.
I thought he was supposed to.
I go
live every Friday and none of them show up.
I gotta give a shout out to Black Sam as
They're
well.
not
He just
gonna-
became a subscriber as well. Salute to Black Slam, man. Appreciate you, man.
Hey, though, hey, host though. You know why?
Y'all tap that
Jordan
screen, man.
The old heads assist with LeBron because like Like the only thing they have over Bron is 6-0 because like LeBron take everything, bro. Like, and they just can't admit the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because imagine watching
They
your
can't admit
favorite
nothing.
player. Imagine watching your favorite player since you was like 4 years old. Then you see a nigga 20 years later. Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to cuss. But you see a person 20 years later pass you up. I'd probably be mad too.
But you know what's
Especially
still
after he
stacking?
had
But
that.
the best thing, the craziest thing about it is when we go to other sports, the common sense about championships all of a sudden they have clarity because, for example, I think for the majority of people, I'm not gonna say all, the majority of people say Muhammad Ali is the GOAT boxer. And Muhammad Ali has gotten beat down a plethora of times, right?
Got his jaw broke. Got his jaw broke.
And the guy that's undefeated in Floyd Mayweather,
Floyd, yeah.
they have a hard time putting him as the GOAT. And they primarily say they look at the comp. They say, look, did you really fight the most elite boxers? And were you tactical in setting up this and that and the other and making sure you had an undefeated career? They use Muhammad Ali's losses to help exemplify his greatness, right? The losses also aid in him being great. And it just seems like in other sports, the common sense starts to come around. But in basketball, we have to take this flawed logic of being undefeated in the finals is what makes you the best. And I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
I'm actually not even gonna lie. They low key use Kobe and Jordan losing as a testament to their greatness too. They always say about how Jordan got bigger or whatever and came
The
back the
adversity
next
gets the
year.
Pistons.
And they say with
But if
Kobe,
LeBron get bigger, he on
Choking versus the
steroids. It's
Pistons.
insane.
Choking versus the Pistons.
Hey, host, I got a
Yeah.
question. I got a question, host. Like you never peep. Like if you ask an MJ fan, they top five, they make a criteria strictly to like make LeBron not be top five. Like if you ask like 1,000 Jordan fans, like half of them niggas gonna say Bron not top five.
Yeah, no, you know what? Still stack. We do this all the time. FYF asks people for their criteria, and he puts it in chat.
Yeah, he
Hold
put
on,
it in.
can I, at Chilltown, before you go, because, and I don't want to be biased, we got to do it with Chilltown. We got to at least do it with Chilltown.
Chill. Don't worry, chill. Kobe won't be in your top 10 for sure in Lamont's chat GPT. So don't worry about it.
Not true.
Be good. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Nobody has Kobe top 10 when they get their criteria.
Chilltown, you with us still?
Yes, sir.
Chilltown. Okay, so what I do is, and I really do this for all the people that undervalue LeBron. And what I do is I ask you for the 5 or 6 most important, most crucial elements of your criteria.
Yep.
What you value the most, any nuances to it that you want me to put in, and we put it into ChatGPT, and we want to see what it kicks out. And I want to see how close it is to your actual top 5 or top 10.
So my criteria. So I'll start the conversation with: is your game timeless? That's number one.
You said is your game timeless?
Is your game timeless? Number one. Number 2, did you dominate? Number 3, well, you can't just keep kicking ass and not winning. So did you win? Number 4, is your game transcendent? And number 5, how impactful in society were you? When I come up with that criteria, James, Jordan, Jabbar, Chamberlain, Russell, Magic, Bird, Duncan, Olajuwon, and the Diesel. That's my top 10.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, because I can't share my screen yet on here, or at least I don't know how. Once I figure it out, but I'm just going to tell you what it says. But I'm going to give you a summary of the criteria first to make sure I got it right. And the last one was, you said how impactful in society
were you? Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, Brian got the media in a chokehold nowadays.
You running off a Streamlabs? You running off a Streamlabs, Jay?
Okay. All right, here it is right here. Okay, let's see what we get, man.
Hey, Jay, real quick.
Okay, so the summary of your criteria, just to make sure I got it right, I like how it was straightforward. So, because there's some people up here, I'm talking about, chill, they put so many nuances in to try to weed LeBron out. It's crazy.
We really don't have to, but let's just get right to it. Like, we ain't got to make this
exactly. Again, only LeBron fans answer questions directly.
So your criteria is timeless game, because the steals translate across any era, dominance. Could they clearly stand above their peers in their prime, winning championships, finals runs, consistent team success, transcendence? Did their game change basketball itself, and then societal impact, influence beyond the court? And we'll start at number 10 for you. It has Will Chamberlain. Where do you have Will in yours?
4.
Okay.
I got him at
So
4.
at 10, it puts Wilt. At number 9,
Okay.
it has Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8, Larry Bird.
I got Larry Bird at 7.
Surprisingly, Kobe at, Larry Bird at 8, Kobe at 7.
And I already said if you got him anywhere between 7 and 11, I'm comfortable with that. You can't convince me he's the second or the third best player in NBA history. You can't.
I agree. At number 6, it has Shaquille O'Neal.
I got the Diesel at 10. Okay.
Okay. 5, Bill Russell. 4, Magic. 3, Kareem. 2, Michael Jordan. And then number 1, it has LeBron James.
Am I frozen?
No, you good. We can hear you, Chill. We can hear you. His connection's going bad.
Last one I heard was 5. Last one I heard, Lamont, was 5.
5 was Bill Russell. 4, Magic.
Okay, I got Russ at 5. That's correct.
Okay. 3, Kareem.
I got Bill Russell at 5. That's correct. You got Magic at 4. I have Magic at 6. Okay. Jabbar at 3. Okay.
Jordan
at 2.
And LeBron at 1.
James at 1.
That's what it has.
Okay. So
LeBron James.
All right.
Not too bad. And I could read the reasons why it has these guys in this order, but and also what you can do is, ChatGPT, you can ask it questions. A lot of people get mad, like especially guys that don't like LeBron. They'll give criteria and somehow LeBron is at number 1. So they will literally get into back and forth beef wars with ChatGPT about why LeBron is at 1, because I'll ask it questions about why it did this and that. It's just so funny, but I know you're not gonna do that, but nah.
Hey, Lamont, real quick.
What's good?
I want to get right back on subject. But I'm a streamer, bro, so I know how to run all that backdoor stuff. So if you need any help, let me know, because I know you said you wasn't able to share your screen.
I know how to do it. But what happens is it says while I have people on the stage, because I'm using the TikTok Studio. It says while I have people on the stage, it doesn't let me change screens. And so I'm sure I can add I can add an element in to share my screen. I just don't feel like doing it. I like for it to be a smooth transition where I go to another scene and I got it. So
hey Lamont, thanks for having me up here. Yo Jay, I see. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate
no problem.
it.
Please chill.
I'm gonna leave y'all two good.
Hey, shout out to Player's Choice, man. Shout out to the Player's Choice. Y'all boys, make sure y'all tune in to Player's Choice on YouTube, man.
Big facts.
How y'all fellas doing?
Man. What's good, man? Hold on, we got Wes up here. We got a lot of people pulling up. Hold on, somebody canceled their request. Hold on, I'm trying to get people
I just hit it, but they must have just canceled it.
I only got Kobe top 10, bro.
So I do want to bring up something, right? It's strange to me, right, that when we do have conversations about people that Jordan or LeBron played with, how much they downgrade who Scottie Pippen was. Because from what I got the metric, I could put it up on the screen. During the 6, and I'm pretty sure Assassin seen this because we talked about it, but during the 6-ring run, so that means the 3-peat, the retirement, and then the 3-peat. So during the 6 final runs, when we add up a player's stats between Michael Jordan and Pippen, the only thing that Michael Jordan had over him was points, which we obviously know Michael Jordan was the scorer of the team. But when we look at rebounds, blocks, assists, steals, anything else that involves basketball, Scottie Pippen was leading it.
Do you know Scottie Pippen was never the best rebounder on the team on either one of those 3 peats?
But hold on, before we get into that, that's not the topic of today's discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to discuss the obsession with LeBron James and an infatuation with the GOAT debate in general. So let's not get into no other conversations tonight. We do have some new guys up here, though. We have Big Assassin. Big Assassin is known on the TikTok world. So that's what we're talking about. We're trying to figure out why people are obsessed with LeBron James.
Who is obsessed?
He's the greatest.
He the greatest, of course.
This is what we call
Big
obsessed.
Assassin answer the question, please, gentlemen.
Hey, no, this is what we call obsessed, because he said who's obsessed. Obsessed is when you have a Jordan fan, a LeBron fan comes to your live, and you continue to talk over him, kick him out, mute him. That is an obsession.
So you say so Assassin, you're saying there is no obsession with LeBron James in social media world?
No, that wasn't
In general.
Assassin talking. That wasn't Assassin talking.
No,
That
go
was
ahead.
that was
No, I know
black.
that wasn't Assassin. That's what I'm saying. I'm asking because I think they responded to him saying that. So that's what we're saying. We're asking why is there such an obsession with LeBron James?
I think the obsession comes because right now he is known as the greatest player in the world, and he is the topic of discussion, just like anybody else that was the greatest player or the greatest whatever in the world. They're gonna be the topic of discussion every day. That's just it.
Oh, that's a great answer.
I think Messi is the top goddamn kicker over there.
But my rebuttal to you, Assassin. But for how long though?
What you mean? How long?
Yeah,
Because
Brian
this
not the
man,
I
best
mean, this
player
is
in
the
the
thing.
world no
This is
more.
the thing. Are y'all? I mean, y'all up here talking about LeBron James right now. So it's an obsession all over. You see what I'm saying? Long as LeBron James is playing, and long as there's an argument about who's the GOAT, he's gonna be the topic.
No,
It's just
no. I think look, I'm gonna give you a chance to redo the answer so you can get a little bit of clarity on what I mean. So when I
okay.
think the topic, like when we say obsessed, like, and I think the example that I used earlier was, it seems like when Jordan fans hit a wall or when they run into a topic that they really can't answer for in Jordan's career.
Give me an example. Give me
So
an
the
example.
example was when people talk about the 90s being watered down and being weak,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Overall, I think NBA, from David Stern to Rod Thorne to coaches like Jerry Salone, even players like Larry Bird and Dennis Rodman all talked about it. I think it can easily be agreed that the 90s was supremely watered down. Yes, good players.
What
but when you
what
spread-
what
but-
do what do you mean when you
look,
say
but-
watered down? I'm trying to understand.
I'm just saying. I'm saying the teams were across the board nobody was able to build up a team to ever compete with the Bulls. It was never going to be close. It was
Okay,
a lot of system. It was a lot of systematic, and
Go ahead,
that's
go
neither
ahead.
here nor there. It already
Right.
happened. There was no team that could compete with the Bulls. Coaches
Right.
like Jerry Salone even complained about the fact that they couldn't make their team better. He even said, "How can we compete with the Bulls if we can't make our team better? Because you're giving all
Right.
the draft compensation to the expansion teams. Teams like the Charlotte Hornets could double dip in the draft, like they drafted Tony Delk and Kobe in the same draft, as opposed to
Right.
if it was normal, the Pacers would have got that pick and they probably would have drafted Kobe if things went normally. But
Can I ask you a question?
I'm just saying, when we
No,
talk about, as opposed
go
to
ahead.
addressing the topic on hand, when they run into an impasse where they really can't answer for, even though to me it's not a strong talking point to talk about the strength or weakness of Jordan's era, but we do still hear it in these conversations. Instead of addressing the weaknesses that era might have had, what they say is, well, LeBron played in the weak East too, even though LeBron might not never even have been brought up, right? You're just simply talking about the 90s.
First of all, people disagree with people when they say the 90s was weak. First of all, okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm not
Number
talking about
one-
the topic in and of itself.
Okay.
I'm not trying to dive into the topic because I always say that players can't control who they play against. I don't judge you based on who you did. You can only play who's on the schedule. I don't knock Jordan. Like, I don't knock Jordan lower because I feel like the 90s was watered down. Jordan is still.
But that's a feeling, right? That's not a fact.
But I'm just talking about the conversation. How
Right,
the conversation's not about LeBron.
Okay.
But it seems like when Jordan fans hit a wall, they turn to something with LeBron and say, well, at least Jordan didn't do this, or LeBron James couldn't do this. They always find a way to turn the conversation
not go
to
both
saying
ways.
something. No.
Do it not go both ways. Let's be honest.
LeBron fans, we don't do that. We don't bring up
If I'm
Jordan.
being, if I'm being honest,
Look how
I've been
everybody
doing this since 2020. Typically, I'm primarily seeing the Jordan fans always trying to insert LeBron into conversations to try to explain why Jordan. They only use LeBron because you never hear them insert Kareem, you never hear them insert Wilt, you never hear them insert Larry Bird or Magic. They always insert LeBron and say, well, at least
Can
he
I
didn't
have
do
a chance
this.
to speak?
They always try to flip something to make it about LeBron.
Can I
make it
have a
about no
chance
one
to
else.
speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's your problem with Jordan fans. Okay. Let me tell you our problem. Why is it that when we argue LeBron, we talk about things like maybe his failures, uh, what he didn't do to catch Jordan. All LeBron James fans do is let me go down the list. It's either 1-9 before Pippen. It's the expansion era. The reason he won. It's Phil Jackson. The reason he won. It's either the triangle or it's so many reasons. It's never that Jordan was just that excuse me. It's never that Jordan was just that great. It's the whole era was trash. The only they were bums. They're plumbers. There's nothing. There's nothing y'all got to say about the whole era of basketball that he won in. Only time the league was good was when he was losing. That's it.
Now, can I ask you a question to follow that up? Let me ask you. My follow-up question is this right here. So, do you notice what you started with? You said you asked LeBron fans why LeBron lost here or didn't do something, correct? I want to make sure I'm getting. So, I think this is the beginning of the problem, because when we're talking about two all-time great players, no matter where you rank them, we don't put them in the category of all-time great players because of what they didn't do. And so what happens is when you start the conversation by trying to ask LeBron James fans about what he didn't do, you by default then open the door up for them to criticize Jordan for
that's what it's all about.
But the problem is this. It shouldn't be about what LeBron didn't do, because LeBron James fans didn't just randomly insert LeBron into these conversations. LeBron James has a resume of things that no other player in NBA history has done that you can stand on and have a very sound argument as to why he is the GOAT. We can just start with the all-time leader in points. For example, that's a phenomenal accomplishment. And at one point in time, it was looked at as the most impressive accomplishment in basketball when Kareem had it. But it seems like now, and I was actually on Vision's podcast and I explained this to Hoop God. They were literally on that stream trying to explain to people that the scoring titles have always been more valuable than the all-time scoring leader. And when I said, I told them, I said, if that's the case, I said, well, before Jordan came around, we knew that Kareem was the all-time scoring leader, but who was the all-time leader in scoring titles? We didn't really care. We never used it.
No.
It was Wilt, but nobody cared.
Actually, Wilt, people did care, because if you know basketball, before it was Kareem, Wilt was known as the GOAT. It wasn't Bill Russell. Bill Russell was known as the greatest winner.
I'm not talking about Bill Russell.
But as the greatest. No. I know you're not talking about Bill Russell. I'm just speaking. Okay, this is just history. It was Wilt Chamberlain that was known as the greatest player because of his scoring, the way he was able to score.
But he got passed up by Kareem.
He got passed up by Kareem, but you know why he took? It wasn't the points that got him over the top. It was the championships that got him over the top. That's how he got over Kareem. That's how he got over Wilt.
And Big Assassin, that is the overarching point of everything that I think everybody's trying to say. Just like you just showed that you said Kareem was able to pass Wilt completely unique way. He didn't have to beat him out in scoring opportunities and scoring feats. He did it his own way. And Jordan got to the top of the mantle his own way. And what LeBron fans are saying is we feel LeBron has gotten there his own way. What you guys do is you try to say, no, LeBron, you didn't do it exactly like Jordan. You didn't get the scoring titles. You didn't get the 6-0. And because you didn't usurp Jordan identical to how Jordan did it, you can't be the GOAT. And I think that's y'all problem. Because you talked about how it was Bill, then it was Wilt, then it was Kareem, and they all got to the top of the mantle different ways. But then when it gets to Jordan, the only way you can it seems like right now the only way you can get past Jordan is if you go 8-0, 8 Finals MVPs, never have it seems like that's the only way you can get past Jordan.
I got to speak to you first,
because if that's the case,
you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. See, you keep talking, but you won't let me correct you. This is where you got it wrong. It's not that It's not
Okay.
just the championships, okay? This is how Jordan passed Kareem, and this is how Kareem
He
passed.
never passed Kareem.
I'm gonna tell you again. This is how Jordan passed Kareem, and this is how Kareem passed Wilt. When Kareem became the GOAT, he had the most accolades and the most championships as the best player. That's period. He had more accolades than anybody. It wasn't about how many points he scored. He had more NBA accolades than anybody in NBA history. When Michael Jordan came along, he broke that. He had more accolades and he had more championships
No, he did
and more
not.
finals MVP. Why he
They don't
don't?
have more
Because
accolades
because
than
Jordan
Michael
was labeled
Jordan.
the GOAT. They started
In
labeling
'92.
Jordan the GOAT in 91, 92, and 93.
You
He
took
did
no
not.
time out. You time out. Time
Jordan
out.
don't have
You
more
talking
accolades
about
than him now.
you talking about a newspaper article.
No, I'm
GQ
not.
magazine.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're talking about. You're talking
No, I'm
about
not.
GQ magazine. Yes,
No,
that's
no, I'm
exactly
not.
what you're talking about.
No,
Well, who said he was
hold
the
on.
GOAT?
First
was
of
in
all, no,
Who
1989.
said he was the
the
GOAT?
GQ magazine was in '89.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah, that
said he
was
was the
'89.
GOAT?
So
Who?
what I'm
He
okay.
put it
So
on the statue. He
Who
put it on
said
the
he was the
statue.
GOAT? When?
Jordan put it on the
Wait, was
statue.
Jordan wasn't widely regarded as the GOAT after he three-peated the first time?
Who said he was the GOAT?
The media.
Who?
The
The,
media.
I,
No,
I,
we wasn't saying that, bro.
Yeah, they
There
were
was
saying that.
time out, time out, time out,
And
time out.
technically,
There was a
and
statue.
technically,
There
oh
was
wait,
a statue.
black, hold on,
There
black.
was a
And
statue that
technically,
was made that said the
and
greatest player of
That
technically,
all time.
statue is in Chicago. What do you expect?
listen, gentlemen, technically, Jordan does not have more accolades than Kareem
He
Abdul-Jabbar.
does.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
hey,
He
I was gonna
doesn't.
say this. I was gonna say with the when you were saying about they never just say how great it is, how great Jordan is. I actually think that's what happens with LeBron. Like
No, it
the
goes both ways,
'90s,
Burner.
the
It goes
'90s,
both ways.
the '90s, the era getting slandered and stuff. That is out of response of what the older fans do. This has been happening. I'm not gonna lie for literally
Facts.
decades, bro.
Burner, have
If
we
you
ever
go
said,
back,
let me ask you a
if you
question.
hold on,
you
wait,
gotta
Have we
let
wait,
him
wait,
ever
wait.
said
finish.
the only
I'm gonna
the
come right
only
back
You
to
gotta
you,
let him
reason
finish,
LeBron
Assassin.
because
won?
you gotta let him
If
finish.
Assassin.
you
You gotta let him finish.
Go ahead.
if
Go
you
ahead.
go all the
Go
way
ahead.
back years ago, decades ago, there's a video of Wilt and Bill talking about how they would dominate the '90s. Wilt was sitting there talking about he'll average 60 points in the
Right.
'90s.
I think every
This is
player does that.
this is no, no,
Every
no.
player. Shaq said he'll
This is
dominate
what I'm
this
telling
era.
you.
Every
This has
player does
always
that.
been a thing with older fans. Y'all have always discredited and diminished the newer era. Y'all still do it to this day. That is where the 1-9 with Scottie Pippen comes from. That is where the watered down expansion leagues come from, bro. Since
If you
look,
say so. If you say so.
that
But
is you've been
no, listen,
they've
Burner.
been calling LeBron's East weak for
I had a
years.
I had a different experience than
Let me
what
know
you
what I can
had.
put my
So
input.
I can't agree with that because you
Yeah.
had an experience your way. I had an experience a different way. We two different fan bases. So my experience was different from yours. So
But
I
big
respect what you're saying, bro.
I mean, that's
I
true though.
but
respect
But
big
what
he,
you're saying.
but see,
assassins, the thing is
hold on,
LeBron.
Bruno.
Go ahead,
Go
keep
ahead.
going. Go ahead, bro.
Now I'm finna say like he younger than us too though, Assassin, right?
Right.
So listen to what he's saying. It's
Yeah.
like he said the older heads, like y'all diminishing what we watching right now.
No,
So
no,
this is what he said. I'm
I
saying this
do
is
get some of that.
but I'm saying
I
that's
do.
what Burner's saying though.
But the thing is, we might diminish what's going on right now, but we don't diminish, like, say for instance, we don't say like the only reason LeBron James is winning because this a weak ass era. We don't do
Yeah,
that.
That's
what?
exactly
We
what
just
y'all
do
Y'all
say.
be
that.
What?
saying the
We don't
East,
do
y'all said
that.
the East is weak. Y'all
Big
call it the
assassins.
Eastern
Exactly.
Conference,
That's
Big
right?
exactly what they said when
assassins.
he made 8 straight finals in the
LeBron.
conference.
When it
That's
comes to
exactly what they
Jordan
said.
fans,
No. They said a
LeBron
weak
literally
conference,
cannot.
not an era. Not an era. Not the whole fucking era.
But
Everybody in the
big
league.
assassins. When it comes to LeBron and
Go ahead.
Jordan,
Go
LeBron
ahead.
literally cannot win with Jordan fans, bro. And if
It's the
if
same
you
way though, bro.
no,
It's the same way,
it's the
Burner.
same way out of response to what y'all are doing though.
Yeah,
LeBron
y'all go
James,
with
there's narratives made up of there's series LeBron averaging 48 and 8 and we
Right.
come up here and say he ducked Kobe Bryant, bro.
Now
We
I would
say
never say no dumbass
from the
shit like that.
I'm just saying narratives. These
Yeah,
are
yeah.
narratives.
We hear from both
And
sides
then
because
from years that LeBron's tenure in the NBA been, it's always been the East is weak. He beat the Young Thunder. The Warriors got
I,
injured. It's the
bro,
bubble
I never
championship.
do that
He
because
got
guess what?
bailed out. No, you probably never do this, but these are
No,
constant
I'm just
things.
no.
These are
I
constant.
understand that. I understand
But
that. What I'm
but
saying
these
is,
are
Bono,
constant things that are said about LeBron
I would
championships
Yeah,
never
every
say
day, bro.
y'all
I
use
don't do.
quotes against the man. He can
This the
quote
thing.
something. He'll
This
say
the thing.
something, and y'all use that against him. That's
This the
insane,
thing I
bro.
don't do. I don't air attacks and I don't do the competition thing because guess what? In any other sport we ever played, like let's just say baseball, somebody had to catch Hank Aaron's record. For the people that didn't, they didn't say, well, he was in the weak era. That's the only reason he got 762 home runs. No, they respect it and they try to break it. And you know what I'm
But
saying?
they don't
Hey, hold
respect
on,
it
wait, hey,
with
hold on, wait.
LeBron, biggest
Let me
ass.
ask Big Assassin something. Big Assassin, if the GOAT debate, right, is
Yeah.
also about failures, because that was the first thing you mentioned about LeBron's failures. That when you come to us about LeBron's failures, we always bring up the the stuff about Jordan. If it is though about failures and failures are part of the conversation, why can't we bring up or critique Jordan's era and talk about his failures?
Oh, no, you can most definitely talk about his failures, but don't use that as a cop out. Like, don't use error as a cop out. Like, it don't matter when you play, you still got to do what you do, bro. You
Yeah,
can't
but
like because just like now, if 20 years later somebody come back and get 4 rings or 5 rings, 5 championships like LeBron, you know what I'm saying, and 5 MVPs, they can't. I wouldn't. If they try to say they better LeBron because they playing better competition, I'm not gonna hear that. Now say for instance they fall short of that, but they say, well, we was playing better competition. No, you still got to do what you do to to be known as that great, no matter who's in front of you. So I don't use those type of excuses, bro.
Big
No,
assassin,
Biggest
can I
ass.
ask you a
hold
question?
on, wait, hold on. I'm talking to Assassin here. Chill, gentlemen, chill.
Go
But
ahead.
at the end of the day, both of y'all are right. Because at the end of the day, 25 years from now, if there is a player with 5 league MVPs and 4 championships and is dominating the NBA like LeBron has, they gonna look back and tell us this dude was playing against better competition. Because there's no way 25 years from now the NBA is not going to be better. That's the point. So you can't say it's an excuse. It's the facts. That is going to be facts.
No,
25 years from now,
what I'm saying, that player.
there will be a player that will definitely shine, and he will do it in a tougher era than LeBron James did.
And what I'm saying is if he don't break LeBron's record, he can't use that as an excuse. Either you did or you didn't.
No,
Don't I don't want to.
but that's facts. You're right. But that's why LeBron James has all those records. So that's why at the end of the day, that guy has to break all the records LeBron has. Jordan don't got
Why?
no records, sir.
Why he don't?
When
Why he don't?
we say Jordan never had the resume to really be the GOAT. When you're
Hold up.
all the things
Hold
that
up.
you're saying shows that Jordan was because Jordan don't got the records to be considered the
Why
GOAT.
he don't? Why he don't?
Because there's players with way much more records than him.
Who?
Kareem, Wilt,
What records
LeBron,
he got? What records do Kareem hold?
way much more than Jordan.
What name two? Name two of them.
First of all, let's do with this. He has a record for the only player to have back-to-back MVPs on 2 separate teams. That's one that he has.
Back to
When he
back.
retired, when he retired, he did have the most points. Now he doesn't have any more. That guy
No,
took away.
no, no.
But he
Let's
does have.
start
Oh
with
wait,
you
he
just.
does have the
You
most.
just told a
Hold
lie.
on, wait.
You just told a lie.
He does have the most league MVPs. Right? He does have the most league MVPs. He also has the most conference titles as well. So these
Conference
are all
titles.
records that he possesses. Well, he has
Conference
records.
titles.
So he
Conference
has the
titles,
most
my
He
dog.
has
MVPs.
conference titles.
He has the
Conference
most
titles, dog.
MVPs. He has the most MVPs.
Okay. Yeah, we'll respect that, but
Hey,
conference titles,
That's a record. So you didn't.
we
It's
ain't
still a
doing
record.
that,
These
bro.
are all records, sir.
but and the
We ain't.
thing is too though, like biggest asses, you gotta understand, like when we're saying this, it's not directly towards you. It's just the consensus of the Jordan fans. Like
Oh no, I understand that.
you
I
coming
understand that, bro.
coming up here, right? What you said, big assassins, about how they do everything but give Jordan credit. Big
No,
assassins.
I
That
wasn't. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying
no,
y'all
you're
don't give
saying
him
you were
credit.
saying no. I'm
I'm
saying you're
saying this is the
saying,
way y'all argue. Like y'all don't argue
but
about
it
his
it's
failures. Y'all argue about
because
Why would you
shit
big
like
bring up
that,
assassins
bro.
failures in a
though.
debate? If you're
But
trying to
but
prove
big
that your person
assassins.
is
Here's the
better, why
thing,
would you
right?
bring up his failures?
Here's the
Because
thing.
we
You
Here's the
already
thing.
argue.
know each other's highs, so you're gonna be
Hold,
judged
hold on,
by
hold
your
on.
lows,
Here,
bro. You
here's
feel
the
Don't
me?
get
thing, though,
judged
big
by your
So how
assassins.
do
lows.
you
You
judge
can
a
say not
low?
to do
How
that.
you say which low is
Let
Wait,
me
worse?
let me
Like
let me make you understand what I'm saying. There's Jordan has more highs. Okay, we look at stuff like this as Jordan fans. We look at
Hold on.
LeBron in the playoffs, and we
No, no,
look
no,
at
no, no,
Jordan
no.
in the
Big
finals.
assassin. You just answered your own question
All
because you
right, let me
said
speak. Let me.
no. Because you
Oh
said
my
hold on
God.
earlier. You said why do they always say 1 and 9? You just admitted that we have to argue the lows. So that's why they bring
Okay.
up the
Yeah.
1 and 9. Because
Okay.
you
Hey,
want
y'all
to
are
argue
the
the
Okay.
lows.
hey,
Let
Exactly.
me
y'all are
That's
the
what I
finish what I
ones
told
was
that
him.
saying.
That's
Let me
initiate
exactly
the
what
finish
I
low
what I
asked
was
him.
saying. Let me finish what I
y'all are
was
the
saying.
ones that initiate the low argument too.
What I'm
Right.
trying to say is, so he can understand what I'm saying is, okay, when we talking about two players are so great, we have to nitpick. Okay, what did each other do in these big important games? You know what I'm saying? So now we looking at a Jordan when he's losing, he's still the best player on the court.
So
And
That's
was
the
we
same
LeBron.
LeBron.
Yeah, that's not a good argument
well
right
not
there.
now listen,
LeBron averaged a
listen.
triple double in the NBA
Hold on,
Finals
hold
and
up, hold up.
lost.
Yeah, he did, but we also seen him in 2011.
That's the
We also see
lows. That's the lows.
that's what we
No,
bro,
big.
you're not comprehending.
No,
So,
Let me
bigger
say it
hey,
slower.
I have a
happened.
Let me say it
question.
slower.
Lamont, it's
Let me
because
Bro,
he
let
don't
me
know about
can
bro,
I?
1988,
you,
Lamont. He don't know about
Let me just
1988. That's
y'all
why.
be so ready, y'all
let
be
me
so
just
ready
say
to
this real quick,
bro,
bro.
y'all be so ready to bark, y'all not
No,
No,
listening.
chill,
Okay,
Brandon.
hold on,
Brandon,
hold
chill.
on.
Let him go.
Hold on,
Brandon,
let him go,
Brandon, let
Y'all
let
him
him
be
go.
go.
Go
so
ahead,
ready to
Assassin. Go ahead,
bark, you're not
Assassin. Go,
listening.
go.
Go
What I'm
ahead, go
saying
ahead.
is when Jordan's losing, when he's getting swept, when he's 1 and 9. He's still performing at a high level. LeBron is too, but we've seen several series that he didn't. You see what I'm saying? And that's we look at things like that because even when Jordan getting his ass whooped, even when he getting swept, he
No,
averaging 43, he
that
averaging
don't
Wait,
make it good.
35.
That don't make it
Like
good though.
but
no,
bigger.
but when LeBron is losing, he's not performing.
That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
true.
Not
Yo,
I'm
big
not
as
saying
Wait a
all the
second. Wait a
time. I'm not
second.
saying all the
Wait a
time.
wait.
second. I've been
I'm
sitting
not
on
saying
mute, my
all the
guy. Hold
time,
on. Hold
brother.
on.
I'm
So
not
what
saying.
happened in '89?
What
no,
And
happened?
no, no. Hold on,
88.
hold on, hold on, hold on, y'all.
What happened in round one in '89?
Hold on, Black
Well,
Sam, Black Sam. I
round
think
189, did we win?
I just think
You
no that
mean
but
Did
you
we
mean the
win the
conference finals?
series?
hold on one second, y'all.
No.
Hold on.
Did-
Yeah, hold on, y'all. Can y'all hold on one second? No, Black Sam. I think the point, like, you cannot. I just think that if you target, I think the before just so we can move on. If you target LeBron's lows, as I said when I talked to you before, it opens the door for people like
For
Youngin right
Jordan.
here to target Jordan's
That's what
lows. And
that's
and
what you're
and
supposed to
and
do.
now what we have to do is now you just get into a fight between what lows are worse than the other lows, which ultimately,
Exactly.
which ultimately,
Exactly.
hold on, Big Assassin, it doesn't show you who's better. You take, you
Yeah,
take
it
your
does.
hold on, Big Assassin. You take what your guy did great and stand on that, and they're gonna take what they think LeBron James did great, and they're gonna stand on that, and you battle
Yep.
it out with the top. I've never
You
seen a coach. I've never seen a coach walk into a gym and he's looking at two players, or he's watching everybody in the gym, and all he's doing is comparing the worst player over here ball handling versus the worst shoot over here. No, you looking at the best, and you looking at the best of the best, and you trying to siphon through the best. Nobody argues about the lows. The lows don't put you in a conversation.
okay?
And,
That's good. Okay, well we can start here.
and,
What has LeBron James done better than 2 3 peats?
Win a
wait,
championship on three different
that's what
wait.
we
teams.
don't really
The three
do.
one
Can
come
can
back.
we
Championship
before
on
Three
three
one come
different
back in the
teams.
finals.
Three
before
one comeback don't beat
before
two
we
three
get to
peats.
Again, hold
before
on. Let me answer this question. Big assassin. LeBron James won 3 championships on 3 separate teams, which is an
Three
actual
chips,
record.
and that beats
Yeah,
two
he's the
three
only
peats.
person ever with
A
three Finals
three-peat doesn't beat an
MVPs for
eight-peat.
three
So
different
One
you
peat
don't
and
teams.
even.
8 peat, buddy.
No,
Listen,
but
hold
we
on.
talking about
Again,
these
No,
two
there's
let me
people.
another
We
talk,
person.
talking
guys.
about these two
You
people.
guys can't jump
We
in
talking about
and
these two
triple
people.
team,
We
guys.
ain't talking
Stop,
about
stop.
nobody else.
Hold on, wait. Hey, listen, guys.
Oh, I'm double teaming him, buddy.
Hold on,
Let's
wait.
go.
Okay, listen, when a Jordan fan asks a question, it's directed to Lamont and I. It's not really directed to y'all. Y'all got to sit back and listen. Big
Oh,
assassin.
I'm on your
Go
team.
ahead.
I get you, but exactly. If you're on our team, then you would listen. Big
I'll,
assassin.
I'll stay in the bench. I got you.
3 championships on 3 separate teams is a record. A
Right.
three-peat is not a record. So
Two
Jordan
of
on
them
that record.
is.
Two
Two of them
three-peats,
is.
two three-peats doesn't even beat an eight-peat. So by your standards, you're saying Bill Russell's better than Jordan.
yeah,
We're not
that's
talking
kind of
about Bill Russell.
No, we're talking about championships, sir.
We're talking about LeBron James and Michael Jordan.
No, we're talking about championships. That's big
I
Talking
asked
assassin.
about
you, what has
championships, sir.
LeBron James done better than 2 3 peats? I'm not talking.
I
Who the
just
hell is
told you
talking
what he
He
about?
just
just
did that
told
was
you.
better than two three-peats. I just
No,
told
it
you
ain't.
3 championships on 3 separate teams. That's a record.
Three separate teams.
I don't think that's better than 2 3 peats.
But that's
wait.
But
it's
that's
Again,
subject.
but we'll leave it there.
it becomes an argument what you feel and
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
don't feel. One's a
And that's how
record,
you.
one isn't.
Yeah,
Well,
and
one's
that's his
how you, and that's your
recommendations.
feelings.
No, it's not,
Wait,
because
that's
I
your
think a
feeling.
record is real. It's not my feeling. The record is
That's your
actually a real thing.
It's a real thing, asshole.
So
and
No,
so
hey,
so
hold on,
what
get out of here,
happens
Goat,
is
with that. You can't come here with
is
that
that
lie.
you're in a Jordan live
Hold on,
and you
stop. Listen, y'all. We're not going to have the typical TikTok lives on FYF Sports Debates. You guys are gonna control yourselves and hold the conversation like grown men. If you cannot do it, go to those other lives. We don't want to hear that here. We're talking with
I
Big
most
Assassin.
definitely.
He's
Yeah.
having a good conversation. Y'all have to chill. We're not going to be disrespectful.
I understand that, bro, but you gotta let people chime in when they chiming in, though. You
I
cutting
was
But I'm
people
gonna
not
off
an
let
every
we're
time
asshole
you
gonna, we
come
though.
can't
in.
no, but we
My
can't let
apologies.
everybody.
I'm sorry.
Lamont, if you let him in, he's gonna cuss again. He's being
Oh, my bad,
disrespectful.
my bad, my bad, my
Yeah,
bad, my
you
bad.
can't let it be. You can. Y'all got to understand. We're letting y'all up to talk to Lamont and I. You're not here to argue with Jordan fans. Yeah, that's not what y'all here for. That's not what y'all here for. We're trying to get to the crux of the argument. We're not gonna have y'all going back and forth. It's not gonna be that way here, ladies and gentlemen. That's not how we do it in FYF and Goat James Kingdom. We hold a structured conversation live. It's not gonna be crazy.
Uh,
You see the difference.
and I ain't gonna lie too. Like this is another thing that y'all do. Like the thing is, y'all initiate the low argument,
Right.
and then when we engage in that low argument with y'all turn around and play victim like LeBron James fans are doing that to Michael Jordan when
I
it's
don't get
really
it.
not that way.
I
Like
don't get it.
I don't. The thing is,
Technically, we don't care. I don't. Nobody cares how Jesse Jeffries feel. If we say Michael Jordan choked in '88, he choked in '88. They got to prove to us
and,
otherwise. That's really the facts. That's just the
and
facts.
then
We're not here trying to
the,
cater to nobody's feelings and how they think. Again, we are talking basketball. It's not that hard to talk basketball, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to tell us how you think or feel. We just need to know what you know. And the
He
fact of
choked.
the
He
matter
choked.
is, 3 championships on 3 separate teams is an NBA record. A three-peat isn't a record.
Yep. Yep.
8-peat is the record.
And 3 championships ain't a record.
I said 3 championships on 3 separate
Three,
teams is.
that
Yeah.
is a record.
that's no one's done that.
On 3 separate teams.
Yes.
No one's never
Yeah,
done that.
317.
But LeBron, yeah.
No
Well,
one never done
officially,
that.
to be official,
The
according to
finals
NBA.com,
MVPs too.
it's 3 championships on 3 different teams as the lead player. Because there are
With
other
three
players that
finals
have done it.
MVP.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
3
with
finals
three
MVPs.
finals.
Thank you. And that's what I had brung up earlier, but I got cut off. There's other
Well,
players that done that.
No,
well, you
but if
know,
you're talking about what's
hey,
officially recorded on NBA, it's the 3
hey,
championships with the 3 MVPs. 3
It's a
finals
record.
two,
MVPs.
three.
Nobody has 4 championships on 4 teams, which would be the
Hey,
real record.
nobody has 2 3 peats with 6 final MVPs either. That's a record.
Okay.
That is a record.
That's good. The 6 MVPs is the record. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a
Anything you
record.
add to the 6 MVPs is going to be a
Bill
record.
Russell
Six
probably
MVPs
would
and
have
10,
had
and 10 scoring titles is going to be a
Yeah,
record.
Bill Russell
Six,
definitely
Yeah,
would have
he
beat
just got
that.
the
already,
8-peat.
yeah, six
yeah,
MVPs is already an NBA record for Jordan. That's
but
one of Jordan's records.
he
You
just
can't
Yep.
take
doesn't
it
have
twice.
it because the award didn't
The
exist.
scoring titles is a record.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
And the points per game in the
I'm not gonna
playoffs
lie,
is a
but
record. Points per game in the finals is a record.
He
Points per
doesn't have
game in the regular
No,
he
he
doesn't
doesn't
season
have
have
points
the.
is a
per game
record.
in the playoffs anymore.
No,
Yes, he do. Who got it?
no, he does. He does have it in the playoffs. He does.
No,
No,
he
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 doesn't
does.
have
said
the. He doesn't have
finals,
it for the all-time finals. He has the record for the most points scored in the finals series
and
for just one series.
but he don't have more records than Bron, so
Exactly. He doesn't have more
What?
records than Bron
that's
for
a
I
sure.
don't know.
waste
I
of
don't
time,
know. What's Braun record? I know he's the all-time leading scorer. What other record does he have?
Most All
bro.
NBAs, most All
Kareem Abdul. Hold on
selections.
one second. Kareem
Oh, let's not
Abdul-Jabbar
go
got the
down that
most
list. That's a
NBA
long list.
finals.
He has hella shit
Hold on one
that
No,
second.
no,
Hold on one
no,
second,
no.
because
This an
hold
educational
on, hold
moment
on,
for
hold on,
me.
hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on, hold on, hold on, hold
arguing,
on.
bro.
Because you just try to bring up a stat that's not correct. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar holds the most NBA finals.
Did I say that?
what do you
No, he
mean?
Yes, you
doesn't.
did.
No, I
Finals
He did
didn't.
not
MVP.
say
Kareem
that,
Abdul
bro.
does not have the
No,
most
Jordan
he
got the
finals.
said
most
points
finals
per game
MVPs,
in
bro.
the
The most
finals.
You
finals in
said, hold
NBA
on. You
history
said
is
finals.
Bill.
Hold on one second if I can get it correct, bro. You said finals MVPs?
Jordan
No
got the
points per
most finals
game.
MVPs, bro.
Yes, Jordan
No.
does.
Kareem
No, he
Abdul-Jabbar
don't.
does.
No, he don't.
Yes, he
Kareem
No
No,
doesn't
does.
he
have
don't.
6
finals
finals
I'ma
MVP.
let
MVPs, bro.
I'ma let y'all
Not
fans correct him.
MVPs,
I
Yeah,
ain't
bro.
even gotta correct him.
Bro, Jordan has 6 finals
That's
MVPs.
bad,
Kareem don't
bro.
Jordan,
got
that is
that.
one of the records Jordan holds. 6 finals MVPs.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the most in NBA history.
But get off Google, my nigga.
Damn, black man.
Will Chamberlain. Kareem has the most MVPs, regular season MVPs.
Right, right,
Bill
right,
Russell has the most finals appearances.
right.
LeBron James and Kareem share the most conference titles.
Right, right.
Yes.
LeBron also averaged 25 for 21 years straight too.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
LeBron also has the all-time points in the playoffs. That's another record he holds. He has the most steals in the playoffs. That's another record. He has the most defensive rebounds in the playoffs. Another record. Most playoff wins,
Assists.
most playoff series wins, most playoff sweeps. I mean, we
Yeah.
can go on for a while with LeBron James and his records.
Yeah, he got a
He
lot
has
of
the
records.
most playoff wins in general.
Yeah, he got the most playoff losses too.
That's fine.
See, there it
See,
is.
that's what y'all do.
There
There
you
it
go.
is.
Now,
There
you
you
know I
go.
had
That's
to
what
get
y'all do.
nasty.
He
You
did
know I
it.
had to get nasty.
That's fine. That doesn't. Unlike real basketball fans, that doesn't mean you're bad. If you go look at all the most playoff losses in NBA
Yeah,
history,
It's
they
all
all
yeah.
just
great
be great
players.
players.
You're right. You're
It's the
right, but
same
I
as missed
just had to get
shots. It's the
nasty.
same as missed
But
shots.
Exactly.
but I'm
That's
gonna
why
And
tell you,
turnovers.
but
LeBron
but
fans
having
don't
the
bring
most
up
finals losses is not a good thing.
LeBron
No,
fans don't really
Yes, it
bring up
is. Because again, the
Jordan.
most finals losses goes to the players who win the most.
No, I
We
don't.
don't,
that means
Yes,
you're
it
in the
we
does.
don't
finals a
bring up
lot.
That just mean it means you
Yes,
in there,
sir.
but you can still
That's
have a winning record in the
that's
finals.
crazy.
Listen,
Like
the guys with the most finals losses in the top 10, only one of them don't have a championship, and that's Elgin Baylor. And we all know why Elgin Baylor don't have a championship, because the guy who has the most championships played in his era. So at the end of the day, all the guys that are in the top 10 and finals losses all have championships, and majority of them have multiple championships. A lot of
Yeah,
them have 4 or 5 championships.
yeah. Still got the most losses though at the end
Yeah,
of the
but
but
day.
again, yeah, it doesn't
this what I'm
succeed the winning.
saying.
The winning over trumps all that. Winning is more important than losses, sir.
No, no.
Yes, it
When you
is.
4-6, when you 4-6 in the finals, bro, they don't trump it.
Yes, it is. Because if you
They
can't
don't
make the
trump it,
finals
bro.
10 times, it
That's
doesn't
a
trump it. You
that's
can't
a
make the
that.
finals 10 times, you can't trump it, sir.
Hey, guess what? Guess what? We already seen a player go 9 or 10 times and win more than that. So you know what I'm saying?
So, but
How
exactly,
impressive
and
is
you
But
that?
don't
it
have that
wasn't
person as your
Jordan.
GOAT, so that means it doesn't matter.
So how
And Big
important is
Assassins,
that?
you just said when he tried to bring up Bill, you just told him we talked about LeBron and Jordan. You talking
It
about
doesn't. And listen. I
matchup?
Yeah.
don't need help. I don't need help. It doesn't matter what he said. At the end of the day, the guy who wins the most and lost the least isn't his GOAT, so it doesn't really matter to him.
Yeah, you got to be over 500, bro.
The
You
guy
got to
who
be
Says
over
wins the
who?
500,
most and
bro.
again, he's over 5. Nobody's over 500 in technicality.
No, I'm
Just
talking
because you
about in
don't count some
championship
players'
games, bro. You
losses,
got to be over
just because you're
500,
not
bro.
counting 1988, you're not counting 1989, you're not counting
Yeah, I am.
1990. It doesn't
Yeah,
mean
I
the player's
am.
not losing.
I'm counting all that.
95
I count
when he
all that.
had
If you
two
count all
terrible
of it, then Jordan's
turnovers.
under 500 as well. There's only one player above 500 that you should be counting, and he's not your GOAT.
I'm talking about in the finals. I'm glad you
It
gave
is
that
over
good
500.
speech.
Again, the
I'm
guy,
glad you gave that good speech. But I was talking about in the finals.
again, the guy who has the most wins and the least losses isn't your GOAT, and that's not Michael
Yeah,
Jordan.
he ain't the GOAT because he was never the best player in the world.
He was the best player in the world.
No,
We
he
just had this
wasn't.
conversation with
No,
somebody
he
else
wasn't.
before. He was.
He was never better than Wilt.
Why? Because of stats?
He
That
was
makes
never
LeBron
better
better
than
than
Wilt.
Jordan.
Scoring.
hold
He
on.
was
Well,
never
hold on.
better
Let's
than
just
Wilt.
ask. Hold on, Big Assassin. What made Wilt better than Bill Russell? Even
He's
though
a better player, period. All Wilt is a defensive player.
No.
That's it.
I just want you to break it down because we know that Wilt was winning, getting all the
Look,
championships. Hold on. I just want you to
I'm
tell us just what you know in the game as far as their games go. Like, and then also talk about the production. Why was Wilt better than Bill Russell?
oh boy, I'm not even gonna go through all that, bro.
No. Just a short breakdown. No, just a short breakdown.
I'm not
No.
gonna even go through all that, bro. That Wilt
He
was the
know
best player.
already. He know what
Wilt
he's
was
going
the
to use.
best player in the league, bro.
No,
Period.
but why do you
Based
feel he
on
was the
what?
why do you feel he was the best player in the
Why
league?
do you feel he wasn't the best player in the
No,
league?
I'm just asking you for my understanding. I'm saying, are you saying this because of
Why
his
not?
stats and
Ask yourself.
production?
Ask yourself.
No,
Why do you think he wasn't?
No, I'm not. I'm not going at you. I'm
I
just
don't even
saying.
want to. I don't even want to argue that. That's just my opinion.
No,
Okay,
Why are you
that's
no,
just
asking him
my
that
no.
question?
opinion.
Hold
I don't
on,
want to
y'all. Hold
argue.
on. No, big. No, I'm not
I
arguing.
don't
I'm
want to
saying,
argue.
do you?
He was a better
Was it
scorer, a better rebounder, all
okay?
that.
So it was this.
Only thing he was on a better team and was a defensive
That's
player.
literally
And most of the time he wasn't even the best player on the team. He averaging 11 points in the finals, bro.
So it was
Like,
your.
gotta
So
be
it was.
man.
So it was the
LeBron James is GOAT.
stats. Are you saying it was the stats and
Man,
production that made?
scoring is man. You know, if you think Bill Russell is a better basketball player
No.
than
I'm not
him,
saying that.
no.
I'm not arguing.
No.
I'm
If you're
saying,
not
was it?
saying that, then don't ask me.
No, I'm saying, was
If
it
you're
Wilt's
not saying
stats and
that, don't ask
production?
me, bro.
No,
Why
I'm
you
just
don't
saying.
want to answer the question, big assassin? Just
No,
answer it.
Because I gave you my answer.
No,
I gave you my answer.
I'm saying, do you feel it was Wilt's stats and production that made him better?
Most definitely his stats and production. He's a better player. player.
So that means
So
He's a
LeBron's
stats,
better
better.
than Jordan.
so
He's a
stats and
better player.
production are a good measure and stick to determine the better player.
He's a better player.
So LeBron's the GOAT.
He's a better player.
LeBron's
That's
the
a
GOAT.
defensive player and an offensive player.
LeBron's the
He's a
GOAT.
better player, bro.
By production, LeBron's the GOAT.
Not when you look at per win shares. it
But
don't
who
look
says
like
anything about win shares? Who
Hey,
said anything about
Lamont,
win
didn't
it
you
shares?
don't
just
look
say
like it.
that? Didn't you say
Whoa.
that?
Oh, it's asking like advanced stats
Jordan
now.
Who
Jordan
said anything
leading
about
all
Oh,
the
win shares?
advanced stats.
And LeBron
All
has
of them.
more win
Arion, you
shares
hear
than
this
Shaq.
He
area?
Hold
leading
on,
all the
hold on. This is
advanced
my hold
stats.
I
on.
do
This
hear
is
it,
my
man.
area. Hold on, I got it right here.
Go
You
ahead.
want to walk through it? You want to walk through it? I got
Walk
it.
through it. Walk through it.
Okay, okay. So bet we gonna start. Okay, so do you know what VORP is?
Yeah, I know LeBron James wins in that. Everything else,
So
Jordan
hold on.
wins
Time
in.
out. Explain to me what is VORP, or do you need me to get the definition for you?
I can tell you that LeBron leads in
No, hold on.
VORP.
Time out. Do you want me to give you the definition
I
for
could care
VORP?
less. He wins in VORP.
Okay,
I'm telling you.
so let me give you. Hold on. Time out.
So
Hold
what
on.
else he
Let
leads
me give
in?
you. Hold on. So do you know?
Value over
Hold on, brother.
replacement, bro. We
Hold on,
know.
brother. Do
Value
you
over
know? Do
replacement.
you
We know.
understand the metric that the NBA uses to crown an MVP of the season?
Most of the time, bro, it's gonna be the best player on the best team unless somebody has a
So you don't know the metric. We're not
I'm
talking
telling
about your.
I'm telling
We're
you the
not
message.
talking about your opinion.
I'm telling no, this is how it go. You the one don't know.
So the
Most of
Lamar,
the
V.
you need to
I'm
time,
you
finna.
need to
I'm finna
systemize
tell
I'm
you.
finna
sit
answer
it
the
down,
question
Hold
Lamar. The
on.
again.
reload. It's on you, brother.
I'm
I'm
finna
finna
answer the
tell you.
question again. Most of the time, it's
Uh huh.
gonna be the best player on the best team, unless it's somebody in the league that's just having a crazy season, like a Westbrook when he averaged a 30-point triple double, or like somebody that's gonna average 37 points, 35. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, it's gonna be the best player on the best team.
So
That's how they do MVPs.
that is not how they do MVPs.
Hey
And
y'all,
to
I'll
answer
talk to y'all later,
so
bro.
to
You
answer
don't even,
is hold on, brother, don't run,
no, because you don't know. If you say I'm like, first
brother.
of
I
all, am
got
I
it right
lying?
here, bro.
Hold
What
on,
is
Am
you
I
wait, hold
talking
on,
lying,
wait,
y'all,
about?
hold on, wait,
bro?
hold on, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. Let me stop. Hold on, let me stop both of y'all. Did Bigger Assassin just says MVPs tells you who the best player is? Did he just say that? Did I hear that, Lamont? Did he say that?
I believe so.
Biggest asses, did you say that?
This is Big Assassin. Let me unmute you. Did you just say MVPs would tell us who's the better player? Did you just say that?
I never said that. What are y'all talking about?
Okay, so when he when he said about the VORP and the MVPs.
I said the MVP go. He asked me how do they come up with the MVPs in the regular season. I said the MVP always go to the best player on the best team, unless it's somebody that's having an outstanding year like a Russell Westbrook when he averaged 32, a 32-point triple double. I'm giving you an example. You know what I'm saying? When they'll give it to random people. But most of the time, it's gonna be the best player that's having the best seat, that their team is having the best season or the best record. Now, if I'm wrong, somebody correct me.
So Nikola Jokic
I
didn't get
mean,
the
the
final.
winning
Hold
record
on.
does go by that. So you're right.
So
He's right on that.
Thank you.
Nikola Jokic didn't get MVP. Why? You want to know why? Why didn't he get the MVP when he's getting more rebounds and more assists?
You tell us, Blackstone. Why didn't he?
So when they start to use the metric of VORP, the reason why he won is because he had a VORP, meaning that when he's on the floor more than Jokic, his team won more. And it had nothing to do with Jokic or him beating Jokic because he was a better player. It was because his team was winning more, meaning that SGA and them was a top ranked team in the NBA last year. So
Yeah,
it wasn't
they
just
both were
because
MVP.
he was the
They
best
both
player on
on
the
the
best
MVP.
team. It was because of the fact that they was tied most of the season. It was because of the fact that he was winning with his team in the amount of time that he was spending on the floor. So now let me explain to you what VORP does for. Let me explain what VORP does in the debate. So when you look up the definition, it actually tells you you can use NBA analytics scouts, people who are using VORP, use it to measure players. So when a person is going out on the floor, how much they're contributing to the offense and defense compared to a person that's sitting on the bench. So it also says in this document right here that's posted that when you wanna measure the greatest and you want to measure a person's contribution to the game when it revolves around winning. Not only do LeBron James leads, he has the highest in NBA history. Not only
Because he
that,
played the longest.
not so this is why we don't talk just casuals. Kobe Bryant
Per
played for
48,
20.
Jordan's is better.
Hold on, time out. Kobe Bryant played for 20 years. Vince Carter played for 22. Udonis Haslam played for 21.
Well, they're not close to being an all-time great. Like
You're not. You're not going to use longevity on the reason why they couldn't at least do half of what LeBron is doing.
Yes, because Jordan per 48 is better.
Hold on, my guy. For one, you're talking about a per. It actually says when you compare. I actually got it right here. If you want to do the comparison, I actually got it right here. When you compare, hold on, time out. When you compare VORP and per, and you put it into Google, and you ask them. Hold on, my guy. Hold on, Rob. You just cutting people off. You sound like a regular TikTok agent.
Lamont, should we continue this or what, brother? Let me know, because this is gone way too left.
Hold on.
No, it's fine. I'm fine.
Have this conversation, Black.
I got you.
I'm trying to have this conversation.
I got you, but it means something. When you put it into
not the sense of the conversation we're trying to have tonight. No, it doesn't mean anything. To be honest with you, it doesn't mean sense. The win shares per 48 means nothing in the whole concept of why Wilt Chamberlain is better than Bill Russell. Like, that's something he ran to afterwards. Like that had nothing to do with the conversation. He went straight to stats. He said points, rebounds. He went to production. And when that goes in LeBron's favor, now they want to go to some other metric that has nothing to do with the conversation. Just like BORP has nothing to do with this conversation.
Exactly.
And my whole point, my whole point in saying that to Big Sasson was because, and it seems like with Jordan fans, y'all know that Bill Russell, you're not going to win a championship conversation with Bill Russell.
Well,
and so
Bill Russell played against 8 other teams.
And so hold on 1 second. All I'm saying is that's typically what Jordan fans will say. Because Big Assassin just said he don't use the competition stuff. He don't use it.
I don't care
so
what Big Assassin.
If we,
he played against 8 other teams. That's all.
Can you stop talking? God,
okay, so what I'm saying is, you just said the competition don't matter. So if the competition don't matter, then we're only focused with Bill Russell on his championships. His championships are superior than Jordan's. So now we have to find another way to diminish Bill Russell. Then we go to the stats. And now it's stats
Bill
and
Russell was
production.
never in the GOAT conversation, period. Y'all put him in there.
Who's in the GOAT conversation?
He was never in the GOAT conversation.
Are you with 11 rings, the best defender?
He was never in the GOAT.
He's the greatest defensive player in NBA history.
Have you ever known a defensive player to ever be the best player in the fucking league?
Bill Russell, 5 MVPs.
Never.
How did he get 5? How did he get 5 MVPs as the best defensive player in the league?
Never, because the criteria of getting MVPs is being the best player on the best team. That's how he got.
Hold on, Big Assassin.
That's how he got.
Big Assassin. When Bill Russell got his MVPs, the players voted for MVPs, not the media.
Exactly.
So what was Bill Russell doing on the court where his own competition, even with racist white players and all, they were voting him the MVP? What was he doing on the court that was so great? They were saying he's the league MVP. And it wasn't all through because of scoring. I mean, it was like, I remember, just like I tell all Jordan fans, you can be great at basketball even if you're not scoring 30 points per game. There's other things that you can do to make yourself great. You don't have to score 30.1 points per game to be in the GOAT conversation. You don't have
That's why they diminish Robert Horry.
That's all we're saying is Bill Russell's greatness, and this is what I was explaining to the guy. Greatness looks different. Bill Russell's greatness looks different from Jordan's greatness.
Facts.
I said,
you can't use stats against Bill Russell and then say LeBron's stats can't be better than Jordan. That's the facts, because LeBron's stats make him better than Jordan.
Like I said, he was never a better basketball player than Wilt Chamberlain. Everybody know that.
But that's only based on stats and production.
Exactly.
He was never a better basketball player.
And you know what? Hold on. Let's just agree with Big Assassin.
No, that's off the eye test.
No, and I agree.
No, hold on. You can look at that and tell who the best player.
Big Assassin.
Wilt Chamberlain was the fastest, still is right now today, the fastest.
No.
5, 10, 15, 20, and 30,000
That's
points.
LeBron.
Nobody done it quick.
That's
no,
LeBron.
LeBron is just the youngest.
LeBron's the youngest.
He's the youngest, not the fastest.
Okay, yeah, you're
LeBron's
right.
the youngest.
Okay, hold on. So all I'm saying, Big Assassin, is if it's okay for you to use stats and production to say that Wilt
I'm
is
not
better
using
than.
stats and production. It's just
Yes,
I'm
you
looking at
are.
the eye test, bro.
Yes, you are.
I'm looking at the eye test. I already know these
Okay,
players.
okay,
I don't have to
okay,
put up one stat.
You can't see the
okay.
stats. You don't
Everybody
trust the
know.
eye test.
Hold on, but Big Assassin.
Everybody know.
Hold on, Big
Everybody
Assassin.
know,
Hold
bro.
on. First of all, hold on, Big Assassin. First of all, I don't know how much of an eye test you were actually able to have when it was hard to even watch Wilt Chamberlain even play basketball. I
Facts.
mean, so
Bro,
on what radio broadcast were you listening to where you were
bro,
visualizing all this?
I don't need but one game to look. I can look at one
One
game and
game,
tell who's the better
one
basketball player.
game.
Yeah, please kick him.
Who is
You
that?
just like
I got him. I
bugging.
got him off. I got him off. Don't worry.
What is
See what I'm
wrong
saying? This
with
is
these
what they
dudes?
do in TikTok, Lamont. This is how TikTok is. TikTok is wild, bro. TikTok is a bunch of wild dudes, bro.
Yeah,
TikTok is
man.
crazy. TikTok is crazy.
I'm just saying, bro.
But Big Assassin. So is
No,
it
no, 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 no,
okay?
no. You done asked me a thousand
So by
questions. Let me ask you a
default,
question.
no,
No,
no. By
bro, you done
default,
asked me a thousand
is
questions.
is
No,
no.
I just
My
want to know
last
one
question. My
thing.
last question. My last
No,
question.
no, 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 no.
Last
Let me
question.
ask
Yeah,
you
so let's
something.
move on. You right,
No,
Assassin. We've been
no.
asking you too much. We done took too
Yeah,
much
you're
time
right.
with you.
You're right. You're
Let's
right.
let Jay Sports up in the building. Jay Sports looks like a content creator. You can
Yeah,
stay
he
up here,
is.
big assassin, if you
No
want
doubt.
to. Jay Sports, we're here talking about the obsession with LeBron James. How we can't talk no basketball conversation without LeBron James being mentioned. So, can you help us understand the obsession with LeBron James in basketball discourse?
All roads lead to LeBron, man. I don't know what to tell you. All
He's the
roads
yellow
lead
brick
to him.
road. He's the yellow brick road. He's the Oz
No
at the
matter
end.
how long you talk about basketball, some way, somehow, you be talking about Luis Scola, and somehow LeBron's gonna get brought up some way, somehow.
Oh man, you ain't
Yeah, we
lying.
brought Plato up. Plato got disrespectful, started using words to try to get the live shut down. So he's gonna have to chill and take a break on a Saturday night and just watch it. Be safe. Because again, we listen. The FYF and I decided to do this, and we're gonna be doing this every Saturday night, and we're gonna be talking basketball, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna be a new phase in TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. We're not like these TikTok dudes who scared to go to other places. We're everywhere. FYF Sports and Goat James Kingdom on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on Twitter. We're on Twitch. We are real content creators, and we're gonna talk basketball.
And we challenge and I don't want people to take offense if we challenge it. I'm gonna challenge it because obviously, Johnny sees the game a certain way. I see it a certain way, and I'm gonna challenge stuff that just don't make logical sense. It's some of the stuff that I hear that people try to use for Jordan to me just don't make sense. I don't think it's very hard to make a case for Jordan to be the GOAT, but some of the stuff that people use to make him the GOAT is just absolutely wild, man.
He ain't the GOAT. By their own standards, he ain't their GOAT. By their own standards.
But hold on, can we do that? Big Assassin, and I'm assuming you're a content creator. I'm assuming you've done this. Do you have any levels like criteria that you use to formulate your top five? Is Big Assassin still with us?
Yeah, somebody say Plato said Curry better than Braun. That lets you know right there they don't know how to talk basketball. You know, Rob is on the Jordan side. I think he got a little Jordan post there. Rob is on the Jordan side. If Rob wants to step up and let us know why y'all have an obsession with LeBron James.
Talk to us, Rob. He's on mute. There he is.
There you go. Why you mute yourself?
What's wrong, man?
Is that Rob?
All right, is the background bad?
Nah, you good.
Are we obsessed with Braun? I mean,
Yeah.
I think how he carries himself as a basketball player and just role model, I think is very inspirational. He's like one of the most popular figures, like a top 10 top popular figure in the world, one of those controversial figures. He's, I mean, always debated as a GOAT. So, I mean, that's going to happen. Like, he's going to always bring drama with him. Like, he's always going to be brought up in even, like, politics. I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's a lot of the Jordan fans, though. It definitely is.
Do you think that you just want to see him lose?
I believe their obsession is because they sense somebody. It's just like when you run in a race and you feel that guy on your shoelaces behind you. That's the guy you worried about. Like if you run in a 400-meter race and you got a guy 50 meters behind you, I'm not thinking about him. I even might, take a breather the last couple of steps before I cross the finish line. But if I have somebody on my shoelaces, on my heels, I'm always going to be looking over my shoulder, worried about that guy. And to me, it feels like when you talk about Jordan fans and their constant obsession with LeBron, is because they sense that LeBron is the only player actually on Jordan's heels if he hasn't already passed him, which many people feel he has. And we know that minds are shifting.
Right.
Because in the Bleacher Report ranking, Jordan and LeBron were only separated by 1 vote. And that's how we know that people's minds, just like Chilltown said, people are watching the game, people are doing more due diligence, and their minds are starting to change. And it's only a matter of time before it's unanimous that LeBron is the GOAT. And I said this on my stream last year because, I coach a team, and I was listening to my players after practice, and they was talking about they going out to have a drink because it was LeBron James's birthday. I said, it's over with for Jordan. I said, you got people going out celebrating this man's birthday. I said, it's a wrap. You can't compete with this. It's a wrap.
Mars's last Sunday on Mars's stream from PC, they had a GOAT debate show, and he put it in his poll, and the majority of the people voted LeBron as the GOAT over there. So the young people are already there because we already know Mars represents the young generation. He represents the dudes that were born after 2005, which is kind of crazy. I mean, think about it.
LeBron just has too many years.
So LeBron is so polarizing, to be honest with you, that he keeps Jordan relevant. Because I always tell you guys, what is there to talk about Michael Jordan? Mid-range shooting and defensive player of the year? Like, it's not intriguing. But comparing it to LeBron, it makes it more intriguing.
That's a fact.
LeBron play.
What you said there, I guess it's a Panther? Roll Panther?
Yeah, but LeBron, more people than seen LeBron play, just from a time standpoint of it, technology. People seen Jordan, but not as many people that seen Jordan play. They just know they didn't see Jordan with all type of, adventures or whatever. But
you seen his highlights.
Basketball wise, LeBron been on fucking TV. I mean, I'm sorry, but LeBron been on TV for 20 plus years. Back to back. There's way more people than seen LeBron. So he's more popular amongst as far as basketball people right now anyway.
I think like I was just saying earlier, I just think a lot of people just want to see him fail. So you have a lot of people that's Jordan fans that have watched LeBron all through his 20 years that want to see him fail at every single metric, every single stat. So it's like a person that never failed.
The thing with Jordan fans,
hey, Black Sam, are they like the Shador Sanders fans watching Dylan Gabriel every time he go out there?
No.
Every time he go out there, they
hoping Dylan Gabriel throws some interceptions.
Bro, no, I hope he dropped the pass or get a fumble or something.
I ain't never seen so many people cheering for Dylan Gabriel's to fail. I'm talking about Shador Sanders fans was just watching that man hoping he fumbled. They was cheering when he threw an interception. I said, this is wild. That's exactly what they do.
But that's the thing, though, because at the end of the day, Michael Jordan is a great basketball player. I just never understood why they can just never talk about his greatness. They always try to use Bill Russell's career to say Michael Jordan's great, but they just try to diminish LeBron, really. So,
and they really, I'm not gonna lie, bro. They have a point with Jordan. Have a point with being the GOAT. He has a point. You got to think about it. As far and I'm a LeBron fan. I'm not gonna lie, but as far as the way you want your basketball player to come from mentality wise, like on the court, Jordan is the GOAT. He's the GOAT standard. He is what you want. But as far as on some player for player, you know what I'm saying? It's more like you want LeBron because he more expandable with a lot of more stuff. But as far as mentality, how you want your player to just go out there and play, like everybody love Westbrook play, like his mindset as far as hustle, you know what I'm saying, like play hard. Everybody loved it. But as far as his play style now, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, that's what any coach would want.
But I'm saying this. What I'm saying though, like, how do you judge a player's mentality? Like, how do you
I don't know where you
Like,
think
okay,
that.
it no. It's see, I'm not saying that it's something wrong with LeBron James. 'Cause like I said, LeBron, he's
No,
my
no, no,
favorite
no.
player.
I'm just saying, no,
Yeah,
not talking about LeBron, period.
yeah.
I'm saying, how do you judge mentality? This is my thing with like
By
Jordan
by
fans, Kobe fans.
by your lows, by your lows. When you have lows, when you have
So that's the
a bad
mentality. So
turnover,
when
and you still see them going at it, like, you know what I'm saying?
so
It's just
when
like
so when
it's
Jordan was
more.
playing against the Magic and he missed those 2 free throws and then turned the ball over, Nick
Yeah,
Anderson stole it. Then he
that's nothing.
passed up the last shot
Yeah, it's
and turned
nothing.
the ball over again. So
But
did
I
he have
mean,
a weak mentality?
No, that's
On the
not weak
last shot,
mentality. That doesn't take
how was that
one
not a
moment.
weak mentality? He
One
passed up the
moment
last
never.
shot.
One moment never takes away from a player. You know what I'm saying? One moment. So it's not the point of him. And see, you making my point. All right, you said what happened now? You said, he stole the ball. He missed
No,
that
yeah,
turnover.
he missed two free
Okay,
throws.
Hey,
all right.
hold on, wait, before y'all continue. Hey, Biggest Sass, I'm gonna bring you back up. I didn't think you was there because we had asked you a question. You weren't there. That's why I brought Ralph up for you. But I'm gonna fit you in here in a second. Give us a second. But y'all boys hurry up and finish this conversation. We can get Ralph in here.
But okay, after that happened, what Jordan do? 3P. So it's just certain things that come with a player mentality that you will want. Not saying that you're not gonna get that. You're not gonna know until you see it. You know what I'm saying? So it's
So
not something that you.
Yeah, but
after
how do you?
2011, LeBron won back to back. So
But how do
Yeah,
you
that's
play?
mentality too. That's
Hold
LeBron
on,
got
but
that
hold
mentality
on.
too.
Wouldn't couldn't you argue if you're talking mentality that LeBron James might have the strongest basketball mentality in NBA history because
Yeah,
to
he
My
be
do.
to
God, I was
be
finna say
He
it.
do
Thank you for
have.
to
saying
be
it.
this
He
good for
do.
this long,
It's just
and I
he
always tell
do.
people this. I mean, I couldn't imagine opening up my Chase bank account. I see 300 million in there and getting up
Not get real.
doing some of the things that you have to do to prepare for an NBA season. 2 a days, 3 a days, not going on to certain vacations, not enjoying the money that you earn, right? But you
Yeah,
making because when you're working out like that, obviously sleep is important. So your day's a little shorter. So you're looking at 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day. Dieting, strict diet. The foods and the drinks that you want to go out and enjoy your life, you're not doing it the same, right? Everything's on a strict schedule, strict diet, strict workouts, and you got to wake up and do it all over again because the one thing about basketball, once the season ends, whether you win or lose it, you got to start all over again, and the process is reset, and the process is grueling. Isn't that might be arguably the greatest mentality in basketball history to be this great for this long? I mean, at 40
yeah.
years old, we haven't seen.
Stick to it. Yeah.
So
And
if we're talking
LeBron the
about
greatest to
mentality,
me.
so if we're talking
LeBron
about
the greatest to me.
mentality, I think
Yeah,
LeBron
but
might edge out everybody in
mentality
NBA history.
and to say that Jordan, I'm not saying Jordan has a better mentality than LeBron. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's just a different look. It's a different like, ooh, it's just like the shiny car. The car with the rims on it. It looks like, ooh, it look more better. LeBron, he is more sustainable. You like you said, because he's doing it for 20 plus years. But as far as it's like
I don't think
it's like
Jordan's
seeing
game looked
something
better
that
than LeBron. I don't even think optically his game looks better than LeBron.
okay, I'm gonna be real. LeBron game to everybody else probably is not as sexy as Michael Jordan game. It's not. But to me, I like LeBron game. I'm a more of a
Wait, Jordan
passive
got a soft
player.
feminine body, Lamont. That's why he like that shit. Jordan got a soft feminine body, man. That's why he like
Nah,
Jordan. Wait,
it's
No,
say
just a
Jordan. I don't
look,
care when he
man.
looks sexy.
Just a
I don't care
look.
about looking
no,
sexy on a
I get what
basketball
you're
court.
saying.
I
No,
don't
I
care.
get what you're saying. But like I
Yeah,
say, like for me, as a player, for me when I played, I was a shooter, right? My game was
yeah,
reliant on swing, move the ball. I'm from Indiana. Like, move the ball, need to move. And so
yeah,
obviously, looking at the game, and the ball need to be moving. Like I'm gonna have an affinity for the Steve Nashes, the guys, the Chris Pauls, the guys that can move the ball and create for others because that's what made me a better player. I'm not gonna be a humongous fan of the Kobe's, the shot chuckers, the Iversons, the Jordans.
yeah,
What all I'm
yeah.
saying is it's hard. Like your eye test to you based on how you see the game might make it look better, but to me, I think LeBron James' game optically looks better. I think his game
Yeah,
looks better.
to me, LeBron James game is better. I like his game. It looks better to me. But to people, to the masses, Jordan games is going to look better. It's just a mind. It's just how people look at stuff, and that's not saying that Jordan got the most best game ever, but as far as like Curry, people will look at Curry and say Curry has a way better game than both of them. They'll look at that because the shot making, the just the all around skills with the shooting, like that, it looks better. It do.
Well, it's
And
not the
not saying
shooting. It's not the shooting that impresses people with Steph Curry. It's the distance and how he gets his shots off that impresses people.
Yeah. You're right.
I
And it's
mean,
production.
we've
Also
never
about the
seen a
production.
player. We've never seen a player literally cross half court and take the shot with confidence.
Yeah.
We've never seen people take
That's a
fadeaway
fact.
threes on 2 and 3 people. Like the way, and then we,
y'all
and
think
then
it'd
what
be
the
a-
one thing that charges the crowd the most is when you hit 2 and 3 in a row. Now the heat checks, and he knocking down the heat checks like they regular jumpers.
Y'all
And it's
think
just like,
another player like that?
but these are called highlight. These are called highlights. So I think fans gravitate to players that can fill
put
up
on
the
highlights.
highlights. I don't know if fans always gravitate to the best player.
Nah,
Because
man.
everybody like Giannis, right? But they don't gravitate towards him like they do Curry
Yeah.
Because he's in a small market.
or
And
Luca.
But also
Curry's in
though,
a
it's
big
because
market.
his game. It's his game.
Curry's
It's
in
his
the, Curry
game.
got the Asian market.
Everybody
Curry got
can't.
the Asian
Everybody
market
can't
in
go
New
dunk.
Orleans.
Everybody can't go run up and down the court and dunk out. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Hey,
but again,
but-
it's not even about that.
I
It's
think
you-
that's a fake about Giannis. That's a
It's
narrative
about
about
marketing,
Giannis.
man. It's about marketing.
Nah,
But
that ain't
let's
no
let Ralph in
narrative.
here. Let's
That's
let
the
Ralph in here
game.
because all that again is all
That's the
subjective.
game.
We never gonna argue about nobody's subjective ideas. So let's let Ralph in here. Shout out to Ralph, man. Peace and blessings, Ralph. What's good, brother?
Yo, what's going on to Johnny, man? Long time no hear, man.
What's good, man? What's good, man? I've been hearing you, brother. I've been hearing you on these TikToks. Don't forget that I be snooping around. I be listening.
Yeah, you be in the background. I hear
Yeah,
you. But,
I be
I
listening.
ain't gonna say nothing crazy.
I know. I'm just messing with you. But anyways, we really talking about. We really just having a conversation because FYF posted a video about how once you critique Jordan or once you have a conversation outside of LeBron, for some reason LeBron names get mentioned, and we trying to figure out what's the obsession with LeBron James and why people always talk about LeBron.
Well, I mean, of course, the GOAT debate is probably the biggest talking point in when we're talking on these platforms and everything. That always comes up and everything. So that's part of the reason why LeBron really comes up anytime you critique Jordan, and then vice versa too. If you're bigging up one or the other, the opposite person is going to come up in the conversation, and then next thing you know, you got to go debate all the time. I do find myself at times, even when I was hosting lives previously, to where I got sick of the GOAT debate, to where I try to bring up different topics, different players. Me and you have even spoken over the phone about that, So, I mean, it's cool talking about it, but, there's other basketball than that.
That's true. That's true. Like my Heat whooping on your Knicks this year.
Nah, we're not doing that. Y'all Heat is trash.
We got listen. I can't wait. We're gonna be having some fun. We're gonna be doing more lives like this, y'all. We're gonna have some more fun. But there are some people in the background. Can we drop somebody so we can bring up some people that are in the background? If y'all comfortable letting people come up, please.
You already know my Knicks is already lock and loaded to go to the finals.
Oh, here you go.
What up, SB?
They got
I ain't see this man in the
we got Lamont on TikTok. What is going on in the world?
I know, right?
What's going on, man? Johnny, what's up? Lamont, we gotta chop it up. We gotta chop it up too. Why you harder to find than Bruce Wayne, man? You harder to talk to than Bruce Wayne, man.
Yo, what up, SB?
What's up, Ralph? What's going on, man?
Not much, man. Not much.
What's the topic? I got like a good two minutes before I gotta make this room. What's up? What's the topic? Hey, Johnny, I heard you up here lying too. I was listening, talking about Jordan ain't got no records. You know.
No, I said he does have records. I know. Jordan
No,
has
you said no at first because see, Johnny, I know you. You know, you question people who don't got the not. See, look, what does Johnny do is
that's true.
What is Johnny? What?
SB, this ain't
YouTube.
This is recorded. This is recorded. Don't do that. This is being
no,
recorded.
Johnny, it is recorded, and you know I'll go back and clip it. No,
I
maybe
know
a lot
Jordan
of
got a record. He got 6 Finals MVPs. Who don't know that? He got
no,
10.
no, no. I'm just saying.
He got
No,
more than
you
that,
said no. You
Johnny. I've been
corrected.
in the comments this whole
No, he don't
time
have more than
listening.
Kareem. That's what I said. He don't have
No,
more than
no. You
Kareem.
corrected it. You corrected it after because I showed like, whoa. Because what did Johnny do? He if he know you ain't got the knowledge, he'll say something crazy and
No,
he'll
no.
wait
I
till
mean,
you
I was talking to
question it.
Big Assassin. I'm gonna bring him back up too because he was the one that we were talking that conversation about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna
was
say now.
y'all was cornering Big
And then
Assassin. Y'all was trying to
I
make him
don't
cut
like
his
how
own
you said
throat.
winning with 3 teams though.
Nah,
Because I
man.
heard that winning with 3 teams is not better than three-peating twice in the same decade. That's
Well,
just
that's
my
your
opinion.
opinion, sir.
That's
One's a
my,
record,
but
one's
that's
not.
your opinion. It's your opinion the same way too, though. Vice
I know
versa.
that, but I ain't asked you for your opinion. I asked you what was a record.
No, that ain't a record. I mean, who
That's
got
what
two
I
teams?
don't ask people for their opinions. I want to know what you know.
I know. Jordan 3P twice in 1 decade.
And so did Scottie Pippen.
That's great, and he won the greatest players of all time, especially two-way players. And that's a fact. A lot
How
of
you
people
gonna
don't respect
how you gonna
Scottie.
say Scottie Pippen
Scottie
won? He
Pippen is
on the
one of the
team.
greatest two-way players of all time.
Okay, well,
leading that team to the
LeBron
championship.
got a record as the guy with the most championships on 3
But
different
does
teams.
what I mean? But when you having the most of everything, it's always subjective, and you got to understand what it means.
Most ain't
Because
subjective, sir.
so
Most
wait,
is objective
no wait.
as it
Okay, so
gets,
wait,
sir.
so perfect
Most is
example.
objective as it gets. Most is most. There's nothing else
So
but
wait,
most.
does having the most of something make you the best at it?
It makes
If
you
you
one
have
of the
more
best.
most, if you have the
So
if you
so
have the
wait.
most,
Let's talk now.
if
Look,
you
this is
have
why
the
I say
most,
this.
yeah. If you have the most,
Okay,
yeah.
now this is why I say
I mean, how
it's
would you be
basketball
able
is
to say they
subjective and it
not?
comes with
They have the
details
most.
because you will say LeBron James is the greatest scorer because of points, and it could not necessarily be true because it's
Yes, he
details
is.
that come to scoring and what you
He
look
got
at.
the most
And we
points.
all
Got
hold on,
more
wait, we
points.
can all agree when
Uh-huh.
if the game's on the line,
Uh-huh.
That's
we will want.
different.
Oh
That's
wait, let me
clutch.
fix. No, I'm not. Let me
That's
finish.
still it's
Y'all gotta
still
let
The
me
game
land the
on the line.
plane.
I'm going with the
Let
GOAT, LeBron
I'm going
James.
with
let me land. If
LeBron.
y'all
He got the
listen to
most
me
points.
and let me land the plane, y'all understand what I'm saying. With the
That
game on
ain't
the
about to
line,
pass.
or wait, with the game on the line, or any decision maker call, everybody on this lab would say, "I want LeBron James to have his ball in his hand because he'll make the right decisions."
I
LeBron
will.
James has the most turnovers, and nobody in their right man would say LeBron James is the worst player ever to have the ball in his hand. Correct or not? Right?
Yeah,
No,
having the
but they
most
can say
turnovers
that.
doesn't
No,
mean you're
but they can
bad.
say
That's the
that
whole point.
because if he
We
has the
already
most
established
turnovers,
this.
But that's
if he
why I
has the
said
most
everything
turnovers, they
comes
say
with
that.
subject. I'm not saying LeBron not, but I'm just saying
No,
everything
but
just.
it's subjective to say
Yeah.
that the most turnovers is bad because in reality it isn't. That just shows how much of a
I mean,
great
it
playmaker he
depends.
is.
It depends. It depends.
It doesn't depend. Stats are stats. You can't switch up stats. Stats
But
mean
they
But
are
you
exactly
can't
what
objective
tell
it
me
though.
means
having
in
the
the
Anyway,
most of
though,
game.
something makes you the best at something.
that's
And
something you
if
got
I
to
have
see.
the most at something, I'm better than you. How you gonna say that?
Because do you think LeBron James had the most turnover making that he's a bad decision maker with the basketball?
No, that
No,
means
No,
he's the best playmaker
no,
ever. That's not
but
what that means. The most
no,
turnovers doesn't mean you're the worst
no.
decision
but
maker.
no,
That's not what that means,
that
sir.
doesn't take away from you being able to say that though. You can
No,
still say
again,
that
okay. You know
if you
what?
want
You know
to.
what?
You can say
SB,
that
do
if you
me a
want
favor,
to, but
SB.
you
You
got to
got
be able
30
to see
seconds,
it.
SB, left on your resume right now before you go. Go show me the top 10 players in turnovers and show me which player is a bad decision playmaker
No,
and not.
give me the top 10. I'm on my phone, so you can tell me
Oh, you
right
want
now.
me to do that for you? Hold on, let me bring
Yeah,
that
or
up for you right
give me the
now.
top 5. Give me the top 5.
Okay, let me give you the top 5 players in turnovers, most turnovers in NBA history. Are you ready for this? And
Yes,
Done
you
I'm
tell
that.
me
listening.
which
Done
one's a
that.
bad
That's
decision
good.
maker. LeBron James,
He's not one of the best.
Russell Westbrook,
Questionable.
Karl
Bad.
Malone,
Questionable.
No, bad
Moses
decision maker.
Malone,
Bad,
Moses Malone,
Uh, questionable.
bad.
James Harden.
Good.
Bad.
No, he's a good playmaker.
All of these guys are good playmakers. That's why they're up there. They're all great playmakers, all of them.
Nah, not
I
Moses
wouldn't.
and not
But
Carl.
I know
yes,
Moses
Yes,
I
it is,
don't
I
sir.
don't
Malone.
know.
I
know.
can prove it.
Oh,
I don't know
buddy.
about
I have
All
to
of them
Moses.
admit,
are.
LeBron
All of them
James
are.
and James Harden is the only ones I'll say
Yep.
that's good.
Yeah, I
Hold
don't
on,
trust.
I ain't
No,
gonna
hold on,
lie.
hold on. When you
hold
go
on.
I
to the
wouldn't
top
call
10,
James Harden
when you
good.
go to the top 10
Westbrook.
in turnovers in NBA history, you got Isaiah Thomas, you got Jason Kidd, you got
Yep.
Kobe Bryant, you got John Stockton, James Harden,
Yep.
Hakeem.
Yep.
Hakeem is also in there. The funny thing about this is the top 10 players in turnovers. Hold on, somebody got some background noise. Whoever got
That's
background
me.
noise.
Hold on.
Is that me?
SB out in these
All,
streets.
all we're saying is the top 10 players in turnovers turnovers. Like the one thing about turnovers, y'all, you have to understand is turnovers only happen because there's a coach in a team that entrusts you with the ball a lot. So that's why the top 10 players in turnovers in NBA history also are some of the greatest players in NBA history.
No, but
No,
Lamar.
no, but that's why I said,
Hold on, wait, but Lamar,
the stats are subjective.
hold on, wait. Do y'all think Karl Malone and Moses Malone are top 10 in this category because of ball handling?
No.
So why do you think they're there?
Because
They turning that motherfucker over.
of against
Turning over how?
stoling the
How are they
ball, you know
causing
what I'm saying?
turnovers? To explain, I
Stuff
want to
like
know how
that,
you
yeah.
think they're causing turnovers.
I
The
mean,
ball's
I,
in the
I
air a
can't tell
lot.
you how they got
Passing the
every
ball and
turnover.
not passing the ball right. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
So you telling me Karl Malone got over 4,000 turnovers predicated on passing the basketball?
No, that's
No.
not true.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
if
okay, all right. Let me
some
help you out.
passing,
Let me
some
I would
skills.
just like to ask.
Offensive fouls or turnovers. There's so many ways.
Exactly.
Travel.
They are wait, hold on, wait. They are getting called for offensive fouls for doing illegal screens because they do a lot of screens, which means they're creating a lot of plays.
Right.
Yes.
So that's why they have a lot. So again, all of these guys are showing you that they're great playmakers. Great playmakers have turnovers. So none of these guys are bad at making plays. These are the greatest playmakers in NBA history.
Nah,
hold on, wait, Johnny and Lamont. Hold on, wait. The whole point,
from
hold on,
an
wait, because I like,
defensive
and this is
player.
why, like y'all got brought the obsession thing because when it comes to like LeBron and Jordan go to bed, we get off track because the whole point of the statement once we hear LeBron turnover, everybody went haywire. But the whole point is, like you just explained, everything has substance to understanding why things are a certain way. So you can't just say, he have this, so this make him
but
best.
Johnny
I
said
think
turnovers
LeBron
is not a bad category.
Wait, Lamont. I think
Exactly.
LeBron is the great.
So you can't use it as a bad category. That's the problem. Michael Jordan fans take stats and make it something
That's
that
really
it's not.
that's not what he was saying though. That's not
The
what he was
point is,
saying.
I'm saying you can't point at something and say this the player is best at this because of his stats. I think LeBron James is the greatest passer of all time.
But hold on. But SB, that's
why
how
the
you
turnovers
see
don't
it.
matter.
There are a lot of people that look at you having the most as being the best. There were a lot of people
that makes no sense.
When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the all-time leading scorer, there was a lot of people who were 70s fans. You cannot tell them that Jordan was a better scorer than Kareem because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was sitting at the top of this list. So at the end, and also there were people who were Wilt fans because Wilt, all his statistical accomplishment, scoring 100 in a game, you cannot tell them that Jordan was a better scorer than Wilt. Because
that's true.
So all I'm saying is that just because you feel that way don't mean it's the case. That's just how you see the game. But just like Goat James Kingdom said, there are a plethora of people who look at totals and say, you know what? I'm going to just side with the guy that's at the top of that list.
Well, who's number one in all time turning the ball over? Who's number one?
It's LeBron.
No, okay, no, but somebody just gave a list. Somebody just gave a list with turnovers that didn't have LeBron first.
No, he said LeBron first. He said LeBron. It was a Johnny. He said LeBron first.
But
no, my question is, where was Isaiah Thomas at?
9.
5, probably 5. 6.
Like he shouldn't even be that high due to the point he didn't even play that many years.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of turnovers, bro.
You're a point guard though.
Yeah, he is a point guard, but still,
I think the point what SB was saying is like just because you have the most don't mean that it's good or like you're the best or the worst. I think that was the point. Am I correct?
Yes, I was just saying that you can't just look at something as a basic way. You gotta understand. To me.
You can't. But there are some people that do look at the game like that.
Yeah, that's how they only look at anything.
They don't understand better.
Like, it does like if you're gonna say if you're the best because you're the top of those totals, like you gotta stay consistent though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But see, at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to being at the best at something. Like for example, there are going to be some people that say Jordan is the best scorer because of the 10 scoring titles. That's the most scoring titles. There are going to be some people that say LeBron's best scorer because of the points, because he has the most points. Who are you to say that Jordan's scoring titles being the most there is better than LeBron's all-time points? It's just subjective. It just comes down to
the whole.
It comes down to somebody being the most at something.
Debate is subjective, in my opinion. Until you can get all these great players in the same basketball gym, being able to play all
that ain't never
their
gonna
prime
happen.
is the only way you'll be able to determine who's the best player.
It's easy. That's the point of having stats because stats are
stats can be misleading, man. That's
it's nothing misleading about
stats. You just proved the point about stats.
No, I'm going to say if we want to be honest, only stats misleading is Will Chamberlain. Anybody ready for that conversation?
Pay attention, easy. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Only stats misleading is Will Chamberlain. If y'all,
no, there is no such thing as
misleading
stats, ladies and gentlemen. Stats mean what
better watch the
mean.
film.
Oh, wait. SB, stats mean what they mean. You not accepting the stats for what it means is the problem. If it means what it means, you just got to accept it for what it is. You're the one who have a problem with what stats mean. If it means something, allow it to mean what it means. That's it.
I don't have a problem with
Ask me,
stats.
ask me, what does LeBron have the most turnovers
My
in the
problem
game?
is
Hold on,
that
wait.
this
I
subjective
want to Johnny ask one
conversation
question
you will
because I gotta
never
go.
ever get
Johnny,
to the bottom of
wait,
until you
I
get
gotta
everybody
go.
in
I
the
do
gym
understand
at the
that
same point in
because
their
of the
career where they're
same.
peaking.
Hold on, wait. I It's gotta like go, the y'all. Let me same ask Johnny example. one question Go real quick, ahead. Ralph. Hold on, wait. Because I gotta go. So if that's the case, that's how I mean. What does LeBron James have the most turnovers mean then?
That he's the
You got a
greatest
volume
Getting ready
playmaker
to
in
say that.
NBA
Hold on.
history.
But hold on.
Yeah.
But SB, that only would matter if turnovers alone were used to judge players. Because when we talk about playmakers, the measuring stick for playmakers has always been assist to turnover ratio. Nobody independently looks at playmakers and just says turnovers
Okay.
because you can get a turnover after throwing a beautiful pass that hits somebody in the chest. If they fumble it out of bounds, it's
That's
a
true.
turnover on you, right? If a ref calls a bad call and calls a travel when you didn't, that's a turnover on you.
Yes.
There's so many ways you can get turnovers that have nothing to do with you that nobody judges players solely on turnovers. That's why they have ratios where how do we
What's
fairly
LeBron ratio? By
how
the
do
way,
we
Johnny.
how
That's over 2-1.
his career
That's good. That's good. Okay.
his career ratio is 2, a little over 2. So he has a
Okay,
career
that's good. That's
assist to
good.
turnover ratio of 2, which we know that the measuring stick for a great playmaker is having a 2-to-1 assist to turnover
2
ratio.
to 1. Yes. Okay.
Right,
No,
and
that's
the
all.
higher it is, so if turnover, that's what I'm saying. If turnovers alone was any type of measuring stick, then yes, but it never been a measuring stick. We've always
Okay.
evaluated great playmakers on assist to turnover ratio, so that's where we judge the turnovers in that ratio.
And it
And
matter
that,
about what system you in too. Because
Again,
if you
like
got
I told you,
turnovers in an
the
system,
most turnovers of all time means you're the greatest playmakers of all time. So it
Well,
doesn't hurt your resume.
playmakers is so many different ways. It's not just based
Exactly.
off
Because
assists as
even
well.
the
It's
assist to
like
turnover
you
ratio.
can be a
I'm sorry, go ahead.
playmaker from scoring as well because, I mean, per definition,
I think
playmaking
LeBron
is
the best playmaker of all time. Be real.
creating advantage for your teammates and yourself.
yeah.
That's the pure definition. So it's like you
Rodman
got to
was a
look at
playmaker.
other aspects
Rodman was a playmaker.
of playmaking.
I think
No, but
Magic.
even
I
when you
think
look at, like I
Magic
said,
the
like
best
Karl Malone,
playmaker
right?
of
When
all
you look at
time.
someone like a Karl Malone's a playmaking ability would be from his assist screen points, the amount of points that are produced by the type of screens he provides on the basketball court. Someone like a Rudy Gobert, Draymond Green, you go look at their assist screen points, you'll see exactly how much screening affects the game of basketball, and they
The
get
assist screen
shots. So
point.
that's also playmaking. But
Yeah,
they
but
don't
that's a
have
certain
assists, right?
extent
They don't
to
have assists. So they
comparing
don't.
to
You
like
can't do an
Draymond.
assist turnover ratio for those dudes. You see what I'm saying? But again, the turnovers, the most turnovers in NBA history are going to be to the greatest playmakers in NBA history. The same way the most missed shots in NBA history are going to go to the greatest scorers in NBA history. You go look down the list, you'll see those things. So these things are not negative stats. So when SB try to throw it out there like it's supposed to be a negative stat, it's not a negative stat.
I think it is a negative stat, especially on Karl Malone's side, because if you setting illegal screens, you're doing something bad for the team. A
Right.
turnover is a turnover. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
but,
Whether you,
But he gives more screens that lead to
Yep.
more points than the turnovers. That's the
but
point.
Big Assassin,
I mean, yeah,
and
yeah.
that's still predicated on human error, because when you can get turnovers based on a ref making a bad call, based on a ref calling something offensive foul when it wasn't,
You're right.
based on a ref calling something illegal screen when it might have been good. That's why I say you have to judge turnovers in a unique way. Like that's why when we say LeBron's a better playmaker than Jordan, well, if you wanted numbers to support that, Jordan's career assist to turnover ratio is below 2. Jordan's career,
And the other thing too, a
LeBron's
turnover
career
in the
assist to
first quarter
turnover
may
ratio.
mean something totally different than a turnover in the fourth quarter in crunch time. That's where I say stats sometimes can mislead you because for time and
Just let
situations in the
Lamar finish.
game also dictates the importance of some of these stats that you may look. That's why I say stats sometimes can be misleading if you're not careful.
Yeah, but
LeBron still has a 2. LeBron still has a 2 to over 1 turnover ratio.
we can't
in
do
clutch
that because
moments.
nobody's going to go back and evaluate late game fourth quarter turnovers. There's no
What
evaluation
do we
for that.
evaluate then? What we really evaluate is wins and losses, right?
No, we don't. Wins and losses is team.
We should look at wins and losses, though. Wins and losses matter, right?
It
No,
does.
wins and losses is team.
you on the team.
You on the team.
No, because
And it matter. Of course, wins and losses matter. Nobody said wins and
no,
losses
I'm
don't
not
matter.
saying it don't matter,
Yeah,
but
and
no.
especially if you're the
I'm
lead dog
hold on
on
one
that
second,
team.
Ralph. All I'm saying is if you're trying to evaluate an individual player, like if you were a scout and you were trying to recruit a kid out of high school, but there's a kid at this school who's averaging 35 points per game, but he's playing at a school where he got a whole bunch of bums surrounding him and they can't win a game. Do we say, oh, that 35 don't mean nothing? He really not that nice? Or do we start evaluating him as an individual player to see if he's really nice, even though the team
Depends
is
on what my team needs.
Well,
right?
well, there's
Depends on what my
some
team
players.
needs.
There's some players that can average that much on a garbage team, but when they get to a good team, they can't do that.
That happened to Anthony Edwards in high school. His team was struggling to win games in high school.
I'm gonna use what's his name for I'm taking shots at a Johnny right now on the Miami Heat team.
Oh no.
What's your point guard? What's your point? What's your point guard over there that got traded for Charlotte?
Terry Rozier.
Trevor, Terry Rozier. He was over at Charlotte, averaging over 20. He got over to Miami, and he was trash.
No, that's because we got strip clubs. You know that, man. Stop it, man. Stop.
Terry Rozier.
Man. Stop that.
He
man.
wasn't the guy.
So it's like
he's
not going to get him that same
it's either you
anyway.
that guy or you not. I mean, at the end of the day,
they wasn't going to get
you
the
have
same
some players
opportunity
that's
they
like
had
that.
in Charlotte anyway. He's not that type of
player. But my point is like
player,
you can put up those numbers and everything, and if your team is not good and then you go to another team,
I see if you saying that like
or you go to a team where that system or that style of play that you are conducive in does not fit.
Sounds like Anthony Davis.
Chill out.
We're not
Anthony Davis in LA or Anthony Davis in New Orleans.
From my understanding, he wasn't winning. He was on the scrub team putting up stats.
That sounds like DeMarcus
I agree with you on that point.
Like
he ain't do nothing in New Orleans till Boogie Cousins got there, really.
That sounds like DeMarcus
Rondo, really. Every time you get a point guard, Anthony Davis is a baller, for sure. You get him a point guard.
Look at DeMarcus Cousins' stats, bro. That man averaged like 25, probably 10, 12. The whole time.
That don't mean DeMarcus Cousins was a bad player.
Nah, no, I know. But what I'm saying is though, it didn't transfer to nowhere else.
So are we supposed to believe that Dominique Wilkins is trash because he got stuck on the Hawks and James Worthy got lucky enough to go to the Lakers?
Well, here's the thing about DeMarcus Cousins. When he got traded over there, that was his demise because he got hurt over there. Once he got hurt over there, it wasn't the same. Same thing like once Dominique left Atlanta Hawks, like he was pretty much out the door. He wasn't the same player.
I just
think
y'all harp on wins and losses too much.
Towards Achilles.
Right.
It wasn't
Nobody
really because of him leaving Atlanta.
Especially when the guy who wins the most and loses the less is not your favorite player. Don't make no sense.
Yeah, nobody here who cares about winning is actually like implementing it into
I don't care about all that other stuff.
Hold on, y'all. Let Atlas cook, y'all. Can y'all
be misleading? I care about
man. That nigga Braun barely had coordination, man. We sitting around here arguing.
Hold on, y'all. Herm, I'm coming.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that Hollywood Herm in the building? Hollywood Herm coming in. Oh my God! Shout out to Hollywood Herm. Hollywood Herm.
Atlas, go ahead, Atlas, and then I'm gonna go to Herm next.
Yeah, I think the main point like people are trying to make when they're talking about how valuable and like impactful you are as a player, and you bring up winning. Nobody here nobody here really cares about winning as much as they say they do. Because if they did, all the players who won, like whatever they did to win, would be more impactful than the players that lost. So when you're having a conversation about, Bill Russell won, let's say like 11 championships, averaging 15 a game. That's more impactful than Jordan winning 6 championships, averaging 30 because he won more. And what he did impacted winning more. So when you're having this conversation about, who won more and how much did they impact? Yeah.
It matters.
Yeah,
Dwayne Wade said that. Dwayne Wade said he could ask for more points, but he chose to win more championships.
Yeah,
Scotty did the same thing. Scotty did the same thing. He could average more points, but chose to win championships.
He was winning championships playing one side of the court.
Yeah, that's a lie.
He had three seasons, possibly 4. He was playing both sides.
When Bill Russell retired,
why did John Condola say that Bill Russell was the best offensive player in the league and he was the opposing coach?
Who?
John Condola of the Lakers, the biggest rival of the Celtics. Why did he say? And also, Wilt said this as well. Why were players and coaches calling Bill Russell the best offensive player in the league?
A lot of people say a lot of stuff. I'm
They
not
had
going
a
to listen to
plan.
Shaq that
They had
say
a player
Stephen
there.
No,
Curry to the
hold
GOAT
on.
debate.
No, this is not anybody. These are people that
See
he's
that?
competing
You gotta
against.
show me that.
Yeah. All right. I mean, there's a
You
lot
gotta
of
show me
people
that.
say a lot
And
of things,
no,
but
but
like we got to come to our own
but I'm
interpretation
not
of it.
talking about them saying it after the fact to gas up the air. I'm talking about in
Don't
the
fall
midst.
for the rabbit hole, man.
I'm talking about in the midst of their battles. In the midst
I
of their
know, I
battles,
know.
in the time when John Cundler literally has nothing positive to say about the Boston Celtics. This is a heated
I
rivalry.
know.
Yet,
And
they
a lot
say
of
that.
people say
So,
things.
are y'all willing to open your mind up to understand that you can be a great offensive player without scoring the basketball?
Yeah, because it's a such thing called being a decoy.
It's like Jordan has poisoned y'all minds into believing the only way you can
I've
be a good offensive player
Hey,
is
hey,
if you
tell me
score
I've
the
something.
heard a
basketball.
lot of people say a lot of things and it don't be true. So I
I've
mean,
heard,
I don't
this
know.
is this
I
is
wasn't
why
alive.
this is why y'all couldn't wrap your head around the fact that Steve Nash beat Kobe out of the MVP because y'all were
No,
so
we can't wrap our head
enthralled.
around it.
Y'all were
We
so
can. We
enthralled.
actually understand.
Hold on, Big Assassin. Y'all were so caught up with Kobe scoring that you didn't realize that Steve Nash's impact on winning was way better. He took a 29 win team to a 62 win team.
I ain't
But
gonna
that
count that. They
I ain't
fucked
gonna
up. They
lie to
fucked
you.
up
and,
It
and,
went to
Andre.
just,
dirt.
and just like we've been saying, if it's about winning, y'all would appreciate Steve Nash's MVP because y'all like winning. But y'all don't really
Nah.
appreciate winning.
Hey,
Well,
hoes, ain't that what I
me
said
personally,
about the
Lamont,
MVPs?
me personally, I think it should have went to dirt. I think it
Hey,
should have went to dirt.
ain't that what I said about the MVPs when the guy asked me? I said it normally goes to the best player on the best team, and
Not
that's how.
it doesn't normally do that. It changes year to
But
year,
that
but yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
But
but
Man,
like
but there's a
me
reason why they're
personally,
the
man,
best
don't.
team, though. There's a
No.
reason why the Suns were the
but
best
like
team was because of Steve Nash. That's why he won the MVP. That's the whole point. The reason the Celtics were winning so much was because of Bill Russell. He not only was he effective on the defensive side of the ball, but on offense as well. The fact that he was able to create the transitions that they were able to have because of the way he was playing defense. Not only that, his ability to set screens. I keep forgetting about screening and his ability to pass in the post because they went to him in the post. He would pass out of it. He had a lot of assists as a big man. He was
you
always
look at
the top 2 or 3 in the on the Celtics in assists. He was always top 2 or 3 in scoring, and he was definitely their best rebounder and defender. And everything was predicated on what he did on the basketball court. Everything
I ain't seen no
on both
offensive.
sides of the floor.
So if the offense is what makes you the best player, then why don't y'all just flip Bill Russell and Sam Jones? He's 10-0. And he was their most clutch player, and he was their
He was
best
the
scorer.
best. He was the
He's
best
10 and
player
1.
on their team.
Who
Okay,
was the
so
best player on the Celtics then? Who was the best player on the
No, what I'm
Celtics?
saying.
Eleven
That's what I'm
championships.
saying. On the Celtics, he was the best player for a lot of their
because
team, for a
because
lot
we
of their
gotta
championships.
credit these championships
But
to
he wasn't.
somebody. Who do we give it
But
to if
he
we can't give it
wasn't.
to Bill?
But the thing
Give it to the
is, what we
Boston
trying to tell
Celtics.
y'all is
That's the only person
he
where they give
wasn't
it
the
to the team,
best
Lamont. That's
player.
the only person where they give it to the team, Lamont. He's the only
He
if
person.
we're
wasn't the
talking
best
if we're
player
talking
in the
about
league.
offense, you got so many. Like at the beginning, it was Bob Cousy with his scoring and his passing ability. Then it went to
No, it
Sam
was.
Jones, and
No,
then
it
it
was.
was
No, it
what?
Then it
wasn't.
was
What?
Havlicek. He right.
Name me
No, it
He
a
right.
name.
wasn't.
And then
Both
Havlicek
was
Hey,
came
right.
later.
Bob
Havlicek
hey,
came
Cousy.
later.
Bob
hey. Let
Cousy
me
If we're
ask
going
y'all a
wasn't
off
good
of
question
like
enough
right
that
quick.
year.
if we're going
Let
off
me
like
ask y'all a
field goal
question.
attempts, we're going off of field goal attempts. You get guys like Ramsey and Bob Cousy to start off. Then eventually you get to
Let me
Sam Jones, and then eventually you get to because remember,
Havlicek.
yeah,
let me
Cousy retired in
let me ask y'all a
'63.
question.
So after '63, that's when you start seeing more as the
See
Sam Jones.
Sam
Then
Jones,
then
and
then,
then
then you see Havlicek later on in the late years. It's
yeah,
Havlicek. Yeah.
and at times it was between Sam Jones and
Let,
Havlicek here and there, probably like in the late
No,
'60s,
no, we
mid
got you
'60s.
got to remember Havlicek was on the bench till like
me ask y'all
'67.
a question.
Well, hold on. What year you said?
To like '67 because they had Tom
Well,
Sanders and
nah,
Heisman
nah,
and those
like
guys playing the
six,
forward position.
like I want to say in that '67 series against the Knicks, it was Sam Jones, and then
No, I mean,
against Will
I was
Chamberlain,
saying
them it was
Havlicek didn't become
Havlicek.
a starter till like '67 is what I'm saying. He didn't become a starter till like '67.
I thought he started in '66.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know he didn't start when he first got drafted in '63. I know he
No,
his
no, no,
first
no,
start.
no, no, no. That's why I said. That's
Yeah.
why I said. That's why I said further down in the later '60s, it started to look more like Sam Jones and Havlicek, but Havlicek started like around 68, 69, it became more of a habit.
It was always Bill Russell. That's why he won 5 league MVPs because he was always the best player. But I don't know why y'all be taking
I
that
don't
away from
know.
Bill Russell.
Winning
I
those
don't understand.
MVPs on second team all NBA is crazy though.
So
Yeah,
Ralph, are you
but why
saying
was that happening?
so Ralph,
Hold on,
are
hold
you
on.
saying the All
I did a
NBA first team
no.
selections are
Why
more
did they?
important
Why do
than
y'all
MVPs?
say that? Why do y'all say that when y'all don't tell the full story of why that was happening? Now explain why that was happening.
Because the media was voting for the All NBA, if I'm third correct.
Because there was racist media members playing games with the votes. That's
But
why it was happening.
Can I
No,
ask?
this has already been factually proven. You just go look it up.
Well,
I actually had it, but the reason why it was all screwed up like that is because the players voted for MVP, but the people in the media was screwing up the All NBA teams. They was intentionally trying to screw over Bill Russell. They was doing it intentionally.
How do you think that should go today?
So,
Do you think the media should vote for that, or do you think the players should vote for that?
so my thing
They're
is,
never going
if
to
a
give it back
man's
to the players because there's too much money associated with these awards.
No,
and
I'm
what
not
players get
asking
paid.
that. I'm asking your opinion. Who do you think should be voting for that?
I
Nobody
believe
cares about Lamont's opinion.
I believe coaches and GMs should vote.
Yeah, Lamont, you ain't never tell these
So
people
a
what
man
FYF
averaging
means.
50 and
Hold on, wait,
25 shouldn't get the MVP.
Lamont, you never told these people what FYF means.
They know.
Okay,
Fuck
yeah,
your feelings.
nobody cares about Lamont's opinions
your
either.
feelings.
Trust me, we do not care what Lamont thinks neither. Trust me, we only want to know what Lamont knows. Trust me.
has there ever
It
been a
means
time that has been a defensive player
it
better than
means
the
fuck your
offensive player?
feelings.
Has the best defensive player ever been better than the best offensive player in the league? Ever? Give, give me an instance where the
Yeah,
best.
I think he didn't play until 58 though. In memory,
Right.
right?
I just
I
want to
think
know
that's your
where he
problem. Then
is.
it's asking you only care
And
about
I think
scoring.
Casey Jones,
No, we
he
can.
just yeah, like a year after. I think he got
Hey, Big
drafted the next
Assassin,
year.
was Embiid the best player on the best team in the league when he won MVP?
Nah,
Was who?
Embiid.
I don't know.
I
What
don't
about
think he was
Embiid?
I think he was the best player on that Sixers team. I'm a Sixers fan, but I don't think the Sixers were the
Did they have
best
the
team
best
in the
record?
league.
Did they have the best record in the
No,
Yeah,
East?
they the number
no.
one record in the East, I believe.
More than
They weren't best in the
more than
league.
likely, if you're the best player in the league, you're gonna win multiple league MVPs. It's hard to not. It's just hard not to.
But like
Even
I
if somebody
said,
wins it while you was the best player, like I mean, it's clear as day. Like it's clear as day. That's
You
why he
don't-
won 5 in that
You
span.
don't accidentally fall
Wilt
into
Chamberlain
5
won 3.
MVPs.
That's why
No,
Wilt
that's
Chamberlain
hard to
won
be an
3 in the
accident.
span that he won 3. That's why Kareem won the 5 that he won in that span. That's why
Him
Magic
winning
Johnson
over
won,
Will Chamberlain
Bird,
averaging
Jordan.
50 and 25 is crazy though.
That's
like
what
it's
I'm,
like it
that's what
goes
I'm
to the
saying.
That's
with
crazy.
When Jordan averaged 37, he didn't get MVP. You know who got it? Magic Johnson. You know why? Because he led his team for what I'm saying to
Magic Johnson was the better player
He was
then,
better
though.
than
50 and
Jordan. He
60
was just better
wins.
than Jordan.
Magic
He
was
was
better
better
than
than
He
Jordan.
went
Jordan.
50 and 60 wins. You feel
No,
what
but he
I'm
was
saying?
better than
So
Jordan. He was still better
Magic
than
was
Jordan.
better than
Jordan
Jordan.
Jordan,
Let me ask you a
Jordan was
question.
only averaging
Subjectively.
37 because he was taking like 32 shots a game. Like he wasn't.
27
no,
shots
Subjectively,
a
the
he,
game.
year that
27
bro,
shots.
Karl
That's something
Malone won the
ridiculous.
MVP, was he better than Jordan?
Come
Bro,
on,
they
man,
can't get
stop.
past the points per game. It's so sad.
bro,
Like that's not how we judge players.
Thank you.
bro.
Yeah, Jordan wasn't better than Magic
What's
in 87.
wrong?
Well,
Hell no.
He had
Was
200
Jordan
steals,
better than
100
Karl
blocks
Malone
as
when Karl
well.
Malone won it?
Yeah, damn right. Yep,
But what
he
I'm
was.
saying,
He was better than Jordan. I mean, Jordan was better than
I mean,
Karl
you could
Malone.
have swapped the years because Carmelo really should have won it in 98 and Jordan could have won it in 97. So in reality, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Both get the one. But Jordan was still the best player at that time. That's why Jordan won 2 MVPs. And when Jordan retired, Carmelo got the second one, which shows because he was the second best player. The only player we can say that was the best player to win multiple MVPs is Shaq.
Yeah.
I don't know about that old two. Duncan was on some shit.
No, I'm saying you don't think Shaq was the
Kobe.
best player for some time, but he didn't end up getting enough MVPs.
Oh yeah.
Kobe
Well,
too. Kobe too.
I
Kobe too.
I don't
think
know about Kobe.
Nah, Kobe had a good 3-4 years
No,
straight. He was
MJ got
better.
unless
multiple
Kobe
somebody's
won
having
MVPs.
a
two.
crazy
MJ got multiple
season,
MVPs.
Kobe won
unless
back-to-back
unless somebody
championships,
having a
bro.
crazy season, they're gonna get an MVP.
So Kobe wasn't the best player in the league from 2006 to
To the best player
2009,
on the
10.
No, he
best team,
wasn't.
bro.
No, he wasn't.
Unless somebody's having a
What? Who was the
give
best
it to the
player
best
then?
player on the
I'm
best
still
team.
stuck up on that Steve Nash. I don't
Who
think
was the
that's
best player?
first he gets there.
Bro, we just watched.
Did he not?
Who was
Did
the best
Steve
player
not?
from 2006
Did
to
the Suns not have the
2010?
best record?
Hold on, y'all. We got too many people talking.
But-
Y'all. We got like
Didn't the
4
Suns have the best
conversations.
record?
Hold on, y'all. We got like 4 conversations going. Ralph, you got background noise. That's why I keep muting. because the background noise. Now, if you got background noise, Just please mute up, man. We'll try to get you in, man. Go ahead, Big Assassin. I couldn't hear what you were saying, man.
No, I was saying, didn't what was the topic we was talking about? Cause I got lost.
You was asking me a question about something. I forgot.
You can move on, bro. You can move on because I kind of got lost when
I
the
was
conversation.
I was talking about that Steve Nash one. I think Dirk should have got that one.
Oh yeah, and I asked, didn't
Oh yeah, you asked about the best player on the best
the
team
Suns
winning.
had the best record?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
last
didn't they
year,
have the best record in the regular season?
Assassin, Nikola Jokic had a
Uh-huh.
historically great year, averaged a triple double as a center, and they still gave it to SGA.
Who
They
had the
supposed to
best
get
record in the
SGA
regular
last
season?
year.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at SGA that whole season, he had multiple injuries, such as Isaiah Hartenstein. He didn't start the season. He missed like the first 13 games. You had um, Alex Caruso missing a lot of games. You had Chet missing some games, and J Dub. I think he missed about like 8 games. And they had that many wins in between the first and the second seed. I mean, and SGA having a historical year, not as historical
No.
as
Just hold on,
as
Ralph. Just a Big
What
Assassin's point. Nikola Jokic had a historically great year that we may never see duplicated by another center in
which
NBA
was
history.
what? Which
He
was
should have
what?
got it. He
He
should have got
averaged a triple double as a center,
it.
No. You said that as a center, right? He averaged a triple double, right?
Yep.
Nobody's ever done that.
and he
Nobody.
single-handedly kept a
Nobody ever gonna do
completely
that. Ain't
injured
nobody
and
ever gonna do
deflated
that, bro.
Denver Nugget team afloat. Single-handedly, almost.
That's a good one.
Jokic been the best player in the league really for 3 years.
I mean, and we literally saw them ignore the great year that he had. Obviously, when the award has now been given to the media, once the media has their mindset on giving a player the award, they're gonna give that player the award. No ifs, ands, or buts. They just gonna give it to him because I believe that should have been Nikola
I
Jokic.
think
I think
SGA deserved it.
no, I didn't think
I
he
think
deserved it over.
SGA deserved
I
it.
think
He did
SGA.
not. He was not
No, no,
better than.
no, no. What I was saying, I think.
SGA supposed to win
I
it
mean,
last
Now
year,
let me
man.
even
finish. Now
though
let me
even
finish.
though
You got. I'm not
even
saying he deserved it
oh, go
this
ahead.
year. Listen, I gotta finish. I said I think he deserved it the year before that.
I
Yeah, he
agree.
did.
When
He
when,
did.
when Joker got it the year before, I think SGA deserved it that year.
Yeah. They should
But
switch.
he
They should
fits
switch.
Big Assassin. He fits your theme of he was the best player on his team. That was the best team in the league this past year.
No, but that's
No,
how it normally.
SGA
But
was
not,
the
nine
That's
times
what I'm
out
had
of
the
saying.
best
10,
record.
SGA won it this year, right? And he was the
yeah,
best player on what was deemed the best team in the
yeah,
league.
that's how it normally goes.
I don't believe so. I believe they switch it every year.
No, if you look at history, just look at the last
It's
15
like
years. Go back to the MVPs. Just look it up. Last
What about
15 years,
Westbrook? What about
and tell
Westbrook
me.
then? What about Westbrook?
Yeah,
Cause they
yeah,
he
because
won. He
averaged
ain't had the best
a
team.
30-point triple double as a shooting guard.
He didn't have the best team though.
No, I said, but I told you, unless you do something just fucking crazy, they're gonna give it to the
He ain't do
best
nothing
player.
crazy. He ain't do nothing crazy. Cause he did it 4 years straight. Why they ain't get it
That's
to him? You
crazy.
know.
That's
Yeah, but
crazy.
Jokic should have got it. Jokic should have got it this past season, though.
No,
'Cause
I'm not saying he
I
shouldn't
don't
have,
know.
but what I'm saying
he
is the
should have.
criteria normally is gonna be the best player on the best team,
It
But
just
and you
but
can't
sometimes.
And
debunk
like
that.
and
now,
then on top of that,
look at
SGA.
says now, but look at says you can't ignore though that Oklahoma City last year history, most wins in franchise history. So yeah, I mean, it ain't nothing wrong. It could have went either way. It could have went either way. I
And
don't
then
Yeah,
on
think
I'm
that.
top
not
of
I'm
that,
not
and
saying
then
it's
and
wrong or
then
right.
Why
and then
LeBron?
on
Why
top of
LeBron
that,
didn't win in
SGA and
2007?
plus on top of that, SGA led the league in scoring as well, and did it on really good efficiency that last year. I mean,
When
Man,
when
what does that
yeah,
got to
LeBron
do with
James
people being obsessed over LeBron? Like,
when LeBron James was winning his MVPs in the early 2000s before he won his championship, then his team had the best record in the East.
Yeah, but what about Derrick Rose?
in the
Man,
Nobody said he was either.
I ain't gonna lie to
What
you.
about the Derrick
Nobody ain't
Rose year?
obsessed with that
Now,
motherfucking
now I'm finna tell
LeBron.
you,
Nobody ain't thinking about no goddamn LeBron James. Who
Didn't
gives a
Derrick
damn?
Rose team had the best
Who
best
gives a
record in the
damn?
yeah,
No,
East?
they
no,
They
had the
no,
did.
they
best
didn't.
They
record too.
did.
They
Yeah,
didn't.
This I'm just giving y'all all type
yeah.
of
Yeah.
examples, man.
2011, the
Yeah.
Bulls had the number one record in the East. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Big
And that's
assassin
when he
don't
won
lie on that one.
MVP. So you know what I'm saying? That's how it normally goes. No matter what players in the NBA, if you got your team in first place, or you done did something crazy with your team, like a bottom team, and did something crazy with them with astronomical numbers, you're gonna get the MVP. Other than that, it's gonna be the best player on the best regular season team.
Hey, my bad, y'all. I gotta switch this up. Lamar, what the hell you getting? You getting that Jordan obsessed with LeBron James? That nigga don't talk about
Herm,
LeBron and
is
shit
that
like
you
that,
with the
man.
background noise, Herm?
I got some background. I do.
All right, ask your question. I can barely hear you. Go ahead, though. Say it again, Herm.
I didn't even think he was on TikTok.
Herm, ask the question again. I could barely hear you. You got
Yeah, I'm back
bars.
now. I was gonna say, nigga, what the hell you getting that Michael Jordan obsessed with LeBron James? It's the other way around, nigga. LeBron mentioned Jordan all the goddamn time, talking about some he the GOAT, and Rich Paul be doing slick ass comments. What the hell you getting, Michael Jordan not gonna really speak. That's how smart Jordan is. He may want to say some shit,
I'm not talking about
but
Jordan.
hey,
This
who you talking about then?
I'm talking about Jordan fans.
Herm, you gotta watch your language on TikTok, bro. It's not like YouTube, please, bro.
Oh,
Watch your
we
language.
can't curse on TikTok.
Nah,
Nah, nah, nah.
you can curse on TikTok. There's certain words you can't say.
We
You
not even
can't
gonna allow
say
too
the
much of the
rainbow
Well,
cursing.
word or nothing
TikTok,
like that.
I'm sorry, TikTok. I'm used to cursing all the time. So my bad, TikTok. Don't flag FIL sports debates over my
Oh,
BS, man.
I know the words. Trust me. I've been on TikTok for quite some time. But yeah, like I said, I think I think that uh Dirk Nowitzki should have got that MVP that Steve Nash had. I think
I
so.
mean, staying on topic, I think the only reason why there's this large obsession with Jordan fans over LeBron is because Jordan's
Why are we
not
still going
relevant.
back to that? Why are we still
That's
Yeah,
going
the
back to
That's
yeah,
a
that?
topic.
I hate that debate.
Like,
I hate the debate.
let's
Period.
move on,
Hey,
bro.
I got to be the
We're trying.
voice of the Jordan
Hold on.
fans
Can y'all
too, man.
please let him get his take off? He been sitting here and he ain't said a word, man. Go ahead, Atlas, please.
Yeah, I think the main reason why is such like a my fault. I think the main reason why is such a like this narrative for Jordan fans to hate on LeBron or be obsessed with what he does is because Jordan is pretty irrelevant in terms of like basketball discourse without LeBron James being in there. Um, like you don't hear about Jordan's game unless it's like an actual like from a casual perspective. Jordan's not brought up regularly if LeBron's not also mentioned. So they got to make up. A lot of these Jordan fans got to make up other narratives because they can't talk basketball. They got to make up narratives like, "Oh, LeBron's a flopper. That's why he can be called the GOAT. That's why he's not better than Jordan." Or LeBron calls himself the GOAT. That's why he's not the GOAT. And when you bring like this line of thinking to any other sport or any other discussion, it falls apart. Like for example, I don't know if it was Chilton or Lamar earlier that brought up the Mike Tyson, no, the Muhammad Ali and the Floyd Mayweather argument of Muhammad Ali literally called himself the greatest of all time multiple times, but he hasn't accomplished what Floyd Mayweather has accomplished. Yeah, they're fine with that. They're fine with Muhammad Ali calling himself the GOAT, and they will call Muhammad Ali the GOAT, but he hasn't accomplished what Floyd has accomplished. So it's a double standard. It's weird. Um,
How can he
it's just a
accomplish what
narrative
he
issue.
accomplished when he was before him?
Yeah, but they'll still call Muhammad Ali the GOAT though.
Okay, yeah, but this you talking about boxing, man. Let's keep it basketball.
No, I'm questioning like the line of thinking because it falls apart when it concerns anything but LeBron and Jordan.
I don't think, hey Adam, I don't, in response to what you just
That's why I
said,
be
I
talking
don't
about
think
it,
it's
Johnny.
limited to LeBron and Jordan. I think it's limited to LeBron and Jordan in this era, in this generation. And the reason I say that is this. I'm an old cat. I've seen some basketball players, but I had some people before me who you would get into a serious debate if you ever said that there was someone that was greater than Wilt or someone who was greater than Bill. I think this whole GOAT debate, I don't know where the GOAT debate came from. It seems to be more current generation emphasis
It came
than it
from
was in the
Nike.
older time. But I tell you what,
It
it's some
came from
older
Nike.
cats, and I think it's a generational thing too, because there's some older cats who will tell you that there's no one greater than Elgin Baylor, or there was no one greater than Wilt, or there was no one greater than Bill Russell. And I don't care what stat or what argument you would not be able to convince them. And I think it's the same thing when you talk about quote unquote the Jordan fans versus the LeBron fans. Those folks who believe in and seen and witnessed LeBron and think and cherish his greatness, there's
Yeah, they
nothing you
still.
can tell them that
Yep.
Jordan can never trump it. Same
Yep.
thing with the people who
Jordan
came
fan.
through with Jordan. You would never trump it because that's the way they see it.
That's what they
It's
seen.
all subjective.
I think the difference is like when
I like to
I'm
talk
not
about
going to generalize every
it.
LeBron fan.
It came from Nike, bro. And
Yeah,
you got to think about it. Two of the most polarizing basketball players for all time. It's under the Nike brand. So Nike is the only only people, excuse my French, only people benefiting from this GOAT debate. You know what I'm saying? LeBron and Mike are with Nike. So that's who benefit. The NBC on top of that had something to do with it too when they were pushing it in the 90s as well. Amar Rashad and all those cats too. NBC and Nike. That's who started the shit.
And bro, I completely agree with you, and I
The
think
difference
that's the
is
thing you
Jordan
have to be
under
careful of if you're a purist from a basketball standpoint, right? Because one thing that I want everyone to keep in mind, especially when we're talking about basketball at an NBA level, it is about business and money first. Then it's about basketball
Correct.
second, right? To
Correct.
the casual fans that they're out there watching it, because the NBA don't really care about the purists in a sense. They really want the casual fans, because the casual fans are gonna ones that's gonna help the ratings. They really already count on the purists to watch the
the
basketball game
casual
just
fans
because
do
they
all that.
love of basketball. They're after the casuals to watch the game. So
The
again,
casuals gonna
keep in
keep spending.
mind it's emphasis on this stuff because the NBA is about business first, basketball second.
No, that is
Yeah,
true.
when it comes to
I, you
Nike,
know,
man,
and I actually did a video about that where I said that that's why the WNBA's failing, because they haven't found a way to get their own GOAT conversation started. They haven't found a way to trigger the casuals. The only people that, I mean, there's only a certain base of people that watch the WNBA, and it's very small. And
I
until
think
they're able
Caitlin
to,
Clark is probably going to start that in a few years.
it may be, but they're
She
going to
might
fumble
be.
that. I just think they're headed in the direction they're going to find a way
Well,
to fumble that.
they got their they have their poster child. They have it.
Yeah, now I ain't gonna count.
Yeah, but the
They getting a
problem
lot
is
of very
the
pretty
first thing
girls
they
now.
should have
A
did.
lot of very
The,
pretty girls playing
hold on
basketball.
one second,
None of
Ralph.
these.
Yeah, I was going to say their product is being more
No,
accepted
no,
now. The product is starting to look a little
all I'm
different.
saying is
Yeah.
the first thing they should have did with Caitlin Clark was create drama around if she, like, for example, even if you got to make it up, the one thing I would have did first is I would have found a way, just from a league perspective, marketing and media, I would have found a way to push the black-white narrative with her and Angel Reese a little bit better.
I was getting ready to say that.
Hold
I'm not gonna lie.
on one second, y'all. Hold on one second.
They got
Hold on one
history.
second.
I know where you're
Hold
going.
on one second, y'all. Hold on. All I'm saying, there's two things you got to do, and somebody got to echo too.
Oh, that's
I don't know who
early.
it is.
Sorry, man. It's probably my TV in the background.
No, yeah, I'm saying you. Yeah, you got it. Is you early. I'm saying you push the black-white narrative because you got to stir up controversy. You need to get a base behind Angel Reese, and you got to get a base behind, just like they did with Bird and Magic. As much as NBA want to act like they didn't do it, they just stirred up the black-white narrative, right? And that's all they did. And you should have did that. Like, but the WNBA has been shying away from like drama stuff like that. And then I would have also stirred up contention between. If I'm the WNBA, I'm gonna push every narrative saying that Caitlin Clark is the next Michael Jordan in this league. I'm gonna put her over Lisa Leslie's, the Maya Moores. I'm just gonna throw her at the top. Just go ahead and throw her at the top because now you stir up a whole bunch of contention and you stir up a
But
whole bunch of
FY,
fan
the
bases.
only thing that lacks there is
But
it don't matter.
It
don't matter.
Have an Angel Reese. It's got to be an Angel Reese winning, right?
No,
Her
that's
team
big
got to be
business.
successful
But at the
with
same
the other
time,
team being
no,
successful.
But they
I'm
could
just
have built
FYI
off of
right,
that.
though.
They could
FYI
have built off
talking-
of that college rivalry.
I'm just
because,
talking from the
FYI
perspective of, first of all, like
Of marketing.
you got to get people to one. You got to get people talking. and you got to get
Right.
people interested. You gotta get people engaged in talking about it. They like
Yeah.
nobody like you can't. There is no GOAT conversation going on in the WNBA right now. There's
That's
no
why
conversation. You can't
nobody ain't talking
have.
about him.
I want to say this. I do agree with Lamont because they could have
Yeah.
capitalized soon as they got into the league. Because
Yeah.
remember, in college, they were going viral with with their hands in the face and everything. They could have capitalized off of that once
Yeah.
they got in the league and really pushed that.
They're
So
they're
I
trying
can
to
see what
push.
he's talking about.
They're trying to push. The WNBA's problem is they're trying to push too much actual basketball because they're trying to tell everybody, look, we play basketball. Like nobody cares if you play basketball. The
We know
casuals
y'all can play.
they want the drama that comes with it. And if until you start selling the drama, you're not gonna get the casuals. And that was a good point he brought up, just saying the casuals from the fans is gonna be there. But they've even got to a point where the real fans of basketball don't even want to watch their product. But there's a multitude of reasons for that.
There was a lot of different things going on with the product, though, outside of just basketball that they got to get a handle on and clean up. And it's their product is becoming a little bit cleaner from their viewpoint, and then from the fan viewpoint, their product is being a little bit more accepted. But I agree with you on some of those controversies, and I even go to a point of I think really the measuring stick or really the opportunity that they will have is probably coming in another year or so, depending on one person's ability to recover from injury. And I think it's not Angel who could be that spark. It's Caitlin and a Juju Smith competing against each other. That
Juju
could
Watson?
be, Juju Watkins.
They don't know what to do.
Juju Watson
The WNBA does not know what to do. Like the thing is, it doesn't matter how good Juju is. They're gonna fumble it from the marketing perspective. They don't know how to sell Juju. They don't know how to do like the WNBA, like the NBA. The NBA will just say, screw it. We gonna make sure Juju finds a way to the Sparks. Right? Like the NBA, they found a way to get Jordan. Like they found a way to get the right players on the right team at the right time. But even if they had to scam the draft system, you know.
Yeah, it didn't matter. It don't matter.
Get the scamming. The WNBA right now needs to be doing as much finessing as possible, trying to set this up for a civil war in their own league. They don't know how to do it. The NBA just said the NBA did it. And they don't care.
What Jay-Z say? I'm a businessman, not a businessman.
I would have found a way to get Paige to the Connecticut Sun. Paige should not be where she shouldn't be in no Dallas. Paige should have been on the Connecticut Sun. And that would have got all the Connecticut fans watching her in Connecticut coming to them games, but they don't think. Finesse it.
Yeah. Then what you
Paige
trying?
Buckers is
Nobody going to watch no Dallas Wings play.
They should be trying to get the cities that don't have NBA teams. They should be trying to push them teams even more.
They need to lower the rim.
No, I don't think you lower the rim.
I don't know about lowering the rim. That's changing the game. I don't know if I would change the game.
Yeah, that changes the whole game. They've been playing all their life on 10 feet.
Yeah, that changes the game. They're already playing with a
the only
smaller
way
ball.
somebody gonna get their money back into their organization, man, because the NBA keep fronting them every year and they still not producing.
You want me to tell y'all the thing where they going wrong too? So a lot of the players get mad. Like Angel Reese actually came out and said something like, all these men online is trying to sexualize me. But what the WNBA does is they reverse the sexualization a little bit. So, for example, I saw All-Star Weekend just this past year. They was running around celebrating the stud buds. It was just sexualization to another base. They was literally asking questions on TV, asking the WNBA players, who is the best studs in the league? Who do studs appeal to, y'all?
No.
No, hold on. I'm just asking y'all, who does studs like? Us watching the game, if me and you watching the game and we see
I ain't watching
if we see a pre All-Star game show and they asking all these players who the best studs, do you think I care to hear or see any of this?
No, I'm gonna turn off the TV.
But hold on, there is a base, there is a small base that does care.
Right there.
They trying to they selling it to the wrong base. They putting out a product and they pushing and they doing things that cater to a very small base that ain't getting you no more money. That's it.
They trying to avoid they trying to avoid having male fans, basically. They trying to do every.
In their minds, they want people. They want to believe that males are going to come watch them play just all purely because of basketball. in their minds.
They need to change their
No,
uniform then, man.
There's a reason why they say sex sells.
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell
Yeah.
y'all one thing. That's why I say Serena Williams is a genius. What is Serena Williams just turned the volume up on it and start wearing every catsuit she can find. Said, screw it. If that's why y'all gonna watch,
Right.
I'm just gonna turn the volume up on it, and I'm gonna even if it break the rules of Wimbledon, putting on every catsuit you can find just to get people. And that's what it takes, though.
That's what they're gonna have to do.
And the WTA did nothing to stop it. So hey, it helped.
They threw a little
tennis,
fine.
right?
They threw a little fine there, and then we didn't hear nothing about it. And then it's on to the next catsuit. But they don't understand that. They want it to be purely off basketball.
Yeah, at a certain level, it becomes something more than just a game, right? It's a business.
Yeah.
It's business.
It's
Like your whole
entertainment.
point to that Connecticut thing. That Connecticut thing came a year or two late where they sold the team and now the owner is going to move it to Boston. It should have been in Boston to begin with, not Connecticut. So it draws from that whole Boston mass and partners with the Celtics and pull from the Celtics and regionalize some of those players. Like you said, the WNBA trying to follow the NBA model is ludicrous to me. They need to come up with their own model and change their model in order to build success. One of those things being regionalize some of these players. You already have a base with some of these players in that region. Regionalize the base and pull them into that WNBA team, and that's how you could potentially grow it.
And that's when they did
I
their
honestly think
best
they
when
can
they
have more
when they
rivalries.
regionalized players. When they had Cynthia Cooper in Texas, when they had Lobo in New York, when they had Lisa Leslie in LA, they regionalized the players to start right out the gate, and that's what to me they had their best success. When they started getting away from it, it started looking like trash.
They don't even have
Regionalizing the players is
network
another
either,
way to
man.
get some of the sponsorship money too from those people with those bases in those regions.
Yeah,
Because
but they
really,
need to start
in order to
this
get
year.
off of in order to get off the books from the NBA, they have to build their own sponsorship book, a sponsorship Bible, if you will, and get the revenue from those sponsors to back them and get out of the NBA. Because right now, the NBA's got all that money, and now they surviving off of what the NBA will write off as losses to them by giving them those monies. They got to build their own model.
And you know what I found out too? I just did a video about this. And this directly affects the WNBA players. Now I know why they can't give the WNBA players a bigger cut. Because they can't give them a bigger split of the revenue because they literally
What revenue?
sold. So no, listen. They literally have sold portions of their revenue to investors. So Condoleezza Rice and Nike put together a big investor group, and they said, "Look, here you go, WNBA. Here's $75 million. We just want 16% of the revenue going forward. 16% of that revenue is now going to it. And then also with the NBA, the money the NBA been giving the WNBA, it ain't free. The NBA is getting 42% of that revenue. The WNBA right now is the WNBA right now. They're left with 42% of the revenue. That's why the players only get 9%. Because if they do a 50-50 split, that means you're splitting 50% of the 42%. So you're already getting a small slice. You got to splice that up even more just to give the players 50% of that. That means the players would the most the players can get out of all the revenue is 21%. That's the max. That's the max they can get. So even if you go,
They're gonna need somebody that's
the 21%. Even if they maxed out at the 21%, that won't get them to the number that they just rejected. They just turned down $250,000 salary minimums, up to $1 million. The WNBA right now, the only way that saves their league, you just remove the salary cap and let the owners go World War III for all the players. Just let them buy teams. I'm buying everybody.
They ain't gonna want to do that.
They don't want to do that. The small market teams don't have a chance.
No, I guarantee you some of these billionaire owners start, hold on, you just bought Caitlin Clark and all these. No, hold on. Let me open up my, because they got egos too. They're going to start buying players back. You just got to turn it into a bidding war for the players. It's the bottom feeder players don't like that model because they know the bottom feeder players is always going to get paid like bottom feeders.
I mean, that's all them. I mean, that's what they get paid for. They get paid for how they play.
But it's the bottom feeder players that's outvoting a lot of this stuff, making them turn down good deals. You really think Caitlin Clark was saying no to that deal? No, it's the bottom feeder players. The players that nobody know. Basically, it would have upped their minimum salary from $66K to $250,000 a year.
Oh no!
Wow.
And they denied
They
that.
rejected
They
that.
denied it. It would have been the salaries would have been between $250,000 to $1 million.
What was
And
the
they denied
reason?
it.
Even
Because they said it was a slap in the face deal.
What?
Yeah, they just turned it down.
They trying to get some money out of them food. That's all that is.
Ain't no money to get.
The
I
most.
told you they're gonna strike, and they're gonna strike themselves out of existence. Because if they strike, you really think? Let me ask y'all on the panel: how many of y'all care if they're gonna strike?
Me, I don't care.
I'll be honest with you, and that's the problem with the WNBA. There's very few of quote unquote the purest basketball fans that are even watching the game.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I can count on one hand the number of games that I've watched, and this is like they're playing during was coined as the weakest sports time of the year, right? And where there's really nothing else going on. Some people would rather watch a preseason football game than a WNBA game.
I was watching the TBT tournament. I was watching TBT over WNBA. Come on, man. Nobody.
Yeah,
I watched
that's their
Big Three
problem.
over WNBA.
Yeah, and that's their problem, right?
Right.
I think they need to draw more of a.
I think they need more prime
They just
time.
don't make the game look.
They got
play on the
prime time.
weekends as well, man.
They keep putting all their games behind paywalls.
We're not.
They keep paywalling all their games. They need to make every WNBA game free to watch. We should not be paying to see any WNBA game right now. You are not in a position. Come on, man.
They should also create more rivalries, like Angel Reese and Clark. I think that was good for WNBA. That was a good start.
They want it to be the nice league. They don't want to create beefs and rivalries. They trying to. They
Yeah, man, it's a lot of things they can do.
They're
gonna lose money like that.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to let somebody fight.
Hey, y'all remember the Hard Knocks on NFL? They need to do a Hard Knock for the WNBA, man. Watch them in training camps.
Right.
You know, stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
Turn it into a reality show, like.
Yeah. Really,
that would be interesting.
Yeah.
You know, it's always
best reality shows.
I bet you they got some good beefs in them locker rooms. I give them credit for that.
So let me counter that. Right? Let me counter that. I consider myself in I would consider myself, and I probably would go even as far as saying the folks on this panel aren't casuals; they're purists. I think only the casuals watch that kind of stuff. I wouldn't tune into no Hard Knocks WNBA. I don't even tune in Hard Knocks football.
But that would make me be like, oh, well,
that'll boost their ratings.
The casuals is where the money is. That's where you gotta get. Those are the fans you need to win.
Yeah, they'll boost their ratings though. That'll definitely boost the engagement.
Yeah. Because people like drama, right? People like drama.
Yeah,
drama sells. Bro.
Drama does sell. I wouldn't watch this shit.
Add women to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't watch it. But hey, that they need the non-casual dollar in order to survive.
Yeah,
right.
And I think it's like this, man. It's like when we watch First Take, you know, when we watch these networks, man, we watch it for the sports analysis, but it's like a soap opera for us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We see the drama that goes on and things like that. So, you know what I'm saying? That's entertaining to us,
too. See the little messy stuff going on in the background.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So I think it'll be helpful for them.
Exactly. I think that was a big women audience. Women like watching drama, just like they show.
I only like the drama in sports when it involves good teams. If it's just drama for the sake of drama, you're gonna lose me. And I think you're gonna lose the casual too.
Yeah, I agree with him there. The drama only matters. The only drama like that I think people would watch is if it was the Indiana Fever with Caitlin Clark.
And then you're not gonna watch it consistently, right? You're gonna get bored on it after a certain point in time.
Depends on how
even
you
the casual, even the casual though, right? Let's face it. Let's think about us. When I say us, the U.S. and America right now, we are a country made of ADD people. And ADD people, historically, their attention span is the size of a gnat. You're going to hold them for a moment, but will it keep them and sustain them? And that's what they need. They need fans who they can keep and sustain.
Man. We built our highlights. Our generation.
Yeah, we built on highlights.
Yeah, but
give me the Cliff Notes. I don't want to read the whole book.
But isn't that the purpose of the reality show? Because the reality show is the drama. Right, the reason why. Y'all remember when that show, The Real World, came out? I don't think in reality it was as exciting as the way they edited it. The way they put it together and spliced it up and put a whole bunch of edits. Like they cut the show off when somebody's saying something, but the next show start.
Yeah.
Oh, that really didn't even mean nothing. They was just,
Yeah,
they was just
yeah.
gaslighting us. You know? So splice, record some stuff up.
Or like Jersey Shore.
Caitlin Clark get to
Oh,
cussing.
baddies.
Caitlin Clark get to cussing somebody out, and then they pan the camera over to the coach, even though she's not even talking to the coach. Just trick them.
Yeah.
Trick them. Look,
Yeah.
man. Like, just sell it however you got to sell it, man. But right now, they ain't doing nothing to engage anybody. Like the basketball is not high quality enough for me to watch. Like when I'm like a lot of times when I'm looking for plays and like creative sets, I'm scrolling through college and stuff. Ever I get to a explainer video and they using WNBA teams, I always pass over it. I'm not running no WNBA sets. It works. It functions different. It runs different. The women's game is too slow. It won't not work in the men's game. I always run the sets that have been ran by men. I'm just being real. I'm just being dead serious. The game is
Wait,
too
when you
easy.
watch, you think they lack IQ?
No,
Like the
I'm
women?
saying the sets that are successful in the women's game are not always the sets. Like the men's are very simple. Find a way to create the best one-on-one matchup, and as a coach, get the hell out the way. Stop playing around with it. You ain't got to be a perfect screen. No, the men are very simple to coach. Create ways to always consistently put guys in good one-on-one matchups, and you typically gonna have success. The women's coaching. This is why I don't think I could coach women. I'm talking about the screen got to be perfect here. Lay up perfectly there. I mean, I'm talking about.
I think it comes from a standpoint of it's new to them. It's new. It's a new game, so they trying to do everything perfect, which they just need to go out there and just play the game. Just stop.
I don't think they. I don't think that it's built on perfection. I just think it's the emphasis on the style of basketball differs from men to women, right? And your point, which is a very valid point, I think, where the NBA style of basketball now is one-on-one mismatches and how you take it, get to the one-on-one, clear that side of the floor, even especially now because you aren't allowed to double team like you used to be able to do it back in the day. And you create those mismatches and find those one-on-ones. The women's basketball game is still built around team aspect, movement of the ball, player movement, and that. And maybe they need to figure out a way to mix the two where they get the one-on-ones that people might want to see while still engaging the team. So I think the style of play that women play versus the style of play that men play is completely different. Yeah. And I don't think you're ever going to see that change.
I don't think.
No,
I don't think women one-on-one. I don't think is still not enjoyable basketball because like even if you get a hellified breakdown, somebody really break you down like that. I mean, you gonna finish with a under the rim razzle dazzle regular layup. Like it ain't enough pizzazz
now,
to it.
I will counter you, host. I will counter you just a little on that because
it ain't.
And let me give you a little bit of my background. I coached basketball on a youth level for about 15 years. And what I would tell you is when I was teaching the game, and when I say youth level, I coached 10U, I coached 13U, I even coached as high as 16U, right? What I will tell you to counter what you said is if I'm showing my kids basketball at that young age, I'm actually showing them the women's game because they're doing more stuff. No, I'm telling you, hear me for a second. They're showing you stuff like how to screen. They're showing you ball movement. They're showing you how to play off of a screen. They're showing you how to play team defense. I'm showing them as a foundation that, and then slowly I migrate to some other stuff. I actually teach the kids in a style that's similar to how the women play.
I'm gonna tell y'all.
Interesting.
The great players. The best players are not fundamental. The best of the best players they go outside of the box.
You saying that as a whole?
No,
or you
hold
saying
on.
Just
if you want to create a good role player, watch WNBA film. But if you want to create a great player, you got to show him the main thing for me is like I always tell people this. I had somebody ask me about what their kids should do over the summer one time. And I said, the first thing you need to do, I said, put his eyes around high level D1 basketball or NBA basketball. or open runs or pickup or something like that. Even if they're not playing, they need to always be seeing NBA runs, pro level
How old are
runs.
these? How old are these? How
It
old
don't
would
matter.
you
It
say?
don't matter how old you are because, like for example, why did the game start to look so easy for Steph Curry at an early age? Because when you
He's
look at
seen
the
it already.
film, when you
Have
look
you
at the
seen it?
film when Steph Curry was
He's
little,
seen it.
he's always at his dad's NBA practices.
He's
You
seen
know what?
it.
You know where he wasn't? He wasn't at the YMCA. He wasn't at LA Fitness watching bums run and scrubs run. The only thing he ever knew in his life was NBA
ball.
basketball, and that's the only thing. So the only thing he knew how to replicate was how to be an elite,
NBA basketball.
crazy. So that's why we went to college. The only thing he knew was, well, let me go outside of the box and bop him from behind the 3-point line. That's all I know. And
It's
he
interesting
started-
that you said that. It's interesting that you said that
cannot- you
because
cannot put-
when I coached youth basketball, it was in Charlotte, and I coached with and against Steph Curry's team when he was 8U, 9U.
He's probably
And
rocking y'all.
Let me tell you something. I'm glad you said that because guess what? He saw a lot of basketball by going to Dell's practices. But I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Guess what Dell showed him? Dell showed him women's basketball early
Man,
on. I've lied to you not, and I played a lot of golf with Dell, and I talked a lot of golf and a lot of basketball with Dell Curry when I lived in Charlotte. And I tell you, I picked up some of that stuff from him.
Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all got.
Well, who were they watching from the WNBA?
God, what was her name? She went to NC State. She played with the Charlotte Sting while Dell was playing with the Hornets. What was her name? God damn, I keep
Steph
forgetting.
Curry was watching.
No,
Bro, he was watching the Charlotte Hornets. He wasn't watching no
and she
Charlotte
played-
Sting.
If y'all recall, the WNBA used to be in Charlotte, and they were called the Charlotte Sting, and she was on the Sting while Dell Curry was in Charlotte playing for the Hornets. And Steph Curry went to a lot of Dell's practices. He was at a lot of their Sting practices too, and they would let him get on the floor and play with
You're not talking
them.
about. You're not talking about Stinson, are you?
Yes.
But when she was playing, wasn't Steph already older?
No, he was not. I lied to you not. I tell you
That was
that.
in high
And the
school.
reason why that makes the reason I say that and why it makes sense, right, is the younger kids, unlike the D1 level and pros, a lot of the game is played not just on the floor but above the rim, and the kids can't play above the rim yet. So this is a perfect time to teach them how to play without being able to get above the rim.
Well,
Nah,
hey,
they
look,
don't.
It's some basketball.
hold on. We have a difference there.
know
I'm gonna
they-
tell you
they
right now.
see
If you
somebody
got,
dunk, they
I'm
know
gonna tell you
they
the
ain't gonna be able
easiest
to
way.
dunk them
If you have a young kid, if you want to turn that kid into an NBA player, ban him and restrict him from LA Fitness, ban and restrict him from the YMCA, and put him. And even if you got to drive him or whatever you got to do, put his eyes around high level players only, D1 players, NBA level runs. The only thing he needs to be, because kids are like sponges. Whether you know it or not, they will sit back and innately just absorb whatever they see. So if they see a whole bunch of bums playing, that's what they're gonna turn into. If they see a whole bunch of high levels playing, they're gonna naturally just be that. Look at Jordan's sons.
I think it's just a matter. I think it's a combination of it, bro.
Jordan's sons hated basketball, and they both
one
got
of the
the
other
D1
things too. One of the other things too that made Steph successful is his dad would put him in the heat against older kids in those LA Fitnesses and YMCA leagues.
Bro,
He would
Steph-
put him in. He
was
was
not at
8,
no LA
and his
Fitness,
dad had him
man.
play him at 10U and 11U.
But he was never at no LA Fitness.
Well, he wasn't at LA Fitness because LA Fitness didn't exist, but I damn sure know he was at the YMCA. He was at the YMCA for sure.
Man, come on, man. I can't imagine Steph being in nobody's YMCA, man.
I'm telling you, he was. I'm telling you, he was.
I mean, you might be right.
If you're
I
like
witnessed
at
it.
10
I'm
years
telling
old,
you, I
you know
saw
what's
it
wrong with
in live and living
Bro.
color. And he was busting people's ass when he was 9 in the YMCA.
Bro,
I
I'm telling
saw
you
it.
right now. Low level basketball, bro, that's the number one way how to create bums, man. I always tell my players, I be telling them, please stop playing these scrubby pickup runs. It makes you, because when you go play these pickup runs, all they do is they feel like they on God mode. It's too easy. Then they come bring them same old low level habits to practice in the games. I'm like, bro, this stuff don't work, man. Come on, man. Stop playing in these scrubby pickup runs, man. Just get in the gym, work on your game by yourself, man. But the best way to make your game go in the garbage can is to play against scrubs, man. Like you said, play up. I get that. Play up against bigger kids, like
give you a
like
that's what I would tell my kids all the time. Go and play with people who you know that are stronger than you. Go and play with people who you know are better than you. And I don't care what kind of runners it is. If it's some kids that are stronger than you, then you got to figure out different ways to get around or equalize that strength difference. You learn some stuff off of that, and sometimes you can learn some stuff off of bum ass runs, off of kids who are older than you and or stronger than you. I strongly emphasize playing against kids that are better than you for sure. If you 10 and you can play against some 13, 14-year-old kids who are not bums but better than you, you're gonna learn some stuff. That's one of the things that Steph learned at an early age because his dad had him playing 2 and 3 age groups up because he knew those kids would be stronger than him and in some cases better than him. And you got to survive or get eaten. And I think kids learn from that. And sometimes it may not even be quality runs, but if it's in those settings, there's something to be learned from.
I don't know, man. It's tough, man.
It's always something to be learned from. Either way it goes.
Absolutely. For a kid to get to the NBA, you got a small window of opportunity to get their mind put into that mold. You got to have that because you got to get to the NBA. The kid has to be delusional, and he will not live a normal life. Like before he passed, Caleb Swanigan. Some of y'all remember Caleb Swanigan who went to Purdue University.
Yeah,
bro. Caleb Swanigan once he got under the tutelage of Roosevelt Colvin, right? Because that's what it took. He was not living a normal life. He was eat, sleep, breathe basketball. A lot of these guys, by the time they get out of college, they don't even have driver's licenses. They've been playing so much basketball and only focused on basketball. That's why a lot of them be driving without a license and stuff because they get all that money, but they ain't really never been able to do nothing. They ain't went to prom. They don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to do a lot of stuff. Their lives ain't normal because you got to be delusional to get to the NBA. And it definitely don't start in somebody's pickup runs at LA Fitness. Caleb Swanigan was just working when he was at Purdue. Did not live a normal life.
Sorry, Zesty Jeffries. Your LA Fitness runs ain't gonna mean nothing.
Dang. Hey, but look, man. Go James. We're gonna shut this one down, man. I see you back.
I was listening. Because I was gonna tell you, man. We let Ralph over here derail us. Nobody really care about the WNBA, man. Everybody know what we care about. The GOAT.
Oh, it's going all day.
The GOAT debate. It's the GOAT debate all day, every day. Unless you got a basketball team. Unless you got a basketball team.
So. Run all day, man.
I don't care about this GOAT debate either. Yeah, this GOAT debate is meaningless.
Give me Mike, man.
But you know what?
The GOAT debate is important.
It seems like the only people that say it's meaningless are the people that start to come to the realization that LeBron is starting to crack the code.
I don't think there's a such thing as the GOAT. Until I can get them all in the same gym at the same time in their prime, we can't determine who the GOAT is.
But I think that's unfair, though. I feel like
when you had Jordan on when you had Jordan on the Dream Team, did that show you Jordan was the best player on the basketball court?
Nope.
That's not going to show who the best basketball player is.
That was all the best players together.
Wait a minute. But all them guys weren't in their prime at the peak of their careers. That's why I said no. It
That's
doesn't
what
show.
I'm saying. Jordan was at the peak of his career, and
but
he
the other guys. Let's put Jordan on the court. Who's your top five? Give me your top five. I know he's about to shut down.
Jordan looked like the third or fourth best player on that team.
Give me your top five.
Eddie Cassiano put 13 points in 12 minutes on Jordan, man.
Eddie, you know that analysis you've given means there's no GOAT for any sports.
There isn't.
What?
There is not a GOAT. It's opinion. It's all opinion based. It's all subjective.
I find it funny that
Tom Brady ain't a Jet.
Now it's opinion based. When
Tom
Jordan
Brady not
was the
a
GOAT,
Jet.
when Wilt was the GOAT, it was facts.
Listen, I've never been one to say anybody is the GOAT.
Even
my opinion is subjective.
We're not asking you what you would think. We know that the GOAT debate exists and the GOAT actually exists.
Oh, it exists. I agree. It does exist. My thing is, I think I find it subjective, and I think you'd never ever be able to determine who the best is.
Well, we did in GOAT James Kingdom. We did it without our subjectivity, and we proved the GOAT.
How did
Yeah,
you do it
Braun the
without
GOAT.
subjectivity?
By using stats, accolades, and achievements, which
That
are a
still doesn't. That
non-subjective
still
criteria.
Braun is
doesn't prove it.
definitely the
That
GOAT.
No, that
still
doesn't.
doesn't prove it.
You can't say stats, accolades, and achievements don't prove somebody's greatness. That's why they have
No, I
stats and
didn't say it
reporting.
doesn't prove their
You also
greatness
got to
because I
include eye
think
But
we
that's
all
test
the
as
can
well.
agree
conversation,
great
sir. The
players don't
Wait,
get
wait,
conversation,
great
wait,
no
wait,
matter
wait,
where
wait,
you
wait,
put
wait,
You
them.
wait,
also
wait,
have to
wait,
include
wait,
eye
wait, wait.
test.
Go, James. Though you do realize like stats, accolades, and all of that is cute, but you realize like the aim of the game is to win,
Oh,
right?
come on,
And
man.
Okay.
Yeah,
So again,
The
if
game
we're
is a
talking
wasted
about
talking point, man.
if we're talking about winning, are you saying Bill Russell is your
That's
GOAT?
terrible, man.
no, no, no,
Okay,
no.
then it's not about winning, sir. So it's
Brian, you
about
can't
the
Straight
move the
dub.
totality
goalposts
of
if
your
you're not gonna
career.
put 11
Hold on,
championships on
hold on,
As
sticks.
the
hold on.
totality of your
Ho-
career, LeBron James has the greatest in stats, accolades, and achievements.
He was the
That's
greatest
not
player
true.
in
That's
his
not
era.
true. But
He was
that's
the
not true
greatest
though.
player
Hey, what
That
in
is
his
about?
not
Hey,
era.
what
true.
That's what
about?
it
Hey,
proves to
hey, what
me.
about? Hey, go. What about 2007, 2011? One of the worst final performances we've ever seen for a top 10 player.
The
Two of
worst,
them.
no,
He's
first of
still the
all,
best player.
the
He's
worst
still the
finals
best
of
player.
performances
No,
are
not in
not from
11.
He's
LeBron
still the
Not
best
in
James.
player.
11. He
He
wasn't
thought
even
Still
the
the
he
best
best.
said
player.
He
Again,
wasn't the
he said he
best
was.
player in
He
you can't
11.
still
ask
was
the
the best
question
player in the
without letting
league.
me
He
answer.
still was the
He
best
was
player in the
not the
league.
best player in
2007
He
11.
still
to
was the best player in the league.
2007 and 2000. Again, I was asked the question, y'all. Y'all not gonna see this. Is look, Lamont. When y'all were talking WNBA, nobody interrupted. When y'all were talking high school players, nobody interrupted. But the GOAT debate, this is what you get. This is what you get from the GOAT debate.
2011,
Go
he
ahead,
was
let him finish.
ass.
Let him finish. Let him
He
finish.
still was the best player.
No,
Again,
he
it
wasn't.
doesn't matter what you think he was in 2011 or what he was in 2007.
No, we saw it.
At
It ain't
the
about what you think. We all saw it.
in the totality of LeBron James's career for over 22 years, he has the greatest career and he has
So you got to
accomplished more
ignore
No,
than
fight.
but
So
he
hold
anybody.
on, hold
but
on,
he
hold on.
Let's talk
doesn't
about
he
Hold
doesn't
on.
have
This is
the
2007.
what cats
greatest
do too.
career
Hold
though.
on, real
Why
quick.
don't we talk about
This
those
is what
greatest
cats
career
do.
though?
If you're gonna talk
Hold on, hold
about
on. Just
finals,
real
you
quick,
gotta
real
talk
quick, real
about
quick.
Hold on,
Jordan
wait,
getting
y'all
beat
gotta
in
let one
round
person
one.
at a time.
Hold on, let me
Let's
go.
let
You
Coda
got to talk
speak because
about
Coda's
Jordan getting
looking
beat
for
Let
in
me
the
go,
round
go.
one
go.
too now.
Go ahead,
Hold on,
Coda.
Talk about
let me go.
2007.
Go
So
ahead,
let me go.
Coda.
So when we say the GOAT debate, this is what you bronsexuals fucking do, right?
Here
You
we
You're
niggas
not
go.
gonna
try
come
to
here cussing.
ignore.
You're not gonna
Hold
come here
on.
cussing. So
Here
speak
we
speak
go with the
correctly. Go
name
ahead.
calling, man.
Okay, so listen.
Already
Y'all
lost.
ignore. So look. When we do debates, right? We have
Uh-huh.
to talk about the good and the bad of players. So with
Okay.
LeBron and Jordan, to listen, you got to
Okay.
talk about they highs and they lows. This is how
No,
we break this
I don't
down
talk
on
about
TikTok
lows.
Okay,
every.
no, let him go, Lamont.
Bro,
Let him
can
go
I?
because
Why?
we're gonna see how much he wants to talk
Why
about
are you
the
talking about
lows.
lows,
Go ahead,
Lamont?
continue. Go. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
So this is what we do though. We talk about we do this on TikTok every day. J Sports, you know, because you niggas just come and just talk about the highs. You have to talk about when they play good, when
Mm-hmm.
they play bad. So
Yes.
just the thing, right?
Uh-huh.
LeBron, not talking about playoff series.
Uh-huh.
LeBron has high highs. You could say 18. I could say that 18. That's one of the best basketball players I've ever seen. But
Uh-huh.
I
Okay,
could
that's all we need to
also
talk about.
say,
That's all we need to
hold
talk about.
on,
Mm-hmm.
hold on, shut up, bro. I could also say that in 11, right? He looked it terrible. I could also say 2008, the first four games, he averaged 22 points and 9 turnovers, right? He looked it terrible. I could also say, so you see, I
2010,
like
2010 as well. 2010
Hey, y'all
after
let
the
him
Again,
finish,
season.
stop
2010,
please.
right?
interrupting him. He's
Hold
not
on,
Let him
hold
talking
on,
to
finish,
hold
y'all.
on,
man.
He's
hold on,
talking to me. I'm gonna
hold on,
kick all y'all off to let Coda speak to
hold
me.
on.
He's not
So
talking
go,
to y'all.
so
Stop
go,
interrupting him.
so go.
Please,
Let me
I
ask.
got this. Don't worry. He's not said nothing I haven't heard before. Continue,
Okay,
Coda.
okay. So let me ask you a question. Do Jordan have playoff lows and drops like LeBron?
Yes, he has him
Yes.
even worse.
When?
He has him even worse.
Yes.
When? I'm talking
He
whole
had one in
playoff series.
92.
Hold on,
Again,
wait,
let
wait,
me
wait, wait,
answer
wait,
this
wait, wait, wait,
question.
wait,
He
wait,
didn't ask
wait,
you.
wait. So go.
Listen.
So hold on, go. One more question. Name me a playoff series, right, or finals like LeBron, 17 points, shot the ball only 2 times in the fourth quarter, had a lot of turnovers. Game 4, for to go up 3-1, you score 8 points with Deshaun Stevenson checking you. So tell me a whole series with Jordan looking like that.
In 1988 and 89, back-to-back
Oh,
seasons.
okay, name. So what was the numbers and what did he do? Give me the numbers.
Michael Michael Jordan in 1988
Against who?
while being the league MVP, the league all defensive player of the year.
Yep.
The defensive, you gotta let me speak, Coda. We let you speak, so you gotta sit back.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, as the league MVP, all NBA
Yeah.
first team, all defensive first team, defensive player of the year, and the scoring champ went up against a team with no all NBA player, no all defensive player on their roster, and he put up 3 straight dud games in game 3, 4,
Who?
and 5 to lose that series straight up. 3,
Okay.
4, and 5.
So,
He
so
completely.
get
That was
context.
89. That was
Wait.
89.
Wait. So who did he play against?
Again, you gotta let me finish, sir. You can't ask me a question until I'm done. Like I waited for you to finish
All right, go
so I
ahead.
can
Because
respond.
you're
You have to
lying.
sit there and wait.
Because you
Then he
lying.
goes.
Go ahead though.
Then the next season, he goes up against the same team versus the same strategy. He goes up 2-1, and he chokes game 4, 5, and 6. Where in game 5, when the series is tied 2-2, Michael Jordan took 2 shots in the fourth quarter, and the game was coughed up with the game on the line. Not only that, in game 6, he scored 2 points in the last 11 minutes of the ball game, while Isaiah Thomas put up over 17 points on his head, who used to average less than 20 points in the season. So back-to-back seasons, Michael Jordan choked versus a team because he wasn't able to put up the numbers that he was normally putting up on not just in the playoffs, but also from the regular season. So yes, Jordan had back-to-back losses, and that's not even mentioned 1990.
Wait, because you're going too fast, bro. Listen. So you mean to tell? So when you hold on, because you just named a few games, right? So LeBron James had a. So hold on, let me ask you a question. What did Jordan average in '88 and '89 against the Pistons?
In 1988, Michael Jordan averaged 27 points per game.
Damn, what did he average '89?
In 1989, I believe he averaged 29.
Wait, Coda.
So,
Can I say something? Because I
so
feel like you
LeBron
guys are going
averaged against the.
back and
Hold on.
forth.
So let me put context to this. Against the Detroit Pistons, one of the best. First of all, 88, 89, 90, probably a top 10 defenses.
Okay, stop. Okay, Coda, I'm gonna stop you right there.
Let me
Coda,
finish.
I'm gonna stop Coda.
Let me finish, bro.
No,
Let me
I'm gonna
finish.
stop you right there, Coda. The Detroit Pistons of 1988 had no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on the roster.
Does that
and
mean?
the
What are you
Chicago
talking
Bulls
about?
and the Chicago Bulls in 1988 had the number 1 defense in basketball. Not to mention, again, Michael Jordan is the league MVP. He is the league all-defensive first team and all-NBA first team player. And he's defensive player of the year. LeBron James was not none of this in 2011 or in 2007.
You want to let me finish? You want to let me finish? You want to let me finish though? You want to let me finish? So you mean to tell me that the fucking Chicago Bulls 88, 89 is a better defense than the they had one of the best defensive ratings of all time. Did you know the 88, 89 Pistons is one of the best defenses of all time? What are you talking about?
Based on what, sir?
Based on what? Defensive rating and what we saw. What are you talking about?
What you mean defensive rating? There's players that have their teams that have better defensive rating than them.
Bro, so you mean to tell me Rodman, Dumars, Zeke, and all them is not better? Anyway, let me say this.
Hold on, wait. Again, Coda. I'm gonna repeat myself, Coda, because you failed to realize what I'm telling you. The Chicago Bulls in 1988 had the number 1 defense in basketball. Michael Jordan was the defensive player of the year. He was on the all-defensive first team. He led the league in steals. The Detroit Pistons had no all-defensive players.
And
they had none of that.
And they were still better defensively.
Based on what?
On what? It's the fucking bad boy Pistons. Is something wrong with you?
We don't go off of names, sir. We don't just go off of names.
Coda.
You watch ball, my nigga? What are you talking about?
Again, you don't know what you're talking about, Coda. Welcome to
Welcome. You let me finish my point, though. So what Jordan did, right? He still averaged 29, 26. Now, first of all, I never said Jordan didn't have bad games. I said a totality of a whole bad series. Everybody has had bad games.
It's a bad series. It is a bad series.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, sir. It is a bad series.
Will you shut up so I can finish, bro?
No, you can't tell me to shut up. This is my live, and I'm telling you the truth.
29 points and 26 is not a bad series. So first
it is a bad series, sir. Yes, it is. When you were averaging 40, it is. When you're averaging 37, it is. Yes, it is, sir. The same way averaging 18 and 7 and 7 is not a bad series, but you're gonna call it a bad series. So it's not a bad series, sir.
This the difference. Wow. LeBron James dropped against a defense that wasn't even that good. Like the Dallas Mavericks was the. Let me put context to this.
Dallas Mavericks had an all-defensive player, yes or no, Cole?
Can I finish, bro? Damn.
No, because you're lying. Does the Dallas Mavericks have an all-defensive player on their roster, yes or no?
Yeah. My nigga, they was 9th in defense.
Do they have an all-defensive player on their roster? Yes or no?
Yes, that don't mean what that.
Okay, so they have, okay. Again, they were not playing in the 1900s versus 22 teams like Detroit Pistons was in 1989. So you can't bring that up. Again, the Dallas Mavericks defense was allowed to play zone defense. Was the Detroit Pistons in 1989 allowed to play zone defense?
Yes, they were.
No, they were not. They were not allowed to play zone defense in 1989, sir.
Hold on, listen, bro. That's how I know you never played basketball. You know why? I'm gonna say this real quick.
Why you worrying about me for, sir? We talking about a topic, not me.
Oh my God, bro. Will you shut up?
No, I can't shut up when you sit here talking about me. Again, are the Pistons allowed to play zone defense in 1989? Yes or no, sir?
No.
No, exactly. So that means that the Dallas is allowed to play better defense.
They still loaded up at MJ all the time, though.
You can't loading
No,
up
they
is not
didn't.
zone defense, sir.
They ain't
I'm
load up.
saying
They
they
did.
loaded up all the time. They had
Loading
They
up
did
is
not
not
load
zone
up.
defense, sir. Double teaming is
Yes,
zone
they did. I
defense,
watched the
sir.
games.
They
You
didn't
can't
watch the
double.
game load up.
Zone defense is not
You
They never
cannot. You
called it.
cannot play zone in 1989, sir.
We
You
literally
can double
watched the
zone.
games
You can't
live
play
on my
zone.
YouTube channel. They didn't.
I watched the
load
games
up.
too. There's an
They
article came out
didn't play
1988
live. They
of
didn't
players
allow it.
complaining that they didn't call it.
They don't
They
listen.
load
They
up.
call illegal defense in every game if you watch in
Wait,
1980.
Yeah,
go
one
James,
set
go
games like
James,
technical
go
foul.
James, go James. I wanna say something though because you mentioned a point. You was like, Michael Jordan having bad playoff games. I feel like no one's perfect. There's no athlete in the world that hasn't had a bad stretch or nothing. However, what the argument here is the highest highs against the lowest lows. The lowest lows is that LeBron still has way more playoff games that are bad compared to Jordan. I could give it to you. You already know it, but I could
Hold
just
on,
break it
hold
down
on,
to
hold
you.
on. Can I?
You
Hold on,
mentioned, you
Nah,
mentioned,
hold
you
on. Can
mentioned.
I
not
Hold on,
say?
hold on,
true.
hold on.
No.
Can I say
I'm
one
giving it to
thing?
you, but I'm gonna hold you for the sake of trying. But go ahead, bro.
Let me just finish. Let me
Hold
just
on,
finish.
hold
Let
on,
me just
Pampy. Let
finish.
me say one
Let me
thing,
just
y'all.
finish.
Hold on. Let me say one thing because I'm not gonna let you finish. I'll let you go as soon as I'm done. And I was gonna tell Coda this as well, and I'm gonna let the other guy go after this. It sounds like you guys are determining what a bad game is based on points. That's what it sounds like. Because Coda, when Go James Kingdom said Jordan didn't perform well, Coda didn't ask about how well Jordan performed. Like the one game we watched, and Go James, you remember the game we watched. That fourth quarter that Jordan had versus the Pistons was absolutely atrocious, where he was not defending. He got absolutely barbecued by Vinny, the microwave Johnson, and he was shooting air balls in the fourth quarter. He could not score in the fourth quarter to save his life. And this is when the Bulls had to lead the majority of the game. Yet, if you look at his total points and what he had for the whole game, you could easily say you could easily say, well, he got his point, so he didn't play bad. But when we optically watched the game, well, it looked atrocious that fourth quarter, especially his defense getting barbecued. What I'm saying is this: if the measuring stick for what a bad game is points, or even at times field goal percentage, I don't think that's a very good barometer to determine if a player played good or bad. I think there are so
And I
many
feel like,
factors. I think there are so many factors that go into a basketball game that you can score 27, 28, 29 points and I can still look back on that game and say, damn, you played bad.
What I would say, sorry,
Hold on,
It's
hey,
me
Go
next. Hold on,
lied.
hold on.
Hey, Go just lied though. Hold on, Go just lied.
It's
Go
me
just
next.
said in 88, 89, they didn't have, so the Pistons didn't have nobody on the other defensive team at all.
In 1988, the Detroit Pistons had no All NBA, no All.
No, I'm talking about 89, 88. I'm talking
I
about
didn't
88,
say
89.
88. I didn't say 89. I said 88.
You said 87, 88.
Okay, so 89, it was a great defense though. 89, it was a great defense, right?
In 89, they had two All Defensive players. They had
It was a great defense, right?
Joe Thomas, and they played defense in 88 as well.
Okay, but 89,
can I address
Yeah,
the
but
host?
Jordan in 89 is the second year of Jordan losing to the same team, so there's no excuses for that. He shouldn't be losing to them again, back to back.
Hold on, you know why he lost though?
Yeah, because he choked.
So he didn't have no help?
Help? Why does Jordan need help? I thought Jordan is the reason why his
Everybody
team is good.
Everybody needs help.
What?
Everybody needs help to win. Who told you that?
Wait,
everybody needs help to win, bro.
I don't know about that. Not when Michael Jordan completely. First of all, he choked up Game 4, right? When he choked up Game 4,
he had bad games.
Hold on, wait. No, but pay attention. Listen here. Pay attention. This is why FYF and Go James Kingdom is coming to TikTok, because y'all have not heard this. Y'all been listening to lies on TikTok too long.
My God, I watch way more ball than you. Shut up.
That's a lie. Look, this is not about a competition between who does what. Sir. I'm not here to again. I'm going to tell you the truth. Let me tell you what happened Game 4. Jordan choked Game 4 of 1989 versus Detroit, and he told the media he had a hamstring injury and his teammates didn't step up. The next game in a Game 5, he pulled a Kobe Bryant in a Game 7. He stopped shooting the basketball. He legitimately shot 8 shots the entire game.
Yeah,
he took only 4 shots in the second half. He didn't do nothing in the fourth quarter. They lost that game. Then on top of that, again, he goes into a Game 6 after losing back-to-back games. He goes into a Game 6, and he completely doesn't do nothing. He goes 26 shots for his little 30 points, but he didn't score nothing in the fourth quarter, and he let
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas kill him for 32 points while he didn't do nothing and lost
First of
two
all,
back-to-back seasons to the same team versus the same strategy. So he
He
first
choked
clutch when he
back-to-back
won
seasons.
too.
wait, hold on, because I want to talk.
He
I've
clutched.
been waiting.
He lost when he won too,
You
man.
when you
Clutch big
asked
when he won
when
too
you
in
asked me,
'92,
FY to the host, when you asked me, because I think what you were speaking wasn't really
'91
applying
and
to me.
'93.
It was applying to Kota. I'm not judging bad games by points. I'm not just boxer watching
No,
here.
no.
I
I
will
was just
tell you
asking
for a
you what
fact.
is
It's
your
not even.
measuring. I was just asking
Yeah,
you what is your
no,
measuring stick to say this
I'm.
was a bad game.
It's not.
Impact.
It's not just the points. It's like we're saying. It's about the performance. Like we're saying. I'll even go further. Like 88 and 89 are not the only times Jordan's choked that I know. Also 95. 95 wasn't good at all. Whatever the points, I don't even know the numbers of what he had in 95.
He
95 was
choked
just
in
not good at all.
'92 too.
Average 31 and 8.
So, but 31 and 8,
They
but
benched
it was
Jordan in
not good.
'92, man, for the
It
whole
wasn't.
fourth
It was not
quarter.
good. But I would say though, in LeBron's case, because again, this is about the highest of highs and lowest of lows. This is my thingy. If guys want to go through it, we could go through it. I believe LeBron James has okay, not way, but he has more bad playoff games than Michael Jordan does. It's not even, and this is just it's just a number. Like
Not true.
He
I
done
think it's
played
just a
more
fact that
playoff
way.
games too.
And I would
That's not
also
true.
Pammy,
say that.
Four for
Pammy, would
That
you,
16,
but
no
wait,
turnovers.
Pammy,
Let me
would you
just say
believe
something,
again,
LeBron has
man.
more? Wait, Pammy, would you believe LeBron James has more good playoff games than Jordan? Though, would you go there?
he he probably does.
He
He
yeah,
probably
Okay,
he
does
do.
because he
so
has
which
been in
one?
the
Which
wait,
one?
hold on,
Which
hold on, hold
one
on,
is
More
the
hold on,
than
hold
had
on,
to
determining?
hold
do
on,
So
with him
which
hold
one
being
on,
in
is
the
hold on,
more
league
the
hold on,
longer,
determining
bro.
factor
hold
of
on,
who's
hold
the
on, hold
greater
on.
player? Pammy, who's the more determining factor,
Wait,
the greater
wait,
player, the greater games or the lower games?
because no, it's the winning games. That's the
Okay,
point.
so
It's the
if
winning games. Like
LeBron James
so
has the
so so
more
wait,
winning
wait.
games or has the better games,
He
he should
doesn't
be the
have the
better
more
player.
winning games. He doesn't have the more winning games. That's the
He has the
issue.
most
He
playoff
probably
wins in
does have.
NBA
Wait,
history.
hold
He
on,
has the
hold on.
most
How would you
playoff
get the
Yes,
argument,
championships
yes.
in
Pammy?
NBA history.
Oh my! When we're talking about winning games, if he has the most playoff wins, how does he only have four?
Because he makes the
Yeah,
playoffs and he wins
because he
during the
go to
playoffs.
the
But
finals every year.
Yes. So
10 conference
it's a
titles.
Good
longevity.
argument,
That's
man.
my thing. It's a he. That's a good point for him. Yes, he has probably the most in total. But if we're comparing this to Jordan, of course Jordan didn't play 22 years. Of course he
Jordan
didn't have
already
the.
played 22 years. And then, wait, if we compare Jordan 6 to 11, how is Jordan better than 6'11 then? How is that better?
How is Jordan six better to? First of
How is
all,
Jordan 6 better than 11? Since 4 can't be better than 6. How is 6 better than 11?
first of all. Wait, hold on. First of all, you've not even asked me what my goal criteria is. All
No,
you
we're
just
talking about
assumed
winning.
is
I'm not
I think.
asking you your goal criteria. I'm asking you about the conversation, which is about winning. You said winning is important. So now we're going to get to winning. So again, if 4 can't trump 6 because they have more playoff wins, more playoff series wins, all of that, then how does 6 trump 11?
Well, I think that's a little disingenuous because we can't just say, "Oh, well, Bill Russell has to be the GOAT." He has his own set criteria of why
Again,
people
I
think
didn't
that
ask
he
you
is.
the
Of
question,
why
sir.
he is the GOAT.
You're not going to interrupt the conversation for
Hold on.
Pampy. Pampy has to answer the question. Pampy,
Jules,
please. How is 6 trumps 11 championships?
Jules, again,
His
Hold on,
internet.
your mic's going in and
let's
out,
let's
Pampy. Something's going on with your
let's
mic.
redo this because what you're trying to do is. Oh, I'm actually at
No, what we're
work.
trying to do
I'm
is just
actually at
have the
work. So
conversation you're trying
hold
to
on.
have, sir.
Let me get up.
Hold on,
Yeah.
something's wrong with your
So
mic, man.
again,
Something's
this is
wrong with
what
your
I'm
mic.
talking about. LeBron,
He's coming in and out. It's
Yeah, you're
messed
going in
up.
and out. You're going in and
can
out.
you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Okay, we can hear you
Can you hear
now.
me?
We can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Cool. This is my thing. LeBron has in total more probably better games because he has played more.
Yep.
Right. So I can't now say to him and be like, okay, cool. Jordan hasn't had the chance to play more, but Jordan has won more in that stretch and has had less bad games than. So
Pampy,
if we're talking about
Pampy,
who's the better playoff
don't lie,
performer,
Pampy, don't lie using longevity. How many great playoff games does LeBron James have after 2018? Because that's when he played more than Jordan. After 2018, how many great playoff games does LeBron James have in 2018 compared to what he has before 2018?
first of all, it doesn't work that way. Like
Come on, Pampy.
I can't use his first at the stop at 2018 and be like, oh yeah, that's when Jordan stopped in his time. It doesn't work that way.
But my point is that even after 15 seasons, just if we stop LeBron James at 2018, he has more greater playoff games than Jordan does.
And again, when you do this thing with this Bill Russell thing, I understand where you're going, but you see, when you do this Bill Russell thing, in my opinion, this could be left to you guys. Bill Russell wasn't a better player than Wilt was,
Oh my
but he
God,
was a
Lamont,
better.
this is the
Come
fifth
on,
person
man.
that
Don't
said that
start
tonight,
that bull.
Lamont. This is
Oh
like the
man,
Don't
fifth.
start that
Don't
bull, man.
put
don't
yourself in
start
a
that.
casket with the argument,
Don't
But,
man.
start
but
that bull,
Lamont,
man.
Lamont, you see what I'm saying, Lamont? This
Every
is the
time.
fifth person who stepped up.
Bill
He's
Russell
talking
was the
about
best
Wilt
player
Chamberlain
on
and
his
Bill
Hold on,
team.
hold
Russell.
on, hold on, yeah, hold
Yeah,
on.
he was the
Three
best player
straight
on
I
years
his
in the
actually,
team.
NBA, Bill Russell was
hold
the
on, yeah.
best player in the league, bro.
I actually found a really good because I like the direction that he's going with this conversation, and I actually found a really good chart. And I'm on a screenshot. I'm gonna send to Goat James. I'm actually going. I think can put it on the screen if y'all give me a second. But it's actually a ratio comparison of Jordan's playoff games, good games versus bad, and LeBron's playoff games, good games versus bad. And so I don't know how up to date this is, but it says Jordan has played 179 playoff games in total.
That's facts.
So and it says out of the 179, based on the standards, and they use certain standards. It says based on standards of games that were considering high efficiency, 30 point per night, 40 point per night. Like they used the standard to determine what the good and bad games were. It says Jordan has out of 150 good games versus, by their definition, 29 bad. And it says,
Cool.
and it gives Jordan a 5.2 to 1 ratio on good games versus bad. That means for every 5.2 games he plays, he has one that's bad. For LeBron James, it says he's played 279 playoff games. And y'all, if y'all want to fact check him and make sure it's up to date, but it says to date he's played 279 playoff games. It says out of those 279, by their criteria, 240 of them have been deemed to be good, while 39 have been deemed to be bad. That gives LeBron James a 6.1 to 1 ratio of good games versus bad. So even though LeBron James has played a higher volume of games, his ratio of good games versus bad is far higher. So it's basically saying LeBron had, if you normalize the numbers, he still has more good games versus bad as compared to Michael Jordan.
I
What
feel
are the
like I feel
29
They
like
bad
just
MJ
missing the
games?
5 games. LeBron's played
but
284, so they're just missing the 5 games that he played this year. That's all.
Okay.
I feel
What
like
are the
that
bad
that's
29
nice,
bad
but
MJ games?
I would like to see the games that they have listed as bad,
Yeah,
so
me
we
too.
could. I'm not taking that as base value. Like I would like to. It's a good
Yeah,
stat,
you never
but
take
like
Can you
nothing at
post a
face
link?
value because y'all don't know Jordan's career.
Hold on,
He had a bad
it's
game in
not
the
about. It's
hold
not
on.
about this. This
had a
also
bad
applies to
game in the
LeBron
finals.
James.
Hold on. Let me
He had
read
two
this.
bad
Applies
games
to.
Can I
in
please read
3.
this, y'all? Can y'all please hold on so I can read this? So I'll give you the
Yeah.
summary. I'll read the summary. And
Can you
so
send a link?
it's not a. It's. I'll put it in the chat for you. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
So it says with LeBron James, he says player profile, they have his career averages. And so it basically says good games. And under the bad games, it says by his standards. It says some of the examples that they use as bad games for LeBron. They talk about 2011, obviously, 2011 versus the Mavs. They go to the 2010 Eastern Conference semifinal versus the Celtics. They specifically point out games 5 and 6. They say he shot 33 and 38%. They talk about low efficiency shooting nights versus the Spurs in '07. So those games are incorporated in this. So again, the typical years and typical games that y'all usually run to for LeBron James, it sounds like it's
Yeah.
incorporated them.
Yeah.
Unless there's some other games that y'all are magically
Which
wanting to
ones do
throw
they
in
do
there.
for Jordan? Which ones do they incorporate for Jordan?
So for Michael Jordan,
again,
it talks about it says, and remember, it says by his standards. And so I'm assuming
yeah.
they're going based on the standard of probably Jordan not playing up to his numbers. It says
Facts.
swept in the first round twice by Boston, 86-87. It talks about some of those games. It says multiple sub 40% shooting night. Can you please hold on? The
No,
ad
keep
libs,
keep going, keep going,
the
keep going,
ad
keep
libs
going.
are silly, man. Come on, the ad lib. I don't
Nah,
want to
keep going,
read.
keep going, keep going,
It
keep
says
going, keep going,
it says it
keep
says
going, keep
it
going.
says multiple sub 40% shooting nights and percent shooting nights and
It might be nasty, but I guess I would just have to do it. You know the classic saying when LeBron fans will tell you that Jordan didn't play competition in the finals. I don't know how much you guys here agree to that, but you know the classic saying that stat that you've pulled up could also apply to the classic saying that LeBron played no or low competition
Yeah,
in
No, it
the
doesn't.
Eastern
but the
Conference for about
but
78 years.
here's
So
the
I'm
problem.
just saying that's
Hold on one
just
second. Hold on one second, y'all. Here's the issue with that. The y'all have to understand that the playoffs are designed for the higher seeded team to play weaker teams. It is not my fault that LeBron James by '07 and some of those years was able to get his teams to be 60-win teams consistently and just grabbing that number 1 seed so they can be afforded the ability to play the 8 seed.
no. That's not the
Hold on.
reason.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you are if you're the number 1 seed, the nature of your run is just going to be easier than most other teams. So you're always going to play the 8 seed, then the 4 or 5 seed. So you're just built by the structure and design the way the NBA has it. If you do your due diligence in the regular season, you're going to make your path in the playoffs easier. I don't punish players for doing their due diligence in the regular season so that their playoff path is easier. It's not my fault that Jordan was an 8 seed and had to battle it out with the Celtics in round 1. It's not my problem.
Again, you have to understand
So
the
I
point I'm
cannot
saying.
use I cannot use competition because you as a player, like if y'all putting this on the player, can control your destiny in the playoffs. You don't have to be an 8 seed. You don't have to be a 6. You don't have to be a low seeded team. All you have to do is go do your due diligence in the regular season. So if Jordan's sitting there battling it out with Boston for 2 years in a row, well, maybe level that shit, level it up in the regular season. Not my
My
problem.
analogy.
Competition,
My analogy.
competition in the playoffs is not
Wait,
is
wait, wait.
null and mute. It's not even a
Okay,
conversation that's even worth going into because players can control their competition in the playoffs. All you got to do is have a good regular season.
No. But this is the thing you're forgetting to
Michael Jordan
say.
only beat one top 15 player in his playoff run. That was Magic Johnson, bro.
What does that mean?
Means what it means. What?
What does that mean?
I think what it proves, I
rankings.
think all this conversation, what it proves is that Michael Jordan was the greatest player of his era and LeBron James was the greatest player of his era. We still do not know who the GOAT is.
Yeah, I do.
No,
That's all
I
opinion
do.
based. That's all
But
opinion.
Not my opinion. So don't tell me what my opinion is. I can prove it.
hold on.
I didn't say your opinion. I said it was all opinion.
It's not all opinion.
You
It's
see,
fact, but I got over it for you.
the issue is you are correct with what you're saying, but the issue here is, when I was talking about competition, I was not even bringing up LeBron's earlier years because LeBron was making the playoffs as a 4 seed in
He
Cleveland.
was
He
in the
wasn't
finals
always.
that year.
I'm still speaking. Hold on.
One second. He spent what 7 years in Cleveland? That's a lot of playoff games where he had that Cleveland team was getting 60 wins and he was making deep playoff runs. And some of the teams he beat, we can probably say, yeah, as a 1 seed, yeah, you beat up on some 8 seed that might have had an injured player. Of course. So let's not. Also, when he went to Miami,
those are not the years.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. LeBron James has spent a lot of time as a number 1 seed, a number 2 seed in this conference. That by design gives you an easier path in the playoffs.
It's supposed to.
That's the whole point.
That's not the point I'm bringing at all.
So why are we talking about competition?
No, you're not listening to me. The overall competition in the conference, even up to the conference finals, is not as good as what his team was.
How do you determine that?
That's what I'm talking about.
How do you determine that?
How do you determine that?
What are we talking about?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When Jordan in the 90s, what team in the East had a team comparable to the Bulls?
Indiana Pacers.
The Pacers.
Yes, he did. I watched it. They almost beat them.
Which Pacer team?
They don't really know. They don't really know, bro.
Hold on.
I watched it yesterday.
Hold on. So you're telling me? Hold on. So you're telling me one team in 1 year?
New York Knicks.
What year?
1993, when they were favored to beat the Bulls.
Okay, so you're telling me there's only one team in 93 and one team in 98. Hold on, outside because y'all, one of the funniest things to me is that people try to pretend that this Bulls Knicks was actually a rival. How is it a rivalry when only one team is winning?
Right.
This is called a slaughter fest. This is called a slaughter. You know what happens, y'all? When you play the same team over and over, the games always get harder for some weird reason in basketball. So you can be playing a bummy team a whole bunch of times, and a couple of them
I
games that
mean,
bummy
but
team might make
that's
the
so
game.
that's so not
That's
true.
just the
That's not true.
nature. That is just the nature of playing the same
Hey,
teams a
even
lot.
but Lamont, even with the
The
That's not
Cavs.
93
true.
Bulls were better than
Wait,
the
Yes, it
93
is.
Knicks.
wait,
The
wait, wait.
98 Chicago Bulls were better than the Pacers. No matter what he
FYI,
says, the Bulls were
No,
still
they're
better than
not.
those teams.
wait,
LeBron
wait.
James beat teams that were better
MJ
than
was just a
his.
difference maker. That's all it was. If you watch
That's
the
what they don't
games.
understand.
No,
But
Pippen.
that
Pippen was
doesn't
more
make
the difference maker.
any sense because
Wow.
Cleveland and the Celtics was a rivalry. Even though Cleveland was getting their ass beat every year, it was still a
Did
No, it
rivalry.
did
wasn't.
Not a
They only played
rivalry if
them
it's
Acting
one
twice.
like
They
it was a
only played
sided,
them
blowout.
bro.
twice. They only played them twice.
What are we doing?
3 of the finals literally went to
That is
a game-winning
crazy.
shot.
The Cleveland Cavaliers played the Boston Celtics
Of course it
twice.
was.
Jordan played the
Right.
Knicks 4 times. By 1993, he faced the Knicks 4 times.
Okay.
And he whooped them every time. 89,
Every single time.
89, 90, 91, 93. Every time he whooped them. So they were never really rivalries.
I just don't like the competition.
So
No player can control competition. Why are we
And
talking
it don't even
about
matter. Like I said, the Bulls were better than the Knicks in 93 as well.
Then why were they favorites to win?
Excuse me?
What?
Why were they favorites to win in 1993?
I don't go by favorites. I don't do degenerate gambler talk.
What?
I don't go by favorites. We don't go by degenerate gambler talk.
So let me give a shout out. Salute to Coda with the sending a gift in. Salute to King Money Fly, Jordan Washington. Salute to everybody that's been sending those emojis and gifts in. Appreciate you guys, man. Just keep smashing, keep tapping the screen for them likes, man.
Because Jordan was favored in 88 and he choked then too. But y'all don't like to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. It's fun.
I'll talk about it too.
Yeah, but hold on, but y'all look. Do
I
y'all
love talking about
understand? I don't think y'all understand that in basketball, and I think Early is going to agree with me on this. There is a difference between having a bad game and choking. In NBA basketball, I'm going to let you guys in on something. You rarely see chokes. A choke is what J.R. Smith did at the end of the game. A choke is what Magic Johnson did when he turned into Tragic Johnson, dribbling the clock out, not paying attention to time and score. Those are chokes. It's rare. You guys conflate and mix bad games, which bad games typically stem from the defense actually doing a really good job.
That's not true.
Versus you mix
Hey, host, I got a question.
you mix bad games with choking. Missing the jump shot is not choking. If a player in a basketball game shoots 0 for 10 and they wide open, you're not choking. You just missed the shot.
You choking.
No, you're
choking,
not.
bro.
That's not how
If
basketball.
it's every single game,
Hold
you're
on,
choking.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, please. Please hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on. I can bring my best player. Hold on. I can bring my best player on right. I promise you right now, my best player last year, he would drive me crazy because this man sometimes will have 8 and 9 turnovers. I'm talking about doing the craziest stuff. Do y'all ever think I was gonna snatch this man out the game and put him? No. The thing is, the defense has a lot to do with what you're able to do, what your best. And so when we look at Jordan in the games, he struggled because if you look at a lot of those games versus the Pistons, y'all look at the point total, but y'all don't never look at the shot attempts. Yeah, Jordan will have 28 points, but then will have 25 shot attempts, 27 shot attempts, 22 shot attempts, and 23 points. But y'all will still just say, "Oh, he had a
shot attempt."
At the end of the day, you think any coach, you think Doug Collins will say, "Hey, Jordan, man, next game, man, try to lower the shot. Don't shoot as much." No, you keep doing the same thing.
Can I say something?
The defense.
FY,
Can
the
I say
only thing
something?
I would
Wait,
add to what you just said is this, right? I would say this, right? One, my point earlier is stats sometimes can be misleading, and that you just re-emphasize stats can be misleading. The other thing that I would say too is there's more than 1 or 2 ways to impact how the game goes in your favor. You can have a bad shooting night, but you can step it up on defense. You can make more playmaking, do more playmaking things for your teammates to impact the
Like
game.
Kobe versus the Pacers. Just like Kobe versus the Pacers. Kobe versus the Pacers offensively was in the garbage can, but he did everything else.
You've kind of said
Jordan
this
didn't
thing
do that
where
in '92.
Hold on, say that again. Who is that, Jules?
wait.
No. That was
No,
me.
no, it's me. You said this thing with trying to do like a fine line with choking and bad games. You see, the problem, the
That's
only
just my
problem I have,
understanding. That's just my
yeah,
understanding.
The only problem I have with your analysis here is like if someone you use that 0 for 10 logic, if someone throughout the regular season, which is 82 games, and throughout maybe most of the playoffs, which is another extra, let's say 10 games, 12 games, whatever you think it is, has consistently on those open shots been hitting it. And now when it's the finals or whatever, it's a big stage and you're not hitting it, and the level is clear because yes, there are bad games and there are bad games that they are choking. So, but I'm saying choking is not just one moment. It's not just a J.R. Smith thing. No, it's like in 2016, Game 7, I think Steph choked. Like I'm a Steph fan. I'm the biggest Steph fan you ever find. I think he choked, even though the
Have you,
bulk of the problem was just he weren't making the shots. It wasn't just
Pappy,
a one moment thing.
have you, so, especially when we talk about shooting, I was a
Yeah.
shooter. And I'm gonna tell you right now, shooters in basketball are like the wide receivers in football. They're divas. It's so many things that can, like, for example, with me, if I went into a game and my hands felt cold, I'm not making a shot that day. And mentally, in my mind, my hands felt like bricks. The ball felt hard. But that's why before games, I would literally stick my hands under scalding hot water and just let it run because I needed my hands to feel like they was warm. It's so many
Right.
weird things that go into making and missing shots in the NBA level that have nothing to do with choking and none of, and sometimes you just miss shots. Like Klay Thompson had went on a streak where he went how many games without making a three? Does that mean he's choking or is his shot just not falling? That don't mean that Reggie Miller went on a similar streak, but nobody's gonna run around and say Reggie Miller was choking. The shot just ain't falling. That's just how it go. And when your shot's not falling, a good player finds other ways to impact the game, like Kobe did in the playoffs. That Kobe fans so eloquently remind everybody about. There's other ways to have an impact on the game. Y'all make offense seem like if your shot's not falling, you choking. That don't work like that. The best players always supposed to take a lot of shots, and they're going to take the most difficult shots, and they're not always going to make them. And sometimes they'll be inefficient. That does not mean they're choking. That's just not how basketball works. And y'all saw what happened when Phil Jackson told Kobe, "Oh, how about you pass the ball to some of the other guys?" Well, your best player went and checked out on you. And now you just walk yourself into a loss. Basketball just don't work the way sometimes y'all think it does. Everybody's not always choking. That's just the nature of the game. You miss shots, you make shots.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of situation and what people do in that situation.
I mean, you can literally be wide open for a game-winning shot. Sometimes you make them, sometimes you miss them. Don't mean you choked. You're going to take that shot every time, 10 out of 10 times.
No, they don't mean so. They mean
You just missed a shot.
I was better than you. I am
Lamar,
better than you.
remember,
I am
Lamar,
better than
Lamar,
you.
you gotta
I
remember
am better than you.
the whole point of them
better than
talking
you.
about choking, Lamar.
I'm
is
better than
because
you.
they
I have
think that
14
they
points.
think
I am
that
better than you. I am.
they think
Oh
that
my
they
God, why do
think
y'all come
Lamar.
in here and do dumb stuff, man? Damn.
Yeah, listen, they think that choking helps Jordan in the GOAT debate because they think that saying Jordan choked is outlandish. They don't realize Jordan choked and he had one of the worst choke jobs in NBA history, if not the worst. They don't
He's
want to
choked
accept
big
that.
time.
Especially if you use the definition that they put on LeBron. If you use that same
The
definition
definition he
of
just said,
choking,
the definition Pamby just said, if we go off of the 82 game season and what they were doing in the playoffs, that's exactly how Jordan choked. The exact same.
LeBron has never got put on the bench ever
He
for an
didn't even play
entire
the bench
quarter.
either.
Jordan did
No,
get
he
put
did
on
not.
the
Watch
bench
the
in
game. No, he did
'92.
not.
oh, he
Okay,
dropped
so
off.
hold on, wait.
Let him cook.
Megatron had a question for Lamar. Go ahead and ask Lamar that question, Megatron.
This is fucking insane.
Y'all
Hey,
saying
don't come up
Jordan
in here
didn't get put
cussing because
on
we're
the
No,
not
he
gonna
bench?
let you
didn't.
come up here. You come up here cussing, bro.
All
Put it
right.
down.
So in the '92 NBA Finals in Game
I
6,
watched the game. No, it was a
Jordan did
normal
not get put on.
substitution. No,
It was not a
He
normal
did not
no, he
get
did
put on the
not.
bench for the entire fourth quarter.
I watched the game.
That's
Well,
crazy.
He
according
did
to
not.
Jordan,
It
he
was a
got
normal
benched.
substitution.
Jordan
According to Michael
himself said he
Jordan, he
got
got
benched.
benched.
I don't care what he said. I watched the game. If you watch all the Bulls games, he always got subbed out in the early
Not
fourth
true.
quarter. Go watch
Not
games.
true. But when did
That
he?
is
Look in
not
the
true.
playoff
Okay,
series.
And I
hold
don't
on,
know
hold
why
on.
you
Let me ask
keep
you a question.
saying that.
When did he typically get subbed back in?
He
Like
didn't.
around the 7 minute, 8 minute mark.
Not
After
true.
they came back down 10,
It's
Not
literally
true.
documentary. You can go watch it.
Not true. What do you mean it's not true?
Not
Is
true.
we really sitting here lying?
Nah, I watched the game. I ain't
I don't
lying.
understand
I
why
literally
people
watched the
be
game
lying,
too.
man.
I
Like,
literally
what is
watched the
going
game.
Yeah,
on right
listen,
now?
we have the
They
game
came back and
available
scored
on
the
YouTube as
last
What is
well.
going
drive,
on
20
right now?
Michael
points,
Jordan
and won the
himself
game.
said that he was benched. That
Oh
he
man,
said
this
that
is
himself.
crazy.
That Phil
He
told him,
said that
listen,
himself.
we're gonna put you down. We're gonna try something else, and he said okay.
This is wild.
I think that was against the Blazers,
Because you
wasn't it?
guys got to remember, the
Yep, it was
Blazers
with
are
the
trying to win the game.
Blazers.
If you're trying
Yeah,
to
I
win
think
the
it was
game,
against
why would
Portland.
you put Jordan on the
I'm
bench?
just confused. I just want to talk to the
For
whole
rest?
fans. Hey, what you mean Jordan fans are obsessed? I just hopped in here, so I'm not trying to entertain stuff I don't know about. What is the topic?
Yeah, the topic is why are Jordan fans obsessed with LeBron?
I think it's the other way around.
Now explain it.
I don't think Jordan fans are obsessed with LeBron. I think some people is unrealistic at certain times, but not all. But I think LeBron fans is unrealistic because Jordan fans hold him to a certain standard of truth and realistic that goes on for his failures. Jordan failed. Jordan had bad games. No one said that. But the difference is with Jordan, I think what people got to clearly understand, LeBron fans, they act like it's always somebody else's fault when LeBron's fail. And then they turn around and say, well, Jordan chose against the Pistons because he dropped from the regular season. But then you use that same logic, oh, he didn't have no help. Well, LeBron favored. So it's like, which way do you want it? That's why I get when I'm on these apps. It's like
Hey, Ashley.
LeBron did everything great, but
No,
it's
I
always
think I
somebody else's
can.
fault.
I think when we talk about the fans, I think I can summarize it like this. So, some of you guys, and if you're not familiar with all these channels, that's fine. There are a plethora of channels that have kind of set themselves as being LeBron James hate channels. I mean, you even have one. You even have one channel where they named themselves literally Michael Jordan fans are the best. Okay,
but they got the same thing.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. I get that LeBron has his fans. I'm talking about the Jordan fans, the people that have came out staunchly and we're Jordan fans. Dreamers Pro, Man Down Sports. These are Uncommon Sense. These are all the people that avidly put themselves out there as Jordan fans. Now, when we look at Dreamers Pro and the Man Down Sports and the Michael Jordan fans are the best, what does the majority of their content consist of? Talking about who?
Well, I don't follow brothers.
Hating on Bron. Hating on Bron.
I told you, these are TikTok guys. They're not on TikTok.
No. I'm just giving an example. No, I'm just giving an example of the majority of their content. Dreamers Pro, over probably 500 videos on LeBron. Man Down Sports every day, something on LeBron. 93J, always something on LeBron. King Bro, always, even though he says he's a Jordan fan. They never talk about Jordan. A lot of you guys, Gilbert Arenas made the best point when he came on my channel. He says Jordan fans. He said Jordan fans are gonna follow Jordan. None of you guys even know what Jordan is doing right now with his life. What is Jordan investing in right now? What is he doing? Like what? Like
NASCAR.
Y'all not Jordan fans because y'all don't even follow Jordan. So and that's the biggest thing. It's like y'all. I think y'all have a fear. Like this, like I said, in a track race. If anybody's ran track, you fear the guy that's on your heels. You don't fear the guy that's 50 meters behind you. And the way Jordan fans talk about LeBron, y'all talk as if he's 50 meters behind you.
But he is.
Then why you talk about him so
How
much?
is that?
I don't talk about it.
Yeah. How is he irrelevant to you if you're 50 meters behind?
How is he, bro? When
How
did
is
I
he
ever
50
say he
meters
was
behind
relevant?
him? How is he 50 meters behind
This
Jordan?
is why it's hard to have a conversation, bro.
He's relevant enough for you to know what
No
LeBron
one-
fans say.
Okay. So if Bron is 50 meters behind Jordan, then why do Jordan fans talk about him so much?
Can I say? I don't talk about him. I don't talk about him.
Well, I'm not talking
That's
about
not
you.
my
I'm talking about
But-
generally.
but
This is not
sir,
about. I don't know who you are.
listen what you're saying,
I'm talking
though.
about in
Listen what you're
general.
Yes, sir. But
Because
listen,
when I look through my
brother.
comments, I just started posting on TikTok. I do a video about Jordan. I did a video on Jordan in '92. Do you know what the comments are flooded with? LeBron
What?
James.
That's why I say it goes
I've
both
done
ways.
multiple videos about Jordan, and as soon as I go to the comments, but then I'll do a video solely about LeBron James. And you know what it's flooded with? Well, Jordan is this. Y'all are
That's what I'm saying. It
obsessed.
goes both ways.
No,
It
the
goes both
Jordan
ways.
fans, will come into the LeBron videos just to talk about Jordan, but the Jordan fans will also come into the Jordan videos just to remind everybody
I'm not
about
gonna
LeBron.
lie to you, man. I literally can name at least about 6 people platform I'd have passed by, and the same thing happens with Jordan. If someone's talking about
What
Jordan,
platforms are
they
those?
talking about
Call them
LeBron.
out. Call
Name
them
them.
If
out.
they
What's those
talking
Name
about,
platforms?
if they
name
talking
drop them.
about
Name them.
Name
Name
drop
the
them.
like
platforms.
what's the guy name, man?
Call them out. We get them over here.
Vision. He's a LeBron hater.
Well, that's obvious.
Uh, who else, man? Burner. They do the same thing. They say LeBron clears Jordan, and then you say something about Jordan, they always talk about LeBron does. LeBron's better. And then even if your major networks, Nick Wright bandwagon, he paints the picture as LeBron's to go.
Yeah,
Shannon
yeah.
Sharp does it on his
Okay.
platform.
No,
The
say
problem.
So,
LeBron's the GOAT. What's
Hold
wrong
on.
with saying LeBron's the
What's
GOAT?
wrong?
There's nothing wrong with saying
Exactly.
It's the
LeBron's the
truth.
GOAT.
What's Yeah, yeah,
There's
what's
nothing wrong with saying
LeBron
that.
is
but
the
I'm
GOAT.
saying they paint the
There's nothing wrong
picture.
with saying
What's
that.
wrong
There's
They
with
nothing
that?
wrong
keep
with saying that.
they keep it up. I'm not
And
saying
if
anything
LeBron
wrong.
fans are 50
Oh
meters
my
away, you shouldn't even
god,
hear us
bro!
saying it.
Can I finish talking to the host, bro, or you keep interrupting me, bro? I know you got a
I'm a
button
part
at
of the
your
host,
face,
sir. I'm actually the co-host, sir. I'm actually
Okay,
the
okay,
co-host,
okay,
sir.
but I'm talking to the main host right now, not the co-host, sir.
Nah, he's the main. He's
Well,
the
that's
main
not how
host,
it
man.
works,
Let's
sir.
not
That's
do
not how
that.
that
Let's
works.
not do
So
that.
again,
Okay,
you are
so
more worried about LeBron fans for some reason than we call
oh
LeBron the
man,
GOAT. I
I
don't know
ain't
why you
saying I'm
worried
worried
about it.
about nobody fans, bro. He asked the question, I'm
You are.
answering.
You obviously did,
All
because you
right,
came up
bro.
here upset about the title.
I asked a question. How am I upset?
You was upset. You was like, why is it even a
I
discussion? Because
said,
yeah.
sir. He asked me, say, y'all act like LeBron is 50 minutes behind. Was a question directed towards me. Well, he asked in general. And I said, well, I think he is. That's me elaborating on what he said. That's not me saying I have a problem. I'm not a LeBron or Jordan guy. I'm a Kobe fan. So therefore, I just look at all around game for us. I tell us who I would prefer. Whoever you have your go, because at the end of the day, it's all opinionated who you prefer to be the best player to you.
exactly,
It's not
exactly.
it's not
Definitely.
who
That's not what
you
we do
say
here.
he
Again,
is.
again,
It's not
FY,
say who
again,
I
you guys
is,
gotta
bro.
understand something here.
It's opinionated.
FYF is not about opinions. It's not about feelings. Nothing here
Okay,
that
bro.
Lamont say or I say is our feelings or how we think. This is what we know. We talk what we know, sir. So don't come
How
ever
can you
accusing.
say
Don't
what
accuse.
you
Oh wait. Don't
know
accuse
because somebody to
nobody.
go and say
Don't
someone else
accuse
not to go?
nobody
Hold
who
on.
show up on these lives as somebody who's
This is
stating their
crazy.
Hold
opinions.
on. Hold on.
We don't
Ashton,
care about
can I
none
ask
of
you one
y'all
question?
opinions.
Ashton,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
my question to you is, you said you don't care where people put LeBron, right?
No, I said I don't care who you have as your GOAT,
Right.
LeBron or
That's what I was
Michael.
alluding
Yeah.
to. You said you don't care who we have as the GOAT. But
No.
you you said, but when you talking about, when you brought up Nick Wright, you said Nick Wright is always putting
Because
LeBron.
he's but we know why though. Like, it's the same
It does, hold on.
propaganda that
Yeah,
you're
but
seeing on these apps
hold
that's
on,
going
hold.
on that he
No, hold
does.
on. No. I don't think Jordan fans calling Jordan the GOAT is propaganda. I
No,
think
I'm saying the topic they use. Like he shits on. I'm sorry, not to cuss. He cuts one down to elevate the other one. Same thing we do. They do on these apps. They cut Jordan down or cut LeBron down to elevate Jordan. It's the same thing. That's all I'm
yeah,
That
saying.
starts with Jordan fans, though,
but
because
it
Jordan
starts with
fans
Jordan
Oh
only
fans.
man,
must talk about a player's failures. Like you put up LeBron's failures. You guys think failures is a
Right.
part of the GOAT debate, then get mad that we're talking failures. If
bro.
that's the case,
Exactly.
Who
let's
is?
not talk
Why are
about
you yelling,
failures
sir?
and let's
We're
talk
grown,
about greatness. If we talk about
sir.
greatness,
Why are you
Jordan's
yelling?
never great enough. That's the problem.
What
Jordan's
you?
not great enough. That's why y'all want to talk about
I'm
failures, because y'all
confused
think
on
Jordan
why
never
you
failed.
yelling, bro. I'm
That's
confused.
facts.
I'm
That's
confused
just the
why you yelling.
facts.
I'm
Y'all
confused why
mad because
you yelling.
LeBron got fans that talk about him. That don't make no sense.
Who is y'all?
You.
This is crazy.
Yes, it's crazy. This is FYF and Go James Kingdom. You're welcome.
This is crazy. This is
Let him
crazy.
GOAT James,
let
man.
him
It's
know.
GOAT
Let him
James,
know.
man.
If
It's
that
GOAT
make
James.
if that make me
This ain't
upset having an
Vision. This
opinion
ain't
is
Visions
wow.
Live. This ain't the GJK City Girl Groupie Posse lives, where all they do is sit around here
I
talk about
don't
how
even know who
LeBron
that
sucks,
is,
but
brother.
all they do
You're
is talk
staring at
about
the wrong
LeBron all
person,
day
bro.
long. We actually talk the game of
Bro,
basketball over
you
here.
are yelling for no reason though,
I'm not
buddy.
yelling for no reason, sir. I yell for a purpose. So if you don't know me,
What purpose
I'm
are you
glad to
yelling at
introduce
right
myself
now
to
for
you,
though?
sir.
Who's challenging you right now?
Nobody's challenging me. There's no
So
challenges.
why
Trust
are
me.
you
There's
getting
Wait,
ready
so
to
never
take a
Ashton.
punch
challenges
to
to
another man,
Yeah,
exposure.
bro?
Ashton.
There
That
is
man been
never
talking like
challenges to
this
the
since he
exposure,
got
sir.
on here.
This is
Yeah,
crazy.
Ashton. You said you're a Kobe fan, right?
Who's talking to me? Yeah.
So who's better, Kobe or LeBron?
To me, Kobe. It's not in
But
mine.
LeBron's 16-6 versus Kobe, right?
Well, that is okay. So let me ask you a question. Since you want to use that logic, so is Steph Curry better than LeBron?
No.
I ain't
You
asking
know
that.
that
No, don't
LeBron
do
averages
that. Don't
28,
back.
7, and 7
Don't
against
use
Kobe,
it.
right?
Don't use it to your advantage when you tell me about Kobe.
No.
Then I re-ask you the question. You turn
We
around
got
and
you
say
there,
no.
JJ. That was
How
the
does
weak
that
argument, JJ.
so you can't no, but he didn't answer my question
Yeah, that
though.
That
was.
He
He
just kept giving
did.
me another
And he
question.
basically
You see
said the
what
same
Kobe
thing you
fans do?
said.
I
Curry
did
has a
answer
that
better
was
your
a weak
record
question.
argument.
You
versus
see what
LeBron
Kobe fans
James. You
do?
can't go to something else now.
How is
You
that
should
what
have
Kobe
stuck to
fans
stats
do,
because Kobe
brother?
don't have the stats. You should have just
Bro,
stuck to that.
you
Yeah.
said
LeBron averages
it's
28, 7,
LeBron
and
Then you
7
should have
James
against
more,
started with
Kobe.
that,
His
sir. You
stats
should
are
have
better.
started
He
with
beat
that.
him more.
You should have
bro.
I
started
don't
with that.
understand why would you
Exactly. We
think
all
Kobe's
know
better
Kobe's
than
not
Hey,
better
LeBron?
than
man, it's
LeBron.
Kobe birthday,
If we
man,
go
but
off of
Kobe
stats,
not better than
accolades, and
LeBron, bro.
achievements,
Yeah, why are we talking
LeBron's
about
better than
Kobe?
Kobe. That's just the facts.
Kobe's not even a
Kobe
debate. Why
not
are we
better
talking
than
about
RP
Kobe?
LeBron.
to Kobe,
Yeah,
bro.
he
RP
just
Kobe,
he was
but
chilling.
RP to Kobe, but Kobe not better than LeBron. It's his birthday.
Hey, that's
whatever,
y'all.
man.
That's
Yeah,
y'all
RP
business,
Mamba,
man.
man. But yeah, he definitely not.
Again, it's not no opinion, sir. Again, stats, accolades, and achievements are
Bro,
facts and
okay,
they're
if you say
objective.
stats and accolades and achievements, how do you have LeBron over Jordan?
Because of stats,
Or even
accolades,
over
and achievements.
Kareem?
Because
I
stats,
tell you, my
accolades, and
man.
Because of
achievements.
stats, accolades, and
Okay, so
achievements.
what
Same.
accolades does
I
he have
asked him,
over
check this
Jordan?
out,
Jordan
Ashton.
Ashton, let me
literally
ask you a
doesn't.
question.
LeBron
Ashton,
James has more All
What
NBAs.
accolades do he have that
LeBron
clear?
James has
Ashton,
more. LeBron
Ashton, let me
James
ask you
has
a
more
question.
All
Bro.
NBAs
Ashton,
than Jordan, more All
Hey,
Stars than
Ashton, let me.
Jordan.
And
He-
Jordan has more all defensive teams, more points per game
okay,
still lead playoffs with. He
okay.
also have
They
more
both
regular
have great
season
Ashton,
points per
accolades.
game.
LeBron
He has
James has
more
more accolades
championships,
than
more
Jordan,
finals
sir.
MVPs.
LeBron James is
Most
more
LeBron
finals
James
accolades.
MVPs.
has more
Accolades is a weak
accolades than
argument,
Jordan,
man.
This is
sir.
crazy,
It's
bro.
live
Let's
facts.
talk about the game, man.
hey,
We
big
are
bro,
Accolades
talking
is
about
a
the
weak
game.
Look,
argument.
Ashton,
He said,
would you consider
ask
bro,
him a
are
LeBron
we
being the
question,
two
all
bro.
double
time leading
team or are we
scorer?
talking to one, two person? Or do we all talk at once?
Yeah, y'all not gonna be
Would you
triple teaming
consider?
JJ. Leave Ashton alone. He's having a
Okay.
conversation with FYF and Goat James Kingdom. We'll come to
Like,
you next.
I'm not understanding
All right,
who I'm
bet.
talking to there, bro. Bro, could you listen to what you just said? You say he has. Go ahead, Goat James.
He
What you
has
say?
more accolades than Michael Jordan.
Where?
In NBA history, like I said, he has more All NBA selections. He has more All Star selections. He has more conference titles than Michael Jordan. He also
They
has.
ain't have conference titles when Jordan was playing.
Yeah, they did have conference titles when Jordan was playing. Of course they did. What you mean? Jordan has
What
6
is it?
conference titles.
How many Jordan? Oh, Jordan only played 15 years though. Okay.
Yes, he has more player of the months than Jordan. He has more player of the
Yeah,
weeks
the
than Jordan.
months. Are we serious?
Yes, all those are NBA accolades, so they all count.
Okay.
So he has more
So
accolades than Michael
Jordan, so
Jordan.
Jordan more Finals MVPs, more
Okay.
regular season MVPs, more
Yes.
All Defense team selections. Him
Okay, that's it. And
defensive
then,
player of the year over him,
okay, that's 4.
and LeBron they got All Star, All NBA, and what else?
Conference titles,
Conference title.
player of the month, player of the week.
I don't know his player of the month, so I'm not going to sit here and argue that.
Okay, I'm just saying those are facts. And not to mention, LeBron James also has the in-season tournament MVP and the in-season
Oh my
tournament
God!
team.
He
NCAA
has an
tournament.
assist
That's
title.
crazy work. Okay, and Jordan got
If
10
Jordan would
scoring
have got those
titles.
awards, y'all would have added it to his resume. So why is the problem?
It's
I
an
went ahead.
award.
That's a
It's an
resume.
NBA and
Federal?
recognized
Yeah.
award and honor, sir. They gave him a trophy for the
Okay, and
MVP.
Jordan
And
We're
got
not talking
10
about
scoring
NBA
titles.
slam dunk
they gave
competition.
him
Yeah,
an
but them scoring
award for
titles
making the
came in a
all
weak
team as
ass
well. So
era,
it's an
bro.
Man,
accolade.
that scoring time is not a weak ass error. Stop doing it. I hate when people.
Nah,
That's
because there
exactly what
wasn't
we
Look,
no
there
talking
there
goes
about.
your
wasn't no
opinion. Look,
Kevin
there
That's
you go,
exactly
Durant,
what
bringing
we
in
man.
your
talking about right
opinion
there.
again, Ashton. We don't care about your opinion. You can't
How is
explain why.
it my opinion when he said his scoring titles came in
No, I'm saying
a
there
weak
wasn't no
error?
Kevin Durant's or there wasn't
Oh
no
my
Kevin Durant's
God!
No,
walking
you said
around,
a weak
Kobe
error. You
Bryant's,
can't
Allen
explain why it's a
Iverson's. There
weak
wasn't
error.
none of that, bro.
I didn't call it a weak error. Gio called it a weak
No,
error.
no, I know I did because once again, you don't have no top tier scorers like a Kevin Durant or a Steph Curry walking around scoring 32, 30 points again. You didn't have that from the guards, bro. The only superstar guard that was around during that time that was somewhat,
So you just based a
KD
weak
had a guard.
So
error on.
Gio,
It's
I'm
basing it off
sorry,
of
Wait,
Ashton.
stats.
Larry
Can I
Bird,
say
hello.
something real
So
quick?
you based a
Gio,
Yes,
weak
man.
error
Jordan
over
didn't
the
have
guard play,
prolific
right?
scores
yeah,
like
No,
no.
he's
I'm just
basing it
saying,
off
Larry
look,
Bird.
of stats. He
I'm
was
saying, do
basically
you
saying
think
he got great
Ashton?
scores
Hey y'all, we cannot hear y'all. We cannot hear nothing, man.
Do you think that Michael Jordan gets 10 straight scoring titles in the 2010s with Kevin Durant and LeBron James and all these prime players
Let
around,
me ask
James
you a
Harden?
We
question.
never know. We'll
Let me
never
ask you
know.
this. You
No,
never
but I'm
know.
saying, or do you honestly think that though?
It
It's
don't
We'll never
matter.
know.
possible, yes.
Doesn't
We'll never
matter.
know.
Don't
It's
matter,
Michael
y'all.
possible, but
Jordan.
we don't know. It's possible.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is it more likely or less likely? Is it
It's
come
probably
on?
We
more
don't
likely
know.
because
We
the
don't
game is
know.
wide open
Okay,
today.
now we don't know. Okay, so you don't know if it's easier for Jordan to get more
No,
points
okay, you
on.
asked me a question. Can I
Bruh,
answer
well,
it? You
only
said,
thing
is
I
it
know
likely
is
or most
great
likely?
players find a way to be great no matter when or where they play. That's the
Yeah,
only
bro,
thing
we
I
know that.
know.
Obviously,
So
we know
why you
that.
ask
We
that
know that.
question?
But
It's a
I'm
rhetorical
saying,
question.
I'm saying Michael
Oh
Jordan. Let's just
shit.
look at it. Let's just look at his position, right?
This is
Like I said,
crazy,
the only
bro.
person that can see him even somewhat might maybe be Clyde Drexler, right? at his position, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
matching up
Hold on,
with.
Gio, hold on one second. All I'm
Go
saying,
ahead.
y'all, look, I don't think none of this matters. Everybody has their own criteria. I don't think, again, just like I said for LeBron, and hold on, somebody has an echo. Just like I said for LeBron, Jordan couldn't control his comp. The shooting guards were pretty weak in Jordan's era, but Jordan couldn't control it. Like Jordan couldn't go find some shooting guards so he can you can't control these things. And so we find ourselves talking about things that Jordan couldn't control. Like he got the 10 scoring titles. Give him the skin towards 10 scoring titles and move on. Can't control.
He got that. He got that.
Just like Ashton's probably heard a million times that Kobe played behind Shaq. At the end of the day, Kobe got 5 championships. I don't care how you slice it. I don't care how you reword it or rewire it. He got 5 championships.
I respect.
Okay, so championships is the championships.
So
or
no. I'm saying you should. I'm saying you should if you can easily see that player had a supreme impact towards that title. For example, Scottie Pippen. 6-0 don't happen without Scottie Pippen. Give him the credit for the 6-0. But none of y'all like to do it because that's a hard pill to swallow. For some of y'all, because you have to put Pippen a lot higher than you want to.
True.
Kobe,
True,
5 championships. I don't care role play. I don't care sidekick, whatnot. 5 championships. I don't care how you slice it. He played a significant role. Give him credit. I mean, all this other stuff, the things they can't control. I just don't know why we sit here and argue stuff that players can't control. Talk about what they can control.
Yeah, but it's the kind.
Jordan's not great enough.
You don't think that
Jordan's not great enough, so they got to make up a bunch of stuff because Jordan's not great enough.
No, he's not great enough.
5 MVPs is not enough. 30,000 points is not enough. It's not enough. What Jordan got is not enough.
When you compare him to LeBron, it's not enough, man.
Compare him to anybody in NBA history. It's not enough.
LeBron, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
I don't think it's that, but
It's not, bro.
That's I go on and skip the
He was finishing number 2.
You got to do it like a
Hey,
peer.
host, I got a question for you in a second.
MJ was getting put out in the Sweet 16, man. LeBron was getting number 2 voting in the MVP voting, man.
Bro,
it's not the
what
same.
are you talking about?
LeBron being the
That's facts.
Bro,
that's facts. When LeBron was 21, he finished second in MVP voting. MJ was getting beat in the Sweet 16. When LeBron was 22, he was taking Sasha to the finals, bro. Jordan was getting beat in the first round by Sidney Moncrief, bro.
Yeah, Sidney Moncrief definitely sent him home. I will say that. Yeah, for sure.
So
LeBron was in his 30s. He was averaging 30, bro.
Boston team that sitting Jordan home
On a sub 500 team. MJ
they was
just
not a
averaging
sub 500.
20.
That Boston team was not a sub 500 team, sir.
Some of the Bulls.
Hey, Jordan should have had a better record. He wouldn't have ran into him that early, man.
Yeah. LeBron had a 20-year stretch, bro, where he went to 9 finals in 10 years, bro.
So Jordan had 1 player on his team, I think averaged 22 points. Fact check me. I'm not sure what.
That's Orlando Warriors.
Okay, yeah, him. Outside of that, nobody else cracked 15 points, bro. And he went against a Boston.
He beat a top 15 player and Tim Duncan.
Sound like Jordan beat
that man beat a top 15 player and Steph Curry. On that KD.
Got there, Jordan was losing. That's what it sounded like. He was under 500.
They beat one top 15 player in Magic Johnson when he was facing.
Who did LeBron James run through the East against? What superstar?
When he was inside the finals, he beat a top 15 player in Tim Duncan.
Brother Wiggin literally
He beat a top 15 player in Steph Curry.
Brother Wiggin picked everybody's career, bro.
Anybody really think the East was bad?
LeBron was just so dominant, bro. You say the East is weak when this guy went 9 straight.
Lamont, hold on, guys. Lamont, you see, as soon as we start showing Jordan flaws and we start establishing that, it becomes, see, y'all, now everybody has flaws. Now it becomes, why are we talking this conversation? When they
I just got to ask a question, bro, because it's like you got some personal beef, bro, because the host up there, outside of your co-host, whoever the host won, whatever, bro, he can literally sit here and validate. Have I ever sat here and pick sides here, brother? Anytime someone asks me a question, I answer it. If I have something to say about a topic that's going on, I answer it fairly. I said, sir, we can nitpick in anybody's career. You said Jordan was getting knocked down in Sweet 16s, bro. And I said, okay, who was LeBron playing for these, bro? So we can nitpick anybody's career, bro. I'm not getting one up and the other one up. Both of them had failures. But it seems like with you You feel like, oh, you see how Jordan fans? No, I'm not, bro. So I'm
Bro,
not
in
understanding what y'all
2007, he
doing.
when you
beat the
first stepped
Detroit
up,
Pistons to get to
When
the
you first
finals
stepped
to
up,
Keep
beat the
saying
Spurs.
this shit, bro.
Ashton, when you first stepped up here and we talked about who
Bro, I
was more
asked a question.
Ashton, listen, I just heard what you said. When you first stepped up here and the question was asked to you, who's the more obsessed, Jordan fans or LeBron fans? You mentioned LeBron fans being the most obsessed
I
ones.
said both. What
No,
did you do?
you said LeBron's were worse. You said that. You said
Bro,
it's on
I
LeBron. You see,
said, host
Lamar,
up
he didn't
there
say that,
said,
Lamar.
clearly said on the TV, fam, he can don't repeat this. I said, you go to Jordan page, talk about LeBron. You go to LeBron page, they talk about Jordan. Verbatim. Did
Not
I not
true.
say that? You say it's not true?
No, I typically
Oh.
see for what I typically see
No, I'm
is
saying what I said. I'm not saying what you see. I'm
when
saying
I
what I
run
see.
into LeBron fan channels, they are typically like, for example, Go James Kingdom. Go James Kingdom, when he does a stream about LeBron James and he's pointing out a specific element or aspect about LeBron James's career that to him makes LeBron the GOAT, what that stream ultimately turns into is a whole bunch of Jordan fans coming up there to tell him why he's wrong, to tell him
But I
why
think
Jordan is
Ashton
better.
was saying what he was saying, not necessarily what you see. He was saying what he was saying.
And that's all, bro. That's what I'm trying to get GOAT Kingdom. Like, I never said y'all not seeing these things, bro. I'm saying when I script through TikTok, I see both. I don't go through TikTok a lot, and I don't be on
Well,
TikTok
TikTok
all
is
the
a special
time to
place. It
see.
is a very special place. That's one
And
thing
I
I've come
agree,
to know
but
realize.
I
It's a
just
very
don't
special place.
participate like everybody else to the situation like that, bro. So when I see what you're saying, I have seen on both sides. So therefore, I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, it's more this way, it's more this way," because I don't be on here enough to see who's dragging who more than other players. So
I
that's
don't
not
know.
my thing.
I just don't like. I don't when I you know the funniest thing is when I go into a stream like, and I've been doing TikTok. I've been consistently going to the streams for like the last 2 weeks. When I go into the LeBron streams, I feel like I can have a normal conversation. As soon as I went in the Vision stream, it was World War III. As soon as I go into an anti-LeBron stream, it is out. It is all out war, fight, can't talk, over talk, yelling. He did that, and it just seems like that's why I say it's a very glaring difference between the two fan bases. Even here on TikTok, like I promise you that much. I
What
promise you
about
go.
Twitter? It's bad on Twitter too.
I don't know about no Twitter, man. I don't know nothing about
Again, host, I think again what I firmly believe two things. One, you are going to be on the side of the fence that you feel more strongly about. If you feel strongly about
I
Jordan
have Jordan
being
as the
the GOAT,
GOAT. I have Jordan
then
as the
you're going to
GOAT.
be on that
Again,
side, and it's
easy,
going to be
easy,
very little
easy.
that's going to
Again,
sway
easy.
you
Listen, you guys
otherwise.
have to stop doing this. We are not going to accept you guys keep telling us how we feel. We've never expressed to you how we feel. We don't do that. This is not a. This is not. We don't talk about how we feel. We are all grown men. You need to talk to somebody about how you feel. Go find a wife, brother. This is why. This is FYF stands for F your feelings. And specific. That's what it means. Nobody cares how you guys feel. No one cares how I feel about life, brother. They care about what I know about basketball. So we have to talk about basketball in the sense of knowledge. What is knowledgeable? The stats, accolades, and achievements. That's really it, my friend. Stop telling us
And
about
what
how
we
we
have to
feel.
do on that note, I know we got to start to shut this one down. I did want to end. Because I wanted to ask AJ. Hopefully AJ's still here. I think that's his name. It says right. The guy that was saying that Jordan didn't get benched. Who said Jordan didn't get benched?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Definitely got benched.
So let me ask you a question. So, and I'm going to give you a couple different. This is aside from the video of Jordan talking about him getting benched. I'll play that video on the next.
In the comments, sir, real quick, host, look, Dr. Mighty Quinn. You see what I mean? This is what I'm telling you what I see as well.
Okay, hold on one second, Ashton. Hold on. Okay, so we talk about Jordan getting benched. Now, this is because in the moment, it was such a big deal that they were actually talking about this for like 2 weeks, even after the finals. But the day after the game, the LA Times, Mark Heisler, he did an interview with Phil Jackson. And he asked Phil Jackson this specific question. He asked Phil Jackson, was this the most daring move of your NBA coaching career? And Phil Jackson, and he was referring to Jordan getting benched. And Phil Jackson says is either daring or stupid. And then they further detailed the 14-2 run led by Scottie Pippen. So we have reporters the day after asking Phil Jackson about this is why I believe that it wasn't normal, because everybody's asking Phil about it the next day. Even Michael Wilbon, a guy who obviously was essentially one of Jordan's best friends, he didn't even like Phil Jackson, and he actually had been writing, potentially calling for the firing of Phil Jackson if they didn't win in '92. And Wilbon wrote in the Washington Post, he wrote that this move was, he said it was pretty daring to rest Jordan with 12 minutes to play. It emphasizes how Jackson kept the bench in longer than anyone would expect, and not put Jordan in with around 6 minutes to go. So you also have Scott Cooper who wrote about it. You also have Jackie McCollum who wrote about it, and she actually detailed when Jordan typically would come back in games and the extended time that he set. So she wrote an article about the extended time that he set and how Jordan was actually cheering and acting like one of the bench guys during his extended bench minutes.
I have a question.
So let me ask you a question, AJ.
Right.
If it in the NBA, as we all know, most substitutions are scripted. Most players know when they're coming in and out of games.
Depending on the context, yes.
Hold on. Most players know when they're coming in and out of games.
Yeah.
If Jordan's in a NBA Finals game, where it would presumably be assumed that Jordan's scoring would be definitely needed because you're trying to battle back against a Portland Trailblazer team that's being feisty and giving you problems, and you probably don't want to go to a game 7 with them.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan, who typically comes in on average, at least in this series, he was coming in around the 9-minute mark, but instead he's held out an additional 3 minutes, and let me preface this by saying that 3 minutes in running basketball time is a lot longer than you think. So the time that Jordan was out, you really don't want your star player sitting that long, because the amount of time that he sat out, players get cold, stiff. You really don't want your best player sitting that long. So that's another reason why you don't, because 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes of running clock time in a game is a lot longer than 6 minutes. So you're probably looking at more so 20 minutes or something like that. So he came back in the game around 6 minutes. With that extra 3 minutes that he was sitting on the bench, what would you call that?
The bench went on a run. I was going to ask you a question. If the bench is not going to run like that it was, do you think he would have stayed the same amount of time, or he would have returned sooner?
But he initially went to the bench.
At what
because he initially went to the bench because Tex Winters asked Phil Jackson to yank him.
I'm saying, what time in the game did he went to the bench?
He went to the bench in the third.
With how much time left?
He didn't return to the game till 6 minutes to go in the fourth.
So he sat down for 10 minutes.
That's a long time.
That don't make sense because he played 43 minutes.
35 minutes.
He played 43 minutes.
Okay. 5 minutes. So first of all, even if it was 5 minutes, and that's not even accurate of itself, even if you just say it was 5 minutes, because he didn't come back till 6 minutes and some change to go in the fourth. That's a long time to sit Jordan.
Yeah, because the bench went
and if it was normal, why are reporters right after the game questioning Phil Jackson about the move?
It's because the amount of time he got benched, because the bench went on the run. I'm trying to explain to you.
if you sit on the bench a lot, if you sit on the bench longer than you normally are supposed to, what is that called?
What do you mean?
Okay. If the coach holds you out of the game longer than he typically holds you out the game, and it's not because like you're up 20 and he's just playing the bench guys just to play him. And this is a finals game where there's a lot at stake here. You don't want to go to game 7 against this Portland team because they're shooting the 3 ball too well. If you sit on the bench longer than the allotted amount of time that you typically sit, what is that called?
I wouldn't call that being benched.
What do you call it?
Getting benched.
Then what do you call it?
I wouldn't call it being benched.
Then what is it
Your
called?
team going on the run. The bench went on the run. Giving you more rest.
Oh my God, but it's called
the team
getting
giving
benched.
you more rest. That's what it's called.
Jesus Christ.
Getting the best player more rest.
Scottie Pippen even wrote
Right.
about it in
Hold on,
his
hold
book,
on.
I don't
bro.
care what
They
Scottie
AJ.
took
Pippen said in his
Jordan out
book.
of the game because he was disrupting
They're
the
getting him
flow of the
more
offense.
rest. That's why I call it that.
They
I don't care
said,
what they said.
and I
He
quote,
was
they said
I
destroying
don't
that
the
care what they
action.
said.
he was
They can say the sky
holding
is
the
green. I
ball
don't
for
care.
too long.
I don't
They
care. I watched the
quote,
game.
they said that he
I
was
don't care
holding
what
the
they
ball for
said.
too long, and they
Oh
took
my
him out of the
god.
game because he was disrupting the flow of the offense.
Did you
That's
watch the
what
game?
was said.
Did
It
you
does
watch the
not
game?
matter. Yes, I
It does
watched the
matter. Did you
game,
watch
and
the
that's what
game?
happened. It's what
Did you
happened.
watch
And
the
he
game?
begged.
That is what
Did
happened.
you watch the game, sir?
He
How can you
just
say
said
that you
yes,
didn't
man.
watch?
Yes, I
That's
watched the game, and
crazy.
that's what happened. It's
So
what
you watched the
happened.
game.
Tex Winter, the late great Tex Winter, ran
Man,
to
I don't
field
care what
and
Tex
told
Winter
him
said,
to
bro.
snatch him out of the game because
Yeah,
he
this is
was being
crazy.
disruptive. He was trying to do too much and it was
Wow.
backfiring. He was destroying the action when it came to them facilitating the ball. He was having turnovers. He was holding the ball, wasn't getting in his sets, and he was missing shots. He got benched in the third quarter. He did not return to the fourth quarter. On that time, that team came back from down 10. That's what happened.
Well,
And
down
what happened in the
15.
last couple minutes?
Jordan played
Down
well.
15, right.
He
When
played
they
well, but the
yeah.
point is that he got benched because he was disrupting the flow of the offense. That's
Yeah,
the
we're not
point
So
is.
taking it away. We're not taking away the fact that Jordan might have came back and played well. Because you know what Bobby Knight said? Because Bobby Knight has a funny video that I sent to my players. Bobby Knight says, you know what the best thing to do to get a player to start acting right? He said, put up that bench. He said the best thing that he said the best act right you can put in the player. He said the best way you can get a player to start playing right, put him on the bench. He says, I guarantee you when he get off that bench, he's gonna start playing. And that's what happened to Jordan. And sometimes he had to get a little bench medicine. Because remember what Jordan said, and Johnny sent me the video. Jordan said he looked down at Phil. Hey, Phil, he did what did the bench guys do? Anybody sat on the bench here in high school looking at the coach? Hey, coach, that's what he did. Phil
Yep.
said, nah. Coach said, Jordan said, Phil said, nope, we're gonna let these guys run it. Jordan did one of the bench guys move. Look down the bench, waving at him.
Lamont. Somebody said in the comments, somebody said text Winners bench MJ so MJ can go text. And ain't no text on the bench.
Oh yes, yeah. Somebody said that in my comments. Somebody in my comments was like, I don't know if Jordan fans don't know who Tex Winters is. They was like, you
Fair
lying in
triangle.
this video. They
Listen,
couldn't
man,
even
that's
text.
the beauty.
They couldn't
That's
even
the
text in
beauty of
92.
Phil Jackson and Tex Winters, right? That Tex Winters firmly believed there was no I in team. And yeah, I'm a Jordan fan, no doubt. I'm a LeBron fan too because I'm a fan of basketball. And no player, no matter how great or not they are, you need adequate coaching. That was a coaching moment for Jordan, and he was benched. And he was trying to do too much because I watched that finals live and in living color. And he was trying to do too much. Got pulled from the game, understood from the coaching that he got that, hey, I need to put the team first and not me first. And they were able to come back and win. So I think no great player is above and beyond great coaching.
Hey Lamont, you know Sports Fluent was watching earlier, right? He had popped in his head a little bit
Oh
more.
no, I didn't
Just
see him. I didn't see him.
yeah, he didn't,
I
but he
don't like how
didn't.
they ain't put that in the
And I,
last dance, though. They
and this
kept
is
that out the
different too,
last dance.
Lamont. This is
That
different.
was media
Lamont,
driven, man.
hold on, y'all. Hold on,
That
Lamont.
last dance is all propaganda. You had to be
Yeah,
careful with
Lamont,
that.
hey Lamont, this is different from YouTube, right? See, on YouTube, we got to drop the link. Here, there's no dropping the link, and here you can just hit request.
Yeah.
So there's really no dodging and hiding. That's why TikTok dudes are always ready for the smoke because they don't have to wait for you to hit drop a link for somebody to hit, and they got to go to a separate app. You right here, right now, you hit that guest thing. So Sports Fluent didn't do that. He could have came up here and addressed all that stuff, but instead he gonna make videos on you clout chasing while calling you a clout chaser.
No, I just think that look, it's okay. Like I was just as surprised as anybody else when that article came out, or even because the video actually came out. Jordan had already exposed to the world that he got benched, but then when Pippen doubled down on it, I think a lot of the Jordan fans wanted to push back and say, "Oh, that's just Pippen because he mad at Jordan." When in fact, Jordan had already in a documentary, and I have the documentary on my channel. He had already talked about the moment when he got benched. Because Jordan even said, I looked down. He did one of the bench guy moves. I'm ready. Phil said, nah, we rocking out with these guys. It is that's what happens in basketball. And sometimes, and even Phil Jackson said it was a daring move. Like it was a gutsy call. Coaches got to make moves on the fly, and it was a call that he made on the fly. Yes, somewhat desperate because you never want to leave Jordan out that extended amount of time because that's also a way you can expose your players to injury. But he made the call. It helped win them the game. He brought the game back close enough, and Jordan did a hell of a job closing the deal.
Wait, Lamont, when did you say he brought him back? What time? In the game? I'm looking at it right now. It's 9:06 o'clock. It was 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. Because someone said it was 6 minutes. That didn't sound right. I'm looking at it right now.
Hold on. Let me get it right here. What time did he come out?
I was around the third quarter.
Because Jackie McCollum, she wrote. This is what she wrote about the series. This was on June 22nd because it was still a big story even a week after. Jackie McCullough wrote because she did a whole report on the substitution patterns that Phil Jackson would do. And on June 22nd, 1992, she stressed that as the comeback began, she said Michael Jordan was surprisingly still on the bench. And she says that Jackson decided he needed to do something different, and he sent out Armstrong, Hansen, King, and Scott Williams with Pippen. It says McCollum also reminds readers that this was an unusual substitution pattern for Phil Jackson. So when I look at what they were saying in the moment, everyone was surprised about the move because everybody watching, from Michael Wilbon to Sam Smith, who questioned Phil Jackson in the locker room when they was popping champagne. He questioned him in front of the cameras and right on live TV about the move. So everybody who was a news reporter, the headline story was Jordan got benched. Phil, how did you have the balls to do it? Like they were writing that it was a gutsy call. Phil Jackson said it was a daring move. Why does everybody believe that Jordan got benched, but the fans who just are too headstrong to believe, oh, this could never happen to Jordan? And unfortunately, it wouldn't be a news story if it didn't happen. Everybody wrote about it. Jordan even admitted to it. And if you want Jordan's own words, we can play it for you on the next live that we do.
Yeah,
I can literally play it. You don't care what Jordan said.
That's references.
I literally don't. I don't care what no one says.
Right in your
No,
face.
hold on. Hold on. Can I ask you? Can I ask you
right
why
in your face?
Hold on. If we made a bet, would you like to bet that Jordan himself would admit it to it? Jordan.
No, I don't care. I don't care what he said. That's what I'm telling you. I don't care.
Damn.
So you don't care what Jordan said?
I don't care.
Damn.
I don't.
That's wild, bro.
He can say LeBron's a goal. I would not care.
I don't care what he said.
Okay. Then we got no. If you don't want to just, then we can't have a conversation. If you don't want to go with logic and
watch
reason.
the game and judge it for ourselves.
I've watched. Hold on. We did a live watch party of the game on my channel.
Okay, Lamont, what did you see, Lamont? What did you see?
The one thing that we know, y'all.
This dude is rich.
Hold on, y'all. Here's the thing. When you're watching as a fan, you don't hear what's said in huddles. You don't hear what's going on. You don't know what's going on with substitutions. You don't know what. All we see as fans is what we can see, and we have to interpret. If we see two guys yelling at each other on the bench, we have to try to interpret in our minds, what are they arguing about? We don't know. They for all we know, they could be hyping each other up and not even arguing. But from the optics, from what we see, things look different than what they actually might appear to be. And the reporters, from what they saw at that game, they saw something that was not normal. So right after the game, they questioned Phil Jackson about it. And when they questioned Phil Jackson about it, Phil Jackson didn't say, that's just our normal substitution pattern. Phil Jackson said it was a daring move. He said he said it was daring. He said, look, we had to try something. We had to mix it up. We had to do something different. And he said, yes, it was a gutsy and daring move. This is Phil Jackson words. If it was normal, Phil Jackson would have just been, look, we always do this. But that's not what he said. That's not what Jordan said. That's not what none of the news reporters said. Sam Smith, who consistently reported on the Bulls in the Chicago Times, he wrote an article about it the next day. Michael Wilbon, who was Jordan's friend, he wrote an article about it. He was the one pushing for Phil to get fired if they would have lost to the Blazers. He wrote an article about it. Jackie McCollum, these are all mainstream names. The Associated Press did an article about it. But we're supposed to believe you.
No, believe your eye test.
Yeah, no, that's facts, though.
You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me.
Facts right in your face. And
that's not facts.
And I implore anybody,
have to believe
Don't take my word for it.
Watch it for yourself.
I want y'all. No, go watch. Not only watch the game, but go watch the documentary where Jordan specifically talked about that moment. Because Jordan himself, when it was brought up in that documentary, Jordan didn't say, that's just when I get benched. Jordan's a prideful guy. Why would he admit to getting benched? Jordan himself admitted to it, right? The newspaper reporters they literally talked about it was a story in the news for like 2 weeks, even after the finals. That's how we know there was some legitimacy to what Pippen wrote in his book.
So if it was normal, it would have been a normal institution.
Also,
when did we bring him back then?
Also, can anybody up here tell me one player that came out and said Scottie Pippen was lying when he said that? Because there have been a lot of players that come out to say Scottie Pippen's putting a little extra gas to certain things. Scottie Pippen said that. B.J. Armstrong, who has a podcast, never said he was lying. Will Purdue, who has a podcast, never said he was lying. None of the Bulls players said he was lying. Nobody's
because no one says lying his name is not true.
He wrote this in a book where typically when a book of that level, you fact check a lot of different things. You ain't just gonna put anything out.
Yep, Pippen put it in.
Nobody discredited it. That's amazing.
Nobody discredited it.
But Lamar, when you watched it again, did it feel like he was in the bench for too long? When you watched it?
Yes. Jordan was out. Jordan was out a lot longer, especially when the Chicago Bulls are down. And this is the NBA Finals. This is the NBA Finals. This is Michael Jordan we're talking
based
about.
on the situation, though. If you was coaching a player
down 15, I'm not taking. If it was me, y'all, and I'm down 15. And I got a quarter and some change to go. We running
Guess
this
who's
thing.
not coming out?
We running this. It as a coach, it takes some balls to do what Phil Jackson did. And
wait, so you gonna play your best player for the rest of the game?
In the finals, hell yeah.
You do realize the series was tied 2-2.
You're not gonna try something for 1 minute, a different group.
He wasn't sitting for no 1 minute.
I'm saying to see like
on a 14-2 run.
Yeah, because they saw they went on the run. If they didn't go on the run, they would have brought us out right back in.
And it also is not like that run started immediately. So because when that bench group first got in, it was a lot of back and forth. It didn't just bench group comes in and 14-2 run. It took a little time for that run to evolve. So Phil Jackson, this is how we know it was intentional because that bench group started off a little shaky at first. You would have known that if you saw the game. That would have put even more doubt in Phil Jackson's mind. I got to get Jordan back in. It ain't looking right. But he stood firm on his decision. The bench guys came through, and ultimately it panned out to look like a good coaching move.
So you don't think it was just we're going to stick with these guys because they're going to run more than we got to keep MJ out the
unfortunately, that's just not what the reporter said, Phil Jackson said, or Jordan said.
I'm saying when you watch the game. When you watch it with your eyes.
Unfortunately, I can't judge it off that.
You can't judge off what you saw with your eyes?
I only looked into this because of what Pippen said. Once Pippen said it, now I have to dive into it. Once I dive into it, there's too many facts to support the fact that Jordan was benched. I can't just use my feelings. I just got to side with the facts. Yeah,
you call that being benched?
FYF.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I know you disagree. I mean, I know you disagree, but that's just you fighting the fact. Like, and I implore you to go look up what Michael Wilbon wrote about it. Because Michael Wilbon was ready to he was ready to write an article calling for Phil Jackson's head if they would have lost that game because of the extended minutes he kept Jordan out. But he still even wrote an article really throwing stones at Phil Jackson, but because the move actually worked, he really couldn't kill him all the way. Because in his article, he said Wilbon flatly calls it pretty daring to rest Jordan with 12 minutes to play and emphasizes how Jackson kept him on the bench longer than anyone would expect. He says you might think Jackson would look towards Jordan, but no. And so when I see article, and that was written not 20 years after, this was written on June 16th, 1992. Why would he write that the day after? Somebody asked me, why would he write that the next day after that game?
I don't know. I wasn't alive during that time. I wouldn't know.
I'm just asking you, why would a writer in 1992 write that the day after the game? It's not because Scottie Pippen outed it in a book. It's not because of any other.
Drama draws attention.
So you're saying he lied?
Maybe reporters lies all the time. I'm not saying he lied. I'm just saying in general, drama draws attention. Why wouldn't you do it if you're a reporter? Give
Okay. So why did Sam Smith of the Chicago Tribune write about the same thing? Did he lie too?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying in general. I don't know if he lied or not. I didn't read his article. I had to go see for myself.
Okay,
I saw what Texas Winter said.
So Sam Smith of the Chicago Tribune, look him up. He wrote about it. Jackie McCollum of Sports Illustrated, she wrote about it on June 22nd, 1992. Go read what she said. Michael Wilbon of the Washington Post wrote about it. Obviously, he was Jordan, one of Jordan's best friends. He wrote about it on June 16th, 1992. And Associated Press, they wrote about it on June 15th as well. These are all the people I'm saying you can go fact check it. There's a lot of sources you can read that
I believe
support.
you.
It's a lot of sources. It's a lot of sources that support what Pippen said because it's not what I said. Y'all make it. I didn't say it. Pippen said it. I mean, I think you probably need to jump into Pippen's DMs and go cuss him out, not me, because he's the one that really exposed it. I mean, it happened.
When he released that book?
Was it last year, y'all? Unguarded?
Yeah.
Yeah, last year.
Yep.
Okay. It's funny because you told me a couple weeks ago that I asked you, name me a series where he told MJ he with us, like leave him wide open, and I watched the whole game, and I did not get that vibe from MJ, like the way the defense.
I said the statement "he with us" came from Terry Porter. Terry Porter.
No. I'm saying like he with us, like leave someone wide open.
Terry Porter was one of the first people to say it in game, and he said it to Michael Jordan.
Can you show me that where he said that to MJ that he with us?
All right, if you want me to cover it on the next live stream, I will. I just don't have the right setup right now.
I tried looking for it. I even asked. I could not find it.
I probably look. I've done live streams on YouTube about this. It's easy for me to pull up the information. I have it all somewhere. I'll pull it up.
Is there a YouTube video?
I always have it.
That's the thing about
TikTok. FYF.
It's hard to
watch it.
Shout out to James.
Yeah, like if I was on YouTube, I would be able to pull it up just like that. I just don't have. Plus, I'm ready to get off this live, but I will on the next live. I'll definitely indulge it.
I'll watch it if it's true. I'll watch it.
I got it for you.
Yeah, but subscribe to FYF Sports Debate.
I did already.
Okay, it's there.
But if you dig through my YouTube, you'll find it. We did a 6-hour live about this. If you really want to see it, I did a whole breakdown on it.
What's the name of the video? So I go.
I don't, bro. I got 1,500 videos. I don't remember naming a video I did last week.
Drop your YouTube so we can go follow.
It's the same name of the channel. FYF Sports.
FYF Sports Debate.
We got FYF Sports Clips and we got FYF Sports Debates, man. Make sure you check us out. Because Goat James Kingdom, he's gonna be. Make sure y'all tune. If y'all want to get back on Goat James Kingdom, he going live tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Goat James Kingdom. Make sure y'all tune in to either Goat James Kingdom YouTube channel or FYF Sports. If y'all want y'all get back, he's going to be going live tomorrow. Right? You know, maybe you didn't feel like you get a fair shot over here today. But you can get them. You can go troll them on YouTube, man. And hopefully it's I don't know if y'all having an open panel tomorrow, Goat James?
Of course we have an open panel. It's Kobe Day. Tomorrow's Kobe Day.
Hey, 824.
So y'all go.
Wait, what do you have Kobe ranked all time? Real quick, because since Kobe Day tomorrow.
Don't ask Lamont, Dad. Don't ask Lamont, Dad.
Lamont, where you have Lamont?
11.
What?
What's wrong with that?
How's he 11?
By
I thought he said
criteria.
whatever.
No, by my criteria.
How's Larry Bird better than him?
No, I didn't say Larry Bird. Larry Bird's not a better player than Kobe. He just ranks higher than Kobe.
How is he ranks higher than Kobe?
My ranking is about your career, not your talent. Now, to help you out, I've done 2 rankings. I did an all-time talent. Kobe was number 2 all time. But then I did just a regular all-time ranking, which encompasses your career and what you actually did. Unfortunately, Kobe fell to number 11.
Man, I love that.
Why don't just include everything?
I love that. I want to know about what about Kevin Durant?
But the problem is I can't conflate. I can't mix talent and skill with an all-time ranking about your career. Because if it's about talent and skill, then there's nobody up here that would put Bill in the top 10. There's nobody up here. You would struggle to put Wilt in. If it's just about sheer skill, if it's about talent and skill, then a whole bunch of people are going to enter the conversation like Carmelo Anthony and Kyrie Irving. If it's just about sheer talent.
No, so I'm not saying just by talent. I'm saying if you include everything, accolades, dominance.
There's no measuring stick for skills. I can only measure.
not.
I can
I
only
agree.
measure your career based on what you did, what you're able to accomplish, and when I'm looking at
And
your
the eye test.
resume, your career achievements. There's no eye test is not a measuring stick. Eye test is
That's
just a
not?
sneaky. Eye test is just a sneaky way for you to rank your favorite player a little bit higher because you can always say my eye
man.
test. Let me bump them up 4 spots, but you don't. It's not a real reason. You just say my eye test, and we don't know. Your eye test could be watching 15 games. And you might like his shoes. You might have bought his shoes. He might have signed a jersey for you. So your eye test might be a little bit more favorable. I try not to use things that are prejudicial towards others. I have 5 pieces of criteria. And I look again, it's probably not the perfect criteria, but I think my top 10 list is pretty fair. And I think my top 10 is pretty strong.
So you can't use eye test because we don't do enough information research.
But
what if you do? What if you're a historian of the game?
Because eye test is not accurate.
Why, if you're watching with your eyes, how's it accurate?
Your eyes aren't somebody else's eyes.
Because let me ask you, how does your eye test help you with Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell?
Oh, I think Wilt Chamberlain's a monster when I watched him.
Yeah, but there's not enough film for you to have a fair eye test.
No, you're right about him. Yeah,
and how does your eye test? How does your eye test make him a monster when the rules allowed him to snatch his own players' shots out the air and put them back for points?
No, like the things he was doing. Even though he played like against smaller players, it was still impressive.
If I can get a rebound, if I'm shooting a jumper and Wilt can get a rebound by snatching my jumper that's about to swish through the net out the air just so he can put it back in for the layup, that means I get 0 and I get a missed shot and he get a rebound and he get 2 points. None of this favor me, but so again, it's hard for me to. I just look at production and stats, accomplishments, productions, your career achievements. And I measure that.
Yeah, Kobe has to be top 10 then. How the hell is he outside 11? Who are these 11 people that are ahead of Kobe?
It don't measure up. It don't measure up.
And stats don't measure up?
I believe the only metric where you could potentially use to give Kobe a boost would be his defensive teams. But the problem with that is if you boost the value of defensive teams for Kobe, you have to boost the value of defensive teams for everybody. So that means Hakeem, Bill Russell, all the defensive guys, and even guys who have DPOYs would all get a boost. That means Rudy Gobert would start to possibly crack the top 20.
Get him a boost.
That means Kevin Garnett could potentially pass Kobe up. No, a top 20. I'm saying if we boost the value of defensive metrics just to give Kobe a boost, then everybody with those same defensive measurements, like Scottie Pippen, they will also get a boost.
But he clears Larry Bird on defense and Magic.
Who?
And he's a better scorer than Larry Bird too.
That's skill.
On both sides.
That's skill. I rank. Look, think about it. In my skill ranking, I put Kobe at number 2 all time.
Oh, talent.
In my skill is your talent. In your skill talent ranking, Kobe was number 2 all time. I know that Kobe's a better basketball player than Larry Bird and Magic. He did not have a better career than Larry Bird and Magic.
How if his career, Larry Bird's career was shortened by injuries?
Don't matter.
How if he has less accolades because his career was
shortened?
Don't matter,
bro.
It don't matter. You have less accolades because your career
There's nothing that you got to. First of all, for me, you have to ask me what accolades are you putting significant weight to. There's for me to simplify the ranking process. For me to simplify it, the only accolade that I isolated and put significant weight to was the MVP award. And to check that box in my criteria, you had to have at least 2 of them. Unfortunately for Kobe, he didn't have 2. So by Kobe not checking that box, it hurts him. And so also I had another category. Did he significantly impact the way the game of basketball was changed? Right? So when I look at the best of the best players ever in NBA history, from Wilt Chamberlain to Bill Russell to Michael Jordan to LeBron James, right, to even Magic and Bird, Kobe never significantly changed the way the game of basketball was played. All right?
Impact?
Respectfully.
So at the end of the day, that's another box. So, but out of all the other 3 elements of my criteria, Kobe checked the box. So Kobe checked 3 of 5 boxes. It put him at 11 for me, unfortunately. But the other guys at the top either checked 4 boxes. There was only one player that tied with Kobe in checks, and that was Shaquille O'Neal. And that was just a tiebreaker. And for me, I used Shaquille O'Neal's overall dominance, just being the most dominant player to ever play, as the tiebreaker.
So you think Larry Bird had more impact in the game of basketball than Kobe?
No. Yes.
Wow.
And listen to what I said. And listen to what I said. Because I'm not looking for cultural impact. Kobe had more of a cultural impact like Iverson did, but that's not what I said. I said impact on the way the game of basketball is played on the court. Right? So I'm not looking for cultural changes. I'm looking for Steph Curry completely reshaped how teams defend. He reshaped how the game was played. What was important on the offensive side versus he completely shaped the NBA and what we see today. LeBron James did the same thing. Jordan did the same thing. Right? Bill Russell and Wilt definitely did the same thing. They had people trying rewriting the rule book like no other. I'm talking about when Bill Russell first blocked the shot, the game stopped. You know why? They ain't never seen nobody do that before. They said, hold on, you can't do that. What you got going on? That's changing the game. Tell me, that's changing the game when you block a shot. You snatch somebody's shot out there, everybody stop like, oh, hold on, man, my guy, what you doing? Wilt jumping from the free throw line, dunking his free throws. Hold on, man, hold on. You can't be dunking these free throws. Impact, changing the way the game is played. Shaquille O'Neal, we got to bring zones back. We is not about to allow you to become the greatest player of all time, just dunking on Greg Ostertag, just killing Greg Ostertag and them boys down here. No, sir. Bring that zone back quick. So that's what I mean.
I got a question.
And it's no slight to Kobe, because when Kobe retired, when Kobe tore his Achilles, if you go look at the rankings where Kobe was falling towards the end of his career when he tore his Achilles, on about 98% of the rankings that existed, he was around 10 to 11. So when there was nothing he did after he tore his Achilles that could boost him higher than that. And so I don't know where in people's minds he found himself higher than that. I don't know how.
No, Bleachers Report in 2012, they had him top 5.
That's not true.
I saw it. I literally saw it the other day.
He didn't.
I can send you a link.
They didn't. Because Bleacher Report, the ranking that Bleacher Report had just did, they had Kobe at 11. The one they did be prior to that one, they actually had him a little bit higher. I think they might have had him at 10 or 9. ESPN had him in their ranking. They had him at 12. So the universal ranking for Kobe's always been at highest 8 maybe, but he's typically been around 11 to 15. It's new. It's been always new to me when people just try to throw him up here in the top 5, and he didn't have a top 5 career. He just did.
So it's always been like that.
And it's unfortunate that the Colorado situation happened, because I believe that without the Colorado situation happen, the media would have been more liable. They would have probably been more, apt to give him some more MVPs. But the unfortunate part about it is we don't know. I can only judge you what you have, and like there's some things that he just doesn't have in his career. It hurts. I think the splitting of one of the greatest, if not the greatest, it might be the greatest tandem of all time. I think that divorce right there hurt him, because that divorce from Shaq, he gave him 3 years of absolute purgatory in his prime, where he couldn't do anything to add to his legacy other than just lose and maybe compile some stats. But those 3 years hurt him too, because he's now desperate, just trying to get his team somewhere where he could be like, hey, y'all, look, I'm still here. They couldn't even fight them 3 years.
But you don't think it's more impressive that he won even after Shaq left?
Megatron had a question, and I just wanted to say.
Okay, let's last questions. We're gonna wrap it up. I'm sorry, y'all. We gotta wrap this up.
All right, check this out. With the Kobe thing, man. I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree with you. But my question is, do you think that Chris Paul's stoppage actually was to actually say, hey, we're not gonna let you be greater than MJ when it comes to that? Or do you think they just stopped that because he wasn't,
Nah,
why did they actually stop Chris Paul?
They had to stop it. They had to stop it because, right, the ownership of that team was in limbo, and David Stern, he needed a selling staple point for that team, and he said it would have just. He said basically, according to David Stern, I can only go off his words. He said it just would have made it extremely more difficult to sell that team if it didn't have a star player, or somebody that was even a borderline superstar. Because at that time, Chris Paul was teetering on that border of being looked at as a superstar. And so, yeah, the trade in and of itself wasn't a horrible trade, but the trade would only make sense if there was sound ownership in place. They could have a plan because he didn't want to create a new plan for that team, and then the new owners get the team and they're like, "No, we didn't sign up for this. This was your vision to bring these guys in. This wasn't our vision." And so, giving that team with Chris Paul allowed the new owners to say, "Okay, now if you want to trade him, if you want to go down a new road, a rebuilding road, then go ahead." But David Stern basically wanted to let the new owners of the team make that decision. He didn't want to be the de facto owner and make such a huge decision, which is smart.
Gotcha.
This is smart move. But the reason the person that exposed that to me was Gilbert Arenas, because Gilbert Arenas actually was supposed to be involved in that trade.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's asking him that question. I was going to ask AJ when he was talking about the eye test. I was going to ask him the eye test on Gilbert Arenas since he was going on eye test, because the eye test on Gilbert Arenas was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. But he didn't have the longevity like most players or the stats or accolades.
I mean, look, eye test.
Man,
if you go off eye test,
I don't only go off eye test though. I go off everything. That's
yeah,
just
I just don't.
With the Wizards, Gilbert Arenas carried that team.
Eye test is not. Eye test is not a measuring stick. It's just.
I disagree with that.
Your preference, because there's nobody's eye test is consistent. Everybody sees the game different. Like for example, the way I coach, I'm all man to man. I'm never going to no silly zones. I'm all man to man. I'm all loaded up help side. I'm no middle. But there's other coaches like Jim Boeheim in Syracuse. He won a championship running the 2-3 zone. And everybody see the game different. So when Jim Boeheim's recruiting players, he's looking at guys that can play the 2-3 zone. Coach K at Duke looking for guys that go man, but they both two highly successful coaches that see the game different. They eye test is different. They recruit different. You know, nobody thought Steph was a high major D1 player, but one coach did. So,
But what if I could explain what I'm seeing with my eyes to you and make it make sense to you if I could explain it?
But that's you thinking that I didn't watch Kobe. You really think I didn't see Kobe?
No, I'm just saying in general because you said like,
but there's nothing that you can say that I haven't already. Like I watched Kobe's whole career. I had his shoes. I mean, that was my era. That was my era. My favorite player was Brandon Roy. I watched him battle against Kobe. At the end of the day, I saw enough. My decision's made. I don't know if it's going to change. I've seen enough. My decision's made. And my criteria is 5 set points. I designed my criteria so I couldn't be biased. I have to stick to the criteria, and I can't insert a favorite player just because I want to insert them in. So I didn't insert any particular measurement where I can say, damn, I can just, this criteria has a lot of wiggle room right here where I could just be biased.
But you said eye test could be viewed differently by every person. Could you say the same thing about accolades and MVPs? The boxes that you say were checked?
Well, that's how you weigh those things. You can't accolades and MVPs are what they are. I weigh everything equally.
People weigh it different.
I have 5 criteria. They're all weighed at 20%. They're all weighed equally. As long as you check the box, if you have 5 check marks, the guys at the top got 4 to 5 check marks. The guys at the bottom, 3 to 4. There's things that break ties, which is subjective, which is your impact on how the game of basketball is played. But I don't think that's really arguable with guys in the top 10. Like nobody's going to argue if we say Shaq's the most dominant player of all time. Nobody's going to argue if we say Wilt Chamberlain was able to change rules. Nobody's going to argue that Jordan was able to influence how the game was played in the 90s. There's certain things, even though it's subjective, nobody's going to argue. I don't think anybody's going to argue with me if I say Kobe didn't have a significant impact on the way the game of basketball was played. He just didn't.
No, people would argue with you.
Okay, then what did he change?
No, I'm not saying I will. I'm saying people in general will argue with you. Oh. But I think he changed the people's mentality, though, like the players' mentality, like the way they approach the game, the work ethic.
No, he didn't.
Like there's a lot of players that look.
He was different. He was different.
When I watched the game, he made me better. Just his approach to the game. I feel like he did it for a whole generation. Kyrie, Kawhi, Jamal Murray. If you ask them, they said his work ethic is an influence on them.
No, hold on. I didn't say how they changed people's summer workout regimen. I said you have to change the way the game is played.
Wilt Chamberlain affected how players are.
Right, that's totally different.
Hold on, you have Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about he was watching Wilt Chamberlain bench press 500 pounds. That might have been inspirational to the whole league, but it did not impact the game, way the game was played. You have Bill Russell, who took time out of the NBA to go play in the Olympics. Hard working. It didn't impact the way the game was played. I can only judge you based on how you impacted the way the game of basketball is played. Kobe's mentality, Mamba mentality, I'm a believer in the fact that Mamba mentality has gotten more high school basketball players cut from the team more than anything in basketball history. Go to your high school basketball practice with Mamba mentality, shooting every shot, and tell me if you make the team.
You think that's Mamba mentality?
I mean, I'm saying that's how kids interpreted Mamba mentality. The way we interpret Mamba mentality now as grown-ups is not the way we interpreted it as kids. As kids, we heard Mamba mentality. I'm shooting a ball.
That's wrong. That's not supposed to be interpreted.
We grown. We older now. We know. We as kids ain't trying to hear all that. Mamba mentality. I'm shooting a basketball. That's what it meant. They got and then you cut from the team. Now you playing at LA Fitness. That's how a lot of y'all ended up at LA Fitness.
I always thought like it meant like being
LA Fitness.
That's how they ended up there. Mamba mentality got you playing at the YMCA, and you're not at high school basketball practice, man.
What's wrong with playing with LA Fitness? What's wrong with that?
Bro? It's a lot wrong with playing at LA Fitness, man. That's like, bro. Nah, when you in high school, it's like the end of the world when you get cut from the basketball team.
This is all I gotta say about the eye test. If you can't see stats and accolades, then I don't trust what you see on the screen.
I'm with you. You gotta see all of it. To me,
at the end of the day, I can see more about Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain's career with their stats than I can do watching the game. Because watching the game is gonna do a disservice. It doesn't look as good because I'm watching today's NBA. Watching how they played back then ain't gonna help me understand how great they were. But their stats always gonna tell us how great they were.
We're gonna bring the stream home. We're gonna bring it. We're gonna let Big Shot Bo go, and then I'm gonna let Go James Kingdom close it out, man. I appreciate you, Izzy and AJ and J Sports. Look, I want to keep it cooking, but the more we talk, the longer we're gonna go. So Izzy, I gotta drop you down. I appreciate you pulling up. I hope you pull up. We're gonna be. I might do like some surprise lives throughout the week, but we're gonna be live every Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They might not all be as long as this one. This was the initial show. So we allowed it to go a little longer than it normally would go just because this is just the initial show. But we got Go James Kingdom. Make sure you follow him on TikTok, also on YouTube as well. It's just like what you see. Same as FYF Sports, man. So, and AJ as well. Like I said, the fact that you came up here and you just didn't agree with everything and you pushed against the grain, you asked questions, that's what we like. We don't want people just coming up here agreeing and just accepting it. Do research. Right? Don't just take our word for it. We might be wrong too. So I appreciate everybody that they own opinion. So
go in conversation. Go in basketball conversation.
Well, I just want to.
What you got, Big Shot?
I just want to. I heard y'all talking earlier about that Game 6. I just want to correct y'all on a few things. I just want to correct y'all. Y'all said that Michael Jordan got sat in the third quarter, and that's not true because he played the whole third quarter. Mm-hmm. He literally played the whole third quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. He got taken out to start the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he didn't come in.
But I think.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Wait, my bad.
I wasn't done, go. But the host set up here and said that he sat for 5 or 6 minutes. He came back in with 6 minutes left on the clock. That's not true neither. He came back with 8:33 left. With 8:33 left on the clock, he only sat for 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 27 seconds.
I think it was a little longer.
That's all he sat.
Yeah, it was a little longer.
Is all he said. No, it wasn't. And I wanted to make sure because I knew it wasn't true. I literally got off from listening to y'all and went and watched it. And I just want to be sure.
Now, Big Shot, what do you call it?
I wanted to be sure when I came up here and said
it. Look, here's the thing is right. The times, the definitions, the labels. Okay. Jordan said he got benched. Not me.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that.
That's the whole point of it. But that's the overarching point.
I get that.
The overarching point. The overarching point. No matter what the times are, or at the end of the day.
I know, but I think y'all are making it. Y'all making it.
If it wasn't a big deal, then Scottie Pippen wouldn't have wrote about it in his book. We're not the ones that made it a big deal.
Can I ask you a question?
But we're not the ones making it a big deal. Scottie Pippen thought it was a big deal.
I'm just trying to simplify this for you because I watched the whole third quarter. He had one turnover in the third quarter, and
that's not why Tex Winter said he took him out. Tex Winter That's
Hold,
but
hold.
again,
Can I finish? Can I
we
finish?
didn't.
Can I finish something I'm saying?
We're trying to end the life. Nobody
I
can.
get that. I get that. But
We are not.
I just want to correct y'all on y'all's
we're
mistake.
not. We're not. We're not. We didn't say Jordan played bad. It's not my premise to come up here and say Jordan was trash and that's why he got benched. That's not what nobody said. Scottie Pippen came out and said, and Tex Winter said, Jordan was being disruptive to the offense. And so when I think disruptive to the offense, it could be, Tex Winter specifically said, holding the ball too long. So I'm
what I would like for you to do is actually get on here and play the video live one day.
We
and
got
watch
it.
it and see.
We have it on our YouTube channel. We've done this already.
Why you keep interrupting? Why can't I finish, man?
But because, like, why do y'all think we?
But see, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I'm just trying to say what I want to say.
We've watched the game,
and that's it, huh?
We watched the game,
and I'm saying, and rewatched the game, and you can see, because he was. Okay, all right, man. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get your narrative.
Big shot. This is what we're trying to tell you. This is what you have to understand. I think, but when they said they benched Jordan in the sense of how they were talking about it in that day in '92 was the idea that since the Bulls were down 15 points. And obviously you need to make a run. This is not a moment you put Jordan on the bench. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So that's what they were doing. So in reality, and then to have him on the bench that long as well. Obviously, you say 3.5 minutes is not long.
You know why they were down 15 points?
Well, I'm not saying
coaches felt it was because of Jordan.
I'm not saying it's because, again, listen, I'm not saying it's because of Jordan or not. All I'm saying is that if you want to make a run, if you want to make a run, Big Shot, you would agree, Big Shot, you would agree that if you want to make the run as the Bulls, you're going to want to do it with Jordan on the floor. And if you want to do it, you're going to want to do it now. Like, you're going to want to do it to start the fourth quarter, because if you don't make that run, then you can just bench Jordan for the game and he called it a wrap. The game is over. You're down double digits. You're not going to come back. So to have Jordan on the bench at a time you're looking to make a run, and then have that bench team make that run for you, allows Jordan to come back at the 8-minute mark, like you said, so that they're still in the actual ball game. But in the sense of back then, everybody's thinking you don't do that with Jordan on the bench. You do that with Jordan on the floor. So it was basically labeled and stated as Jordan being benched. Even Jordan himself stated that when Phil looked at him, Phil was like, yeah, I'm going to sit you down. I'm not going to put you on the floor, because Jordan was ready to get back on the floor to start the fourth quarter. But Phil was like, nah, just sit down. We're going to try something different. And that's coming from Jordan's mouth. So again, it's not in the sense of how you've probably been hearing the quote unquote LeBron fans using it against Jordan to knock Jordan, but in the sense of how they were talking about it in that day.
Oh no, they do. They do though. But it
was odd to bench Jordan at that time.
But they do though. But they do exactly what you just said.
No, I know that. I know. I'm not telling you that they don't do that. You understand what I'm saying? But again,
I'm not disagreeing with you on what you're saying. I'm definitely not disagreeing with what you're saying, because I know those facts are true, because I've read about it, and I've heard about it, and I've seen it, because I grew up in this time. I knew it. I was alive. I watched that game when I was young.
So you know why was there a national sentiment from sports writers across the entire U.S., including Scottie Pippen, who wrote about it in his book as of last year? Because Scottie Pippen straight said in his book he got benched. The sports writers at that time were probably worded it a little kinder. Michael Wilbon was the only one that called it Jordan getting benched.
He actually didn't say. He actually didn't say the word.
Yes,
Michael Wilbon didn't actually say the word bench.
Yes, he did. I'm reading it. I got the article right here. He wrote it for the Washington Post. And then you have Mark Heisler.
And I heard you read. I heard you read it earlier.
And then even
Sam
Smith. Why did
he never said that?
Sam Smith, after the game, asked Phil Jackson about it while they were showering champagne. Mark Heisler asked him about it, and Phil Jackson
asked him about what he said. But you're not saying whole truths. You're not saying whole truths.
Hold on. It's not me. I'm reading the article. Mark Heisler asked Phil Jackson about Jordan being benched. Phil Jackson says, Phil Jackson's own words, he says, is either daring or stupid. Phil Jackson even said it was a daring or stupid move, but he said we needed to do something different. Phil Jackson said that. Phil Jackson didn't say, yeah, typical, because we're just giving him a rest. He's tired. It's daring or stupid. We're down 15. Jordan even talked about it. We need something different. And ultimately it worked. Sometimes you make coaching moves and they work and they pay off and you look like a genius.
I'll
Sometimes
let
they
you let it go,
don't.
James. Y'all take it easy, man.
I don't know why they like. It's not me arguing this. This is not me. Y'all need to be crying to Scottie Pippen that exposed this to the world, not me. I don't see none of y'all posting this on Scottie Pippen's page saying, Scottie Pippen, you're manipulating everybody. No. Don't get mad at me for just sharing the news. It just shared news. He said, we're not trying to talk over. We're just trying to end the show. If you like I say, don't wait till we about to end the show and then we have to end the show. Well, I'll be talking about that specific game next week if we want to go through the game. If we want to go through what everybody said, if you want to look at the news articles, then we just do that. Timeless says, crying is the kind of talk you use when y'all do LeBron fan repetition. There you go, talking about LeBron again. I don't know what that means, but you're incorporating LeBron into it. Again, another Jordan fan that's obsessed with LeBron James. Timeless, man. Just take notes from the theme of the show. Jordan fans being obsessed with LeBron James. Why are you so obsessed with LeBron? Observer, yes, I will be uploading this to YouTube. Yes, sir. I will be uploading the whole thing to YouTube, y'all. Yes. So, go James Kingdom, man. You want to wrap it up for us?
Yeah, indeed, man. This was like Lamont. Trust me, this was a success. We had over 27,000 likes. I'm quite sure you'll get more data after the live is over. Again, we're gonna be doing this every Saturday night, man. We're gonna be popping about 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're in Lamont's time zone, which is about West Coast time zone, Mountain time zone is about 5. Either way, we're going to be here doing real lives, talking real games. And now all that Zesty Jeffrey stuff that y'all be doing on TikTok is about to be exposed again because now FYF and GOAT James Kingdom is coming to TikTok. We warned you last night with the Friday night exposure. And tonight was a first, like you said, a first live show, and it went well, I think. So we'll be back next week with another topic, and we'll have great discussions, and it'll be all great conversations. No cussing, no over talking one another, no craziness. Just grown men having basketball discussions, and that's what you're gonna see. And then if you're Zesty Jeffrey, like I said, you're safe in the comments.
All right, man. Look, y'all. FYF Sports. Make sure y'all tune in to GOAT James Kingdom on YouTube tomorrow, and I put the channel link in there before. Actually, I'll drop it in there one more time for y'all. The link to his channel. Make sure y'all go sub up. Check him out tomorrow. He'll be live tomorrow, 12 on YouTube. But like I said, I'll try to do a few more of these lives. I'll be doing more of these lives, man. For sure. Observers, the energy is definitely different, man. We try not to be biased, man. I just try to be as fair as possible, man. And I try to talk real basketball. I really hate narrative talk. And especially narratives about the game today, man. I think people just do a huge disservice to the game today. They try to lie. They call players soft, but if they ever saw one of these players in real life, the word soft would be the last word they use in their vocabulary. I mean, it's just crazy. You know, crazy. You know, they say it's not physical. They say it's not tough, and Draymond Green fouled somebody, and then you see a ton of Jordan fans talking about suspend Draymond Green. You know, they say that LeBron James needs to speak up. When LeBron James checks Stephen A. Smith, they say LeBron James is wrong for checking Stephen A. Smith. I mean, I don't know what they want. They say don't shoot threes, but you got players like SGA and LeBron not shooting a ton of threes and getting to the basket. They say all you're doing is making layups, or you're a free throw merchant. I don't know what they want, man. It's confusing. I don't know what they want. You know, it's all backwards logic, man. Shoot jumpers, don't shoot jumpers. Be physical, don't be physical. I don't know, man. I have no clue what the hell they looking for. I don't know how they lasted as fans in the 90s, to say the least, man. It was crazy.
Again, they do that on purpose, Lamar. They do that on purpose. They do that to be condescending. They're never honest. You see, out of everybody we were asking questions to, the ones who wanted to be challenging or disruptive wouldn't answer the questions. Like, they just wouldn't answer the questions. You see what I'm saying? We can have the back and forth. We can have the dialogue, but they don't want to answer no questions because they know eventually if you ask them something that pokes a hole in their logic, they get all upset, and then we got a problem. And then now it's recorded, so it's going to be an issue. So again, we coming to change all you TikTokers. Y'all going to stop bullying people like Chilltown. Y'all going to stop bullying LeBron fans. Y'all done met y'all match.
All right, man. Look, we're going to shut it down. FOS Sports Go James Kingdom, man. We out, man. Catch y'all on the next one.
Peace.